Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-started human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter become the center of the greatest scandal in Hogwarts history? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry returns to Hogwarts as a professor, he expects a fresh start, but a hidden truth and a forgotten prophecy drag him into a scandal that could destroy his name and shake the entire wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Filch, it had to be him who found them in a flooded corridor with his cat hanging upside down next to a message written in blood. It just had to be him. I second the motion that this is not going to end well, Luna interjected with the slight trace of a smile as Filch saw Mrs. Norris. Then, like something out of a movie scene, his face fell and he ran towards his cat with a speed that far defied his age. He hugged the frozen cat and sniffed loudly as he clutched the only constant in his life. "I think we should go," Draco suggested, slowly edging away from the scene, hoping they could remain undetected. However, once again his idea fell down when Filch turned round with a furious expression in his eyes. "You murdered my cat," he spat, glaring at Harry, who was closest. His finger now hovered a few inches from Harry's nose. "You," he growled and moved to grab Harry, but was instead met by 6 wands all pointed at him. "Try it," Cho suggested as the group adopted a defensive position against the man. He may be a squib, but they were not going to have him attacking any member of the group. Filch for his part looked torn, but before he could make any decision as to what he was going to do, an elderly voice filled the room. "Put those away," Albus Dumbledore demanded as he strolled down the corridor along with what looked like 100 students and every head of year. Harry considered for a moment and nodded for his friends to lower their wands. They did, but cast Filch a threatening glare. "Now what is going on here?" Dumbledore asked as Lockhart swooped into the scene. Harry just sighed, wondering how this was going to get any worse. The man pranced over the water and scowled in distaste as his designer shoes touched the water. However, he managed to cast aside whatever he was feeling and instead turned to Mrs. Norris. "Ah yes, the transmigrifian torture curse. A shame I wasn't here earlier. I know just the counter curse which could have saved her," he announced, mournfully shaking his head before turning to Filch, who paled. The students behind, including Ron Weasley, were suddenly fixated on the group. "He did it. He's the murderer," Ron accused, suddenly seeing a chance to further his claims that Harry was dark. "She's not dead," Luna interjected suddenly, and all eyes were on her. "Mrs. Lovegood, of course she is. Look at," Lockhart announced flamboyantly, hoping to impress the crowd with a show of intelligence. Luna for her part ignored him and walked over to the cat. Luna instead put her hand on Mrs. Norris. Filch moved to say something but decided against it. "Did no one check for a heartbeat? She's petrified and breathing. Did no one think of that, really? I mean, no offense, you really can't live without your heart beating?" she asked aloud. Lockhart suddenly looked awkward and Harry smiled at Luna, who didn't think anything of what she had done. "Yes, I agree with Miss Lovegood. She is petrified, not dead," Dumbledore confirmed, and Harry avoided his gaze. The man was obviously up to something, and once again it seemed Harry needed to find out what. "What does it matter?" Filch suddenly barked with hateful eyes turned on Harry. "My cat has been petrified. I want to see some punishment." We didn't do it," Draco pointed out, realizing they had no evidence. Filch glared at him next, but Snape interrupted before the caretaker could respond. "He has a point, Argus. We don't know what happened here, and unless you some evidence, it would be advisable to voice your ideas somewhere else," he hissed, coolly moving through the air like a bat as he rushed to soothe the scene. "That doesn't mean you don't need to explain what you are doing here," Snape pointed out, looking towards the group, who shrugged. How did they explain Harry was hearing voices, or they had followed him without thinking? Harry began, "decided to take a detour. We wanted to show Luna more of the castle and we found this." Hermione finished, coming up with the answer on the spot. Harry nodded in agreement. Snape frowned for a moment, not believing them, but his instincts were telling him these 7 were not responsible, so instead he turned back to Dumbledore, who looked slightly irritated. Everyone else was supposed to suspect Harry, so the boy would turn to him when Dumbledore was the only one protesting his innocence. "There is a cure," Sprout suddenly announced, stepping forward. "There is a potion made from mandrake roots, and we already have a number of baby mandrakes. all we need to do is wait until they are fully grown and then we can cure her. Of course I was just about to suggest the same thing. Lockhart beamed. He didn't notice the scowl Sprout gave him, of course. Filch looked from left to right and realized he had no supporters. Fine, but I want to know who did this, he sulked before storming off. Well, if you don't mind, we need to be going, Draco suddenly announced, tugging Harry's sleeve slightly with a look that said we need to talk now. Yes, we have homework and stuff, Harry confirmed. Yeah, stuff. Crabbe and Goyle nodded, seeing Draco wanted to talk but not knowing what else to say. Dumbledore studied them for a moment. I see no reason to keep you here, but I warn you, be cautious. We should all be cautious this year, he told them sternly, and with that he was gone. He knows way more than he's letting on, Cho worked out. Well done. This year's Nobel Prize goes to Cho Chang for stating what we're all thinking, Draco remarked. Cho punched him quite quickly after that. OWW. He murmured, suddenly leading them down the corridor and back towards the grand staircase, but instead of entering the actual staircase he took a left and ducked behind a tapestry. It was one of the passages the group would use. So what is it? Hermione asked as she too entered the alcove. She seemed puzzled about what he wanted. Draco waited a few moments until everyone was in the passage. The Chamber of Secrets, he announced, reminding them of the message inscribed on the wall. You know what it is? Harry asked. Draco nodded darkly, and for some reason Harry got the idea that the chamber was not a good thing, if the blood on the wall didn't already tell him that. Well, Cho asked, knowing Draco was pausing for dramatic tension. Well, first I need to go back 1,000 years or so. Back then the four founders, Godric, Rowena, Helga and Salazar, had founded the school and were arguing on one key issue. Muggleborns. Now in those days his concerns were justified, as you know back then the church were burning and killing witches and wizards. Draco began, trying to word his answers so he would not offend Hermione. Yes, we get it. Salazar was justified in some things, Hermione answered, knowing he was doing it for her benefit. Draco nodded. Okay, anyway, after a number of incidents Salazar left Hogwarts and built a chamber underneath the school which was called the Chamber of Secrets, Cho finished, and Draco beamed at her. He moved to clap sarcastically, but her ice-cold glare made him decide to move on with the story. No one knows why he built this chamber, and no one can ask him, so many people speculated and searched for the chamber, but it was never found. Never, and some say it was just a legend, but apparently Salazar made the chamber so only his true heir could enter it. The heir of Slytherin, Draco finished darkly. For a few moments there was silence. So you think? Hermione asked. The chamber has been opened, Draco confirmed, and Harry thought about this for a moment. You left out the whole monster in the chamber, Luna pointed out suddenly. She had most likely heard this story from her dad or any of the strange books or magazines she read. Oh yeah, and apparently there is a monster in the chamber, Draco continued, nodding to Luna, who smiled dreamily. A woozle, she suggested suddenly. Hermione looked ready to burst a blood vessel, but Harry stopped her saying anything. Maybe not a woozle, Luna, but something. If it's real, and to be honest I have a dark feeling it might be, Harry told her. You heard a voice and it took you right to the scene, Hermione pointed out. I know, something very dark is going on here and I don't think we've seen the end of it. So let me guess, last year we spent the entire time trying to protect a secret chamber in the school, and now we're going to spend this year finding one? Goyle asked suddenly. And then we're going to go into it and stop whatever's in it. Crabbe finished. Draco suddenly broke into a wide smile. See, these two get it, he announced. One sec, we're missing something here. Dumbledore obviously knew about the chamber, but he has never mentioned it. I have never heard of him organizing a search of the school or even warning anyone about the possibility, so why is this happening now? It's a bit convenient since last year we had Quirrell to deal with and now we have this, Cho wondered suddenly. What a school newsletter that would be. Dear parents, as a note, there may be a giant monster in our school that could kill your children. Draco laughed. She's got a point, Harry nodded. Surely if a monster had been living in the castle this whole time it would have been noticed, or at the very least steps should have been taken just in case it attacked. Maybe he's behind it, Luna suggested suddenly. Harry shook his head. No, I don't think he's opened it or attacked anyone, but he is involved in something that I have feeling revolves around us, Harry sighed. Maybe not us, Harry, but you. All these things were in because of you. Without you none of us would have gotten involved last year, would we? Cho pointed out. Maybe Maybe not, but let's for now focus on something else. This could have just been a prank or some kind, maybe we're overreacting, only time will tell, Harry decided. Or we could try a more direct approach, Luna suddenly suggested. The group turned on her suddenly with no idea what she was on about. Well, option 1 is to wait until someone else is attacked, but option 2 is something a bit more risky, something that could get us expelled, she continued. Luna, what are you getting at? Harry wondered, slightly confused. Well, in the Muggle world, when the police suspect someone, they search their house, and if we think Dumbledore's involved, them. Luna trailed off, knowing the rest of them would work it out soon enough. You think we should burgle his office, Cho summarized, and Luna nodded. We can find out what he knows. I mean, he's got to keep files and things, hasn't he? Luna pointed out. Or he catches us and we're thrown out of here so quickly our asses don't touch the floor, Draco warned, knowing this was a risky train of thought. Maybe it's not such a bad idea, Harry murmured. He knew Dumbledore had been up to something from the very beginning, and perhaps this could provide some answers, not just about what was going on but what had always been going on. Something dark had always been going on around him, and Dumbledore was the center of the web. Oh, why not? At least if we get caught we won't get eaten by a monster, Draco decided aloud, and with those words they all knew that their next adventure had just begun. You realize the chances of this plan actually working are about 1,000,000 to 1, and that's with some generous rounding. Draco wondered as he and Harry stood a few feet away from the huge imposing eagle that would lead the way up to Dumbledore's office. It was night now, and in the darkness of the corridors no one was around to see Draco or Harry. They had been planning to break into his office for 2 weeks and had finally worked out a plan. Luna poured her blood, sweat and tears into this plan to make it work. So everything is going to be just fine, Harry decided. This is the same girl who believes in a giant spaghetti monster. Draco wondered aloud, and Harry looked at him with his eyes raised. Draco for his part sighed and shook his head. Well, might as well start the impending disaster now, so let's pretend I'm a random guy who has no idea why we're doing this or how we're doing this. So we're going to do what? Walk in. Don't teachers sleep in their offices? He asked casually. Remember I said I had a distraction planned? Well, it should be starting any second now. Meanwhile, ready Fred, ready George. The twins were masked and on their broomsticks on the 7th floor of the grand staircase with wide grins on their face. Harry had come up with this idea, and they were proud of the fact he had trusted them to do this while he burgled Dumbledore's office. Yes, the two nodded with wide grins, and suddenly, like a switch had been pulled in their minds, they took off. The plan was simple, but they had decided to take creative license. Both of them now held a bucket of paint. One that had been enchanted to never run out, and all the portraits were suddenly watching with interest as the two zoomed up. A few ran off to get the professors, but the rest were suddenly hit by a wave of orange paint which hit the walls in a splash. This was followed by a red splash, and after a moment the wall was a stripy orange mess. The twins high-fived each other in mid-air, but they still had the rest of the room to do in only a short amount of time to do it in. Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore came running out of his office a few moments, obviously having been told what was going on by the many portraits in his office, who, as Harry suspected, would be worried. Portraits moved through each other often, which also meant they had formed attachments to paintings and other things, which meant they would be running there now to see what had already been damaged and hopefully save whatever they wanted. The others would just go to see what was going on. It was not every day 2 people threw paint over the walls of the grand staircase. Let's go, Harry whispered, knowing their 2 main issues were gone, Dumbledore himself and the portraits. That actually worked, Draco remarked, actually sounding surprised, and Harry clicked his tongue, but he had to admit even he was worried Dumbledore wouldn't bite the bait. Yes, now while standing here and remarking how well the distraction work is productive, is it helping us break into his office at all? Draco asked dryly. Sometimes Cho really does have a point when she mentions killing you, Harry muttered darkly as the two moved from their hiding place behind the pillar and moved towards the eagle. Harry grabbed Draco by the shoulders and quickly lifted them both up. Draco reached for the door. Little bit forward, little more, he suggested, reaching for it. Harry complied and made as if he was about to drop him. Draco opened the door pretty quickly into the dark, dimly lit room. Wait, did we consider wards? Draco asked suddenly as he caught his breath. Yes, his office is protected from anything that can't fly, so why would he need them? Harry announced as they began looking through the many books and papers Dumbledore kept on his desk. So we're looking for anything to do with the chamber, as Quirrell or any of the weird stuff going on around this school. Draco checked and Harry nodded in confirmation. He had no idea what he was looking for, but luckily that question was going to be answered for him. If you're looking for something interesting, then I'd try looking in that trunk. A voice snaked through the air and both Harry and Draco turned to see the Sorting Hat looking down on them from high up. I must say well done, you're the first students ever to break into the headmaster's office and distract every portrait at once. Thank you so much for giving me a moment of peace, but if you were looking for something interesting then that trunk under his desk would a good place to start, the Hat stated silkily. Why would you help us? Draco asked as Harry looked under the desk. Sure enough there was a trunk there, but it was locked in tightly. The headmaster is many things and what you perceive him to be is wrong. They say he is the most powerful wizard and that it is true, but there is more power. Suddenly the Hat trailed off. Draco frowned and as Harry searched for the key he looked up wanting to hear more. I must not talk any more, listen to me both of you. It was a mistake coming here tonight and you will not find what you were looking for. This night of all nights was more dangerous than you could possibly imagine, but you have a chance to flee. The key to that trunk is on his desk. Luckily for you he was just looking at it. Now open it, take out the contents and go. Answers are in it but you will need to decode it. You will have more luck but you must go now. That Hat urged in a wary and almost frightened voice. Is it something to do with the chamber? Harry asked picking up the key. The Hat looked at him for a few long seconds as if considering his answer. Possibly, I do not know, but what I do know is that it is important, very important to both of them. Take the book and the key. Dumbledore is not supposed to be looking through it and he cannot look for the key without confessing his crime, the Hat announced solemnly as Harry opened the trunk. The moment the shining gold gleam hit his eye he gasped. It was a book with a gold square on the front with a name sticking out, and it was that name which had stunned him, the name and words which read, "This is the Journal of Lily Potter. Go now." The Hat ordered and Harry could hear the scraping of stone outside which indicated the staircase was moving once more. They had spent a long here talking and now they were in trouble. Leave the window. The Hat ordered and Harry wondered how it knew about his abilities. Dumbledore must talk to him or it overheard a lot more than Dumbledore thought. Thank you, Harry smiled at the Hat who nodded deeply. Unlike you two I know what could happen but I cannot tell you. It would be too dangerous, but to ensure you have a chance of fighting it I will do everything I can to stop them. And right now there is only one thing I can give. The Hat nodded and Harry looked confused. What's going to happen? Draco asked first. I wish I could tell you, both of you, but Dumbledore and the other is a master of the mind and a secret spreads like a disease. If I told you then you would tell your friends, and while Dumbledore cannot get into your mind he would either break your friends or worse. There is a way to stop and the answer lies in your hands, Mr. Potter, the Hat replied looking at the book. Harry looked at it obviously still confused, but there was no longer time to question. Dumbledore was coming. He slipped the key into his pocket and held the book tight. One day you will understand everything, but that day is not today, the Hat announced darkly. Their eyes met for a moment but then Harry broke away and moved to the window. No, no and no, there is no way I am off. Draco cried as he was dragged out of the window and into the sky. Harry would land on one of the towers and everything would be just fine. At least for them. It was a privilege to have known you, Mr. Potter, the Hat muttered to itself before appearing on Dumbledore's desk. Then at that moment the door burst open and both Dumbledore and a hooded figure walked in. They seemed surprised at the Hat looking at them with nothing but hate, but neither had time to question. I know what was in that trunk and what was in that book, and I am going to tell you both that you will never see the key again. Without the key the trunk won't open until the enchantment fades in 1,000 years or so. Good luck until then. And then before either could react the Sorting Hat burst into flames and then he was no more. You have a lot of explaining to do, Albus. That book was essential to the plan. The figure growled in a voice that seemed higher than normal and laced in a croakiness associated only with great pain. Later. The library was their meeting point, and after Cho and Hermione distracted everyone with a spell so Fred and George could get away they had all met up. Luna's role in the plan was opening the secret passage Fred had shown them so the twins could hide their brooms. Everyone suspected them but no one had any proof, though this was not the main focus right now. So you found a diary belonging to your mother, not Lucy, your Ray biological mother? Cho asked aloud, obviously surprised. Harry nodded but decided not to mention the fact he considered Lucy his real mother. Yes, two things happened that were surprising. Firstly, Luna's plan actually worked, and we found that also the Sorting Hat talked to us a bit and he was kind of cryptic, and I think he's now dead. Draco trailed off slightly awkwardly. So what's the bad news? Hermione asked, realizing there was going to be some. Harry opened Lily's journal and threw it on the table. All of it was in some kind of strange runes, and they already knew that these were not the normal type of runes. There is literally no way of translating it. There is no code, not language gap. No nothing, we have no idea what it says, Harry confessed. He looked at Luna wondering if she had any idea. The girl had been around a lot of strange things during her childhood and she might have some idea as to what the language was, but even she shook her head. So in summary, we have the one thing that could answer every question we have, but we can't use it, unless we learn what language it's in, which the odds are about 8 million to 1, Draco sighed sadly. Then they heard a thud and click. Wait, what's that? Crabbe suddenly asked aloud. On instinct, Harry grabbed and hid the book, not wanting it to be seen by anyone he didn't trust. However, he didn't need to worry about someone seeing them because the person in question wasn't transfixed in the opposite direction, and a petrified Colin Creevey fell to the floor with his camera at one side engulfed in smoke. So what did you see? Dumbledore asked gently, but Harry could tell there was something behind his eyes, fear and anger among them. Obviously he had found out about the book, and Harry felt a pang of guilt when he realized there could only be one explanation: the Sorting Hat was dead. It had died for him. Obviously the Hat knew why, but Harry was in the dark and felt guilty that someone was willing to die for him. We were just in the library when it happened. We just saw Colin fall, Harry confessed, knowing it was the truth. Then he felt the slither of something in his mind. Dumbledore was trying to get in. He took some pleasure in hitting him with a wave of energy powerful enough to make him recoil. He looked at Harry with evident concern but could say nothing. They were both in the library and both his friends and some teachers were trying to find out what happened. So unless the old man wanted to confess to illegally spying on someone's mind, then he would have to remain quiet. I see. You must see how this looks, Harry. You were found in the same room as the victim of an attack, and this is the second time, the old man murmured in a friendly but stern tone. I know how it looks, but again it's a simple coincidence. We had nothing to do with his attack. All we saw was a flash of light and him falling to the ground, Harry answered truthfully. He suddenly broke into a frown. It's interesting, all of your friends practically repeated what you have just said. It almost looks like a predetermined alibi, he whispered accusingly. If you're accusing me, then be sure to contact both Minister Fudge and Lucy, who I'm sure would discuss it with you further, but as you have no evidence and both of them will investigate, I think both me and my friends are free to go, Harry retorted coolly, and if it was any other student Dumbledore would have dismissed their claims. However, he knew Harry could and would do these things, and the last thing he needed was an investigation. So he took a deep breath and drew himself up to full height. In that case, you and your friends are free to go, but I warn you, be careful, dark forces are at work, he warned, and Harry couldn't mistake the tone in his voice. It was a threat. Why would Dumbledore threaten him? But as the six of them were walking through the halls back to their dormitories, Cho sided up to Harry. You're being framed, she whispered gently, and Harry's brain snapped into action. She was right. It was all adding up. He had been found with the two victims, the first time only he could hear that voice, and that voice led him to Miss Norris. The library had been mostly empty and the attack happened to coincide with them being there. Wait. That was it. Not as Harry realized, the group was being set up. Someone wanted everyone to believe they were responsible for the attacks, and with them at the scene of every crime, it was going to work sooner or later. Ron Weasley had already started the rumors and slowly people would believe them. Someone wanted this group isolated, but the same question came back to Harry again and again. Why? 2 days later. Okay, there's a lot of things in this school I don't get. Dumbledore, herbology, Luna, runes, Luna again, history and more, but the main thing right now is why we are in a bathroom. Draco pointed out. The group was stood in the bathroom on the same floor where Miss Norris had been attacked. 2 reasons. Firstly, no one comes in here ever, and secondly, because we need somewhere to talk which isn't open to all students, Cho answered simply. Harry's predication had proven correct. Most of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were now right behind the idea Harry was the heir of Slytherin, and even those who were once undecided had made a choice. However, being in a group of 6 meant Harry was not the only suspect. A few Ravenclaws accused Draco of being the heir because he came from a pureblood family. Some believed it was Cho, mostly the people she had beaten in the Quidditch trials, and one person accused Luna because she was the newest member of the group. So as it was looking more and more like someone was trying to frame them, the group had gone into some form of isolation where they told no one about their plans and did not respond to any goading comments made. The need for secrecy was now more important, and Hermione had suggested they relocate their area of discussion from the library to the second-floor girls' bathroom, so any girl can wander in and find out what we're doing. Draco pointed out. If they wanted to, but no one would do that, Cho answered, and Draco raised his hand. Why? He asked as if he was talking to a teacher. Because of Mo. Ning Myrtle, Hermione answered as if it was obvious. Draco nodded and all the boys looked confused, and in some ways that was a good thing. Okay, you're going to have to fill in the gaps for us here because unlike you two, us lot did not take a master's degree in Legends of the Girls' Bathroom. Draco commented and for a moment was acting as the official spokesperson for the boys of the group. Who's Mo? Ning Myrtle. Crabbe asked, looking blank. And who called her that? Goyle finished. Me, and the answer is Olive Hornby, a voice answered from behind them, and Draco jumped back a few feet as a young girl flew into view. For a moment Harry was confused until he saw her transparent skin and how her eyes looked old while her body was young. She was a ghost. Okay, we sorted that out. Question 2, do all girls' bathrooms have ghosts in them? Draco asked again, and all three girls gave him a pitying look. Hi Myrtle. Luna smiled at the ghost, who nodded back. Hi Luna, the ghost replied, looking genuinely happy to see her. Obviously Luna had used this bathroom a lot, and knowing her capacity to make friends, she had hit it off with the ghost. Then the ghost looked at Harry with an interested expression, and Harry looked back. His eyes were drawn to her, and he knew it wasn't due to her charming features. She was literally a soul on a plate, and something inside him was hungry, so he turned away quickly, not wanting to end up eating the ghost, who giggled and flew away. Whatever she thought was wrong, but Harry needed to watch himself. His inner self was nowhere near as calm as patient as he was. Don't eat her, Cho warned, somehow guessing that was what he was feeling right now, and she looked concerned. Right, well, as much as Harry's feeding habits are interesting, what are we doing here? Draco interjected, not caring much about the weird ghost. Well, we have a framer to worry about, Cho began, but Draco cut her off. Like I said, there is no point in worrying about it now. What we need to do is wait until we see the perfect opportunity to find out what the hell's going on, because charging into a situation ends up with me having a Dark Lord splattered into a wall. He smiled somewhat charismatically. He's got a point. We can't exactly stop them unless we know who they are, and with everyone watching us, finding out would be hard, Hermione agreed. Wow, Draco and Hermione actually agree about something, Harry commented, looking amazed. It's like seeing a solar eclipse, Crabbe smirked. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Luna announced dreamily with a smile. And we were planning to become animagi. Cho finally finished her sentence, and Harry handed her the book. It gave the detailed recipe on how to make the potion, and that explained the cauldron and numerous ingredients they had lying about the place. That would explain a lot, Draco commented suddenly, and Cho gave him a glare. To Harry she had three common faces. Happy, neutral, and the Draco face, which involved a lot of scowling and could freeze ice potentially. If it could freeze blood, then Draco would have died the first day she used it. Which was a few minutes after they met. Well done, now are we going to get this started? Or not? Cho asked. Sorry, we have all the ingredients. Harry asked, knowing the recipe was very complex and took at least 3 months. No, we need to personalize the potion with something from us. Then we need to filter it and add the other ingredients while it ferments, Cho explained. Personalize. Goyle wondered. We need to add a bodily fluid. Luna supplied the answer, causing most of the room to look a bit queasy. Blood, Cho answered, obviously not happy about the idea but wanted to act long before Draco could make a comment, and she knew he would. Harry knew this too, and if the boy's disappointed look was anything to go by, then Cho had saved them from a comment which would have ended with him being thrown out of the window. Oh, and that makes everything so much better, Hermione muttered. Look, if you want to be an animagus, then you need to drink something with you inside it, something that the potion can latch onto and adjust to before you drink it. That lets you transform at will because the potion has fermented with your blood and is attached to it, Harry told her, remembering the answer from the book. Cho nodded to confirm it. So why do we need to drink something with all our blood in it? Draco asked, and for once there was no trace of a joke in his voice. It's called bonding, Basically our animal forms will be able to tell if one of us needs help or something like this and also where they are. It's not practiced often, and when it is, then everyone involved is treated with the utmost trust, as if they do betray the others then they are killing a part of themselves, Harry explained. That and it saves finding more ingredients, Cho finished rolling her eyes. Later, Harry was sat in the Ravenclaw common room. His hand was aching with the shockingly large transfiguration he had to do, but he was slowly getting through it. At least until Hedwig made herself known by flying into the room. "Hey girl," Harry murmured to her, petting her fondly, but then he realized she had a scroll clasped in one foot, but it looked different to the normal kind of message he received. It was written on dark paper with a shiny green ink that looked like it had been forced out of a pen. It had almost burned itself onto the page, and Harry decided not to touch it. A note was wrapped around the scroll and was keeping it together. Harry gently withdrew it. "Harry, a very old and trusted friend asked me to send you this, Hagrid." Hagrid. Harry had kept in contact with the giant after their little adventure, and he found himself liking the man more and more. He was compassionate more than anything, but this was strange. Who did Hagrid count as a friend? Other than Dumbledore, Harry had never heard him mention anyone else, and he doubted it was Dumbledore. The old man could just walk up to the common room if he wanted to talk, so who could this be? Harry pulled the scroll and it fell open. "Harry Potter, we know about the journal, and if ever want to know the contents, then meet us in the Forbidden Forest tomorrow at midnight. Bring only those you trust." So who was A? Harry had no idea, and neither did any of his friends. He had told them, of course, but the question still remained as to whether they should go or not. "It's very risky," Cho warned, and as usual she was the voice of reason, a voice that everyone agreed with. They had been led into a trap once and ended up with the entire school suspecting them. They could not afford to be implicated more. Harry, however, did not listen to reason. The moment his mother's journal had been brought into the situation, then he was blinded. Whatever was in that book could explain a lot, and if it was a trap, then he wouldn't bring anyone down with him, so he had gone alone to forest. He had waited until everyone was asleep, taken his mother's journal and glided out of the common room in silence. His friends would think he was being reckless and foolish, and in many ways they were right, but his desire to know the truth was overpowering. So here he was, in the silence of the dark night. He moved to the very border of the forest. It was 5 to 12 and soon whoever contacted him would appear. He was ready to fly away at a moment's notice just in case someone tried to attack him, but nothing had moved yet, and if they were going to attack they could have acted when he arrived a few moments ago, so maybe he was safe. Then he heard a click. It was a short, brief sound, but his inner self turned his attention to the disturbance. Then the click came again, but further away. It was a breadcrumb trail, and one only he could follow. So for the first time in a while he walked blind into unknown territory without the comfort of his friends. Click. This time the noise was further away, and Harry had to move quickly through the branches and plants to keep up with the noise. "Harry, you have no idea what this is." Cho's voice appeared in his mind, and for a moment it was as if she was next to him. Harry was more conflicted about this than he knew. In some ways it could be considered betrayal, but he could not focus on that right now. "I know," Harry whispered to the open air, but she wasn't here. His mind had repeated her words from earlier as his inner self drove him forwards while reason and logic tried to hold him back. He had no idea what was making the noise, and it was obvious he had put his faith in a noise and a note. This could be a trap designed by anyone, but Harry was not listening to the voice of reason. He was listening to the click, which would bring him further and further into the forest, and suddenly he realized the trees were growing a lot closer, as if something between them was pulling them towards each other, and if he had looked even closer then he would have seen a twinkle of light moving behind him. He would have heard the snapping of twigs, and if he had not been entirely focused on the noise then he would have sensed that he was no longer alone. Then the noise came again. This time it was leading him into a small alcove with a slither of light at the other end, and Harry took a breath. "Don't do it, mate," Draco warned in his mind. "You'll be trapped." For a moment Harry considered listening, but his inner self decided for him, and before he knew it he was inside the darkness of the tunnel. The air was damp and a dark shadow fell over him. The moment he emerged from the other side he saw what he had missed. The trees had been drawn together by a giant web that was now surrounding him in a twisted diamond structure, and on the webs were spiders, some the size of ants, others the size of cars, and all had their twinkling black eyes focused on him. Harry moved to turn around, but the tunnel was already blocked. He was trapped. All he could think about is how his friends were right all along and now he was trapped with thousands of monsters ready to spring on him and he had only one defense and without anyone else here it could destroy him. So you got me. He shouted aloud wondering how he could have been this foolish, this reckless and he waited for one of the creatures to attack. Nothing happened. Then he heard a louder click and looked up to see the largest spider possibly in the world emerged from the far end of the clearing they had built their webs. It was the size of a house and Harry was surprised it moved with such grace. Surely the ground should break under its mighty leg but if there was any disturbance there was no sign of it. Then all of its many twinkling eyes were transfixed upon him, glazed with the shine of moonlight. Harry had no idea. If he could fight this thing, if he could he would have to unleash his inner Dementor but there was thousands on them and if he did kill them all he could not change back. Either way the secrets of his mother's journal would never leave this place. "Welcome Harry Potter," a low gruff voice announced in a tone that was almost welcoming but it was underlined with something else, something Harry couldn't quite place. A few of the smaller spiders began to move but they were not moving towards him, they were moving away from him. "So you lured me here. What now?" Harry demanded in a loud booming voice. He saw the huge fangs of the spider dripping with venom and worked out what the ink was in that letter. How had he written it? Had someone helped him? "I am Aragog, leader of this clan and father to many of our kin you see on these webs," the spider answered in a respectable plain voice with a slight click to his speech. Harry focused on one word and laughed. "Kin. No offense, we're not related," he retorted but the spider did not speak back in anger. "Oh, we are Harry Potter, in ways that even we do not understand," it told him gently. Harry did not speak back and decided to allow Aragog to explain himself. "A few ago we were approached by a figure in a hood. A human we thought had wandered into our midst aimlessly but we were wrong. The figure spoke to us about events that occurred exactly 20 years ago, 8 years before you were born." It began darkly and Harry froze. He already had a suspicion about this figure for he remembered a hooded figure speaking to Dumbledore almost exactly a year ago, but before he could query the spider continued. "You may wonder why I am telling you this. The answer is simple because you need to know the truth and while we know only part of it we know enough to tell you that the legacy of Lily Potter must be preserved." "The journal?" Harry queried and the beast nodded. "The first few pages is written in our language, the language we use when talking to one another and not humans. Only one human has ever mastered it and we believe that journal contains information relating to you." "You knew my mother?" Harry asked wondering what business Lily Potter would have had with a giant spider. "Yes, you see 20 years ago Lily Potter came to us. Our colony was large enough to feed on her but we didn't because she spoke to us in our own tongue. She had learned a language we thought humans would never learn and for some reason I was intrigued. I conversed with her and you see that journal is evidence. She told us that she had been chosen to be something she could not be. Apparently somehow our blood had been mixed with hers at birth. A man had been involved with the Evans family for years, slowly changing them until they had taken on the abilities of magical creatures. Magic was all it would take to activate the powers and she said someone had chosen her to be something she could not be." The spider halted and Harry quickly took the chance to speak up. "She had powers too?" Harry asked wondering why he had never heard of it. "No, she told us that the first Muggle born from a family would not have able to utilize the power but we did not understand this at the time. She believed someone was building up to a child that would be powerful enough to form something called a soul Horcrux bond with a Dark Lord. This would enable the one you call Voldemort to be defeated for good but she did not want this. She did not want her child to be faced with this dilemma so she was trying to find out who was responsible. That journal is written in 20 different languages and we believe before she died that journal implicates the man responsible." Aragog spoke now and suddenly Harry was attentive, so they could help translate the journal. Then he picked up on something. He vaguely knew what a Horcrux was but if he had been soul bonded to someone wouldn't that mean he would have devoured them by now? He asked the spider. "We believe that the bond was destroyed. If you were bonded to the one you call Voldemort then that bond would have died the moment you met the Dementor. When you found your connection with the second you met the bond was destroyed and your powers were free but they were unused and had no purpose, they were like magical stem cells." Aragog began and Harry suddenly worked it out. "So they focused on the first magical creature they reached out to," he finished, "so Lucius Love had saved him from something." "Correct." The spider nodded and Harry looked up at him. "Do you have any idea as to who would have done this?" He hoped the spider would answer, but it shook its mighty head. No, the figure from earlier was from the school. We knew the scent but not the person. They wanted to translate the journal, but he ran when we attacked. His wand was powerful enough to hurt us, so we fell back. Aragog answered sadly. For some reason Harry suspected it was not the same figure they were talking about. The person Dumbledore had talked to was brimming with authority and power and would not run from anything. Harry could read people well and he knew he was right. Then he remembered the journal and withdrew it. "Also, you bought it," the spider announced dryly, and Harry opened the first page. He now noticed the runes were almost drawings. Each one had 6 tiny or long appendages, and Harry recognized the connection to spiders. He showed the spider. "Yes, we can translate it, but I warn you, whatever the contents will tell you about things you could only guess at, and they may tell you things that could make you hurt or fear," the spider warned, but Harry did not want to hear it. He wanted the truth and he would get it. Aragog assumed as such and looked over the journal. His voice rang through the night as all tried to listen to his words. "The spiders have helped as much as they can, and they have given me a pathway directly to what I seek. However, again, I know the one person who can help me will resist until I am recognized as worthy. I resent needing their help, and if they ever find out I know about what they have been doing to my family, then I will be killed. It is a dangerous game, and I know there is a power behind the person responsible. A power that needs to be tamed, or my goal for a safe world for my son will never be achieved." It was nearly dawn by the time Harry left the forest. He was tired, but his mind was alive with knowledge. Aragog had told him a lot of things, and he also revealed the identity of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. A basilisk, a giant snake thousands of years old, and all spiders feared it. To Harry it added up. He could hear it because he could speak to snakes in the same way he could speak to spiders. It also meant maybe part of the journal was in Parsleytongue, but the bad thing was only the snake could read it. So he had to negotiate with a giant snake that was going to end well, as Draco would say. "You're late." The boy's voice sliced through the air like a knife, and Harry jumped. It was dark and he was close to the castle, but Draco's voice was unmistakable, and suddenly Crabbe, Goyle and Draco appeared in the clearing. They did not look pleased. "We told you not to go." Draco sighed sadly, but Harry got the idea that he was not sad due him going. Something else had happened. Crabbe and Goyle were looking at the ground too. "It's bad news," Draco confirmed without his usual traces of sarcasm and irony. No, his voice was quiet and almost hoarse. "What's going on?" Harry asked, obviously worried. Whatever was going on was very bad indeed. "They got the girls," Draco supplied, and Harry's eyes widened in fear. Later, Hermione, Luna and Cho were all laid out on the beds. All were petrified and were found on the 3rd floor. It was as if they had gone for a midnight walk and had found something. All girls seemed blank, as if they knew what had attacked them and were determined not to show fear or were trying to find a way out. Harry would have said something if not for the teachers surrounding the bed. "Where were you?" Dumbledore asked. Obviously, when they had been found, Dumbledore sworn to find his prime suspect, and when they had realized Harry was missing, it just gave the man more of an excuse. "I went for a walk," Harry responded, knowing he had no excuse. This was bad. "Why?" McGonagall asked. Harry did not need to look into her mind to know she was conflicted. On one hand, she had stopped trusting Dumbledore's judgment when she met Lucy, but there was a lot of evidence pointing Harry's way. "I was feeling stressed," Harry responded. It was the first thing he could think of. "I see. Harry, you must admit that this does not look good for you," Dumbledore murmured, but Harry saw a sadistic gleam in his eye. He was enjoying beating Harry, and at the moment he was. "And yet I didn't do it," Harry told the man with sheer ice in his voice. The room was suddenly very cold and the lights flickered. "Harry, is there anything you wish to tell us?" Snape asked gently. He did not believe it was Harry. Ever since last year when they had argued, he viewed the boy with something akin to trust. He doubted this was Harry, but he had no evidence, while Dumbledore had something. "No," was all Harry said, and the old man nodded. "I see. You 4 are excused from morning classes and you may visit Miss Lovegood, Chong and Granger, but I will be looking over this matter very carefully." Dumbledore informed them, wanting to seem grandfatherly but also so Harry would detect the threat in his voice. Then the teachers left the room and Harry glared at Dumbledore's back. They found out, Harry realized when he saw the mirror. Judging from the glittery metal, it was Cho's, but it was cracked and separated into 3 pieces. They had been using the piece because when they found out about the basilisk, they became targets. Someone had been following them and had set the monster on them. They had tried to get back to the dormitories and had been intercepted. Harry suspected they had gone to the library, but it didn't really matter. "Can you do anything?" Draco asked hopefully, but Harry shook his head. His powers worked on the mind, not the body. "So what do we know? We know what the monster is, we know someone is framing us. Well, now it's only you, but we also know that your mother wrote a journal in different languages. You can speak to snakes, so maybe part of the journal is in snake language. Now I don't know about you, but I don't think most garden snakes can read, so if she wanted to learn to write in Parsleytongue, then I think a 2,000-year-old snake would be best," Draco announced, suddenly putting the pieces together. Harry's eyes lit up. "So maybe she knew where the chamber is, but unless we can read the journal we have no clue." Harry sighed, realizing the only lead they had was wrapped in a language they couldn't read. 1 week later. For Harry, the Quidditch game was going to be his escape. He had been questioned all week by various people and had ignored them all. He, Draco, Crabbe and Goyle had been poring through books looking for anything connected to the chamber. They had found nothing, and so the game today was going to be his escape. "Okay people, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this well," Michael announced strictly. The Quidditch captain had not even mentioned the chamber to him and had left one of his star players alone. He mourned the loss of Cho and grumbled about their temporary replacement was awful, but nothing else could be done. The game against Gryffindor had to go well, and Harry had some person incentive. They had a new seeker, and it happened to be Ron Weasley. So when the infuriating boy appeared on the pitch, Harry gritted his teeth and ascended into the air. Soon he lost himself in ducking and dodging through the chasers, grabbing the quaffle whenever he could and scoring with it. Soon Ravenclaw were up 90 points. Ron turned out to be a thoroughly incompetent seeker, and Harry wondered if he had been given the position in exchange for something else. "Lost without your seeker," Ron taunted, suddenly zooming above him. Harry swerved away, but the boy persisted. Instead of doing what he actually was supposed to, he followed Harry and continued with occasional insults, but then he said something interesting. "Well, I suppose snakes always lose in the end. You should have been a Gryffindor, but as you're a," he continued, but the word snake suddenly sparked something in Harry's mind. Dumbledore had been involved with Ron from the start, trying to get him to be friends with him. Unlike Dumbledore, his mind was weak, and if Harry wanted to find out what he boy, then all he needed to do was. Harry scanned his memories, his thoughts, and then he struck gold, and in one moment he saw a book that Ron had seen Arthur Weasley give to Ginny. The sister Harry had seen at the station, and the same girl who had been trying to work up the nerve to talk to him, but even in memory his inner Dementor could sense something was in that diary. It was alive, or part of a soul was contained within, and Harry suddenly realized that it was not this foolish boy he needed to find out about, it was the girl. Then before he could think further he saw a bludger soaring towards him at twice the normal speed. He dived out of the way, but it had not been aimed at him. No, someone had targeted Ron, and the round ball narrowly missed his head before spinning round to attack again. "Duck," Harry told the boy sternly, not wanting to allow his death. Ron, however, froze in fear, and the crowd watched with bated breath as the ball edged closer to him. Harry had no choice and extended his arm. "Ah!" Ron cried out as a force he had experienced once before knocked him off the broom. The bludger which would have killed him missed, and Harry sent that away with a second wave of power. Then, with no idea as to why he was helping Ron, he grabbed the Weasley by the collar and dropped him on the ground. He was unhurt except for his pride and dignity. Teachers rushed over to him, but most just looked at Harry. To some he was now a hero, but to others he had shown another power. A power overlooked by his ability to fly, but wandless magic was a feat, and some were now sure he was the heir. Dumbledore looked surprised and conflicted, but there was one face who did not show any of these emotions. The person behind the stands who had realized what Harry was doing to Ron's mind. A person who knew what the moronic boy may have overheard, but what angered the person most was that Harry Potter saved Ron Weasley. Later. "So we have a suspect," Draco stated as Harry explained to the three what he had found out. Without the girls they had lost their usual chemistry. Draco did not make as many comments because there was no one to respond to them in the same way. Crabbe and Goyle did not speak as much, and Harry too felt the incompleteness of them all. "Yes we do," Harry confirmed. They were walking towards the Gryffindor common room, knowing she would be in or around the area, and if need be they would break in. Harry had no time to think, but all he knew was a soul contained in a book was a Horcrux. During the Wizarding War, Azkaban had been used to store vast amounts of evidence due to the overwhelming amount of it. Once he had found some of the evidence, and one item was a large black book. Long story short, it had ended with Harry being grounded for a few weeks and Lucy burning the book, but last night when Aragog mentioned the Horcrux bond, it had got him thinking. A man like Voldemort wanted immortality, and perhaps that was how he had decided to do it. It was a theory, but that knowledge was now driving him towards that book, and hopefully that would lead him to the chamber. So how are we intending to get in? Draco wondered as they approached the portrait, who looked at all of them with disapproval. Harry looked to the left with a slightly apologetic look. Then he turned to see a man with shiny blonde hair marching down the corridor. "You didn't," Draco hissed, but Harry waved to Lockhart, who beamed. He obviously thought this was some kind of way of mentoring Harry. "Also, Harry, you ready to do this?" he asked in a smug, self-satisfied way. Harry had told him that a student was keeping a very dark object in their possession and he thought it was the heir. Lockhart had seen a way to help Harry and either get credit for finding a dark student or claim he was trying to mentor Harry, and the boy had got the wrong student. That was if he was wrong. Harry nodded. The man said a few words to the portrait, who moved aside. "Okay, then maybe we should." Lockhart began, but he never managed to finish. He was intending to go first and deal with the student, but Harry however spoiled his plans and did not wait for the man he had tricked. Instead he shot through the portrait hole and into the lion's den, so to speak. If he had cared even for a moment he would have admired the common room, but instead he ignored both the room and the shocked students. His feet did not touch the floor, and the stairs, which would have collapsed for any boy, had no effect on him, and he instead walked into the girls' dormitory. Only one person was in there, and they were looking at him with wide, terrified eyes. It was not Ginny, but he could see the book on her bed, the book which had all the answers, and he reached for it. However, the moment his fingers touched the soft leather cover he felt as if a rope had been tied to his hands. His inner self was hungry and was propelling him forward, while whatever was in the diary was pulling him in. The soul inside had no idea what it was getting into, but for the first time he welcomed it. He did something he never thought he would do. He dived straight into the trap headfirst, knowing with certainty it was a trap. "So the great Harry Potter joins me tonight, does he not? I had wanted to meet you for some time." A low, masculine voice filled the air of where he was. Here was a dark, seemingly endless corridor with doors leading off into every direction. This was the physical representation of what Harry saw when he entered people's minds. This, however, was no mind. This was a soul, and specifically a Horcrux, something dark and vile which didn't just turn his stomach, it riled it up, and Harry knew that by being here he was risking a lot. The landscape was made up of a soul and he could devour it with a mere thought, but he would risk emerging from the diary a monster and trapping himself down here. "Who are you?" Harry asked, and his voice was echoed through the halls 1,000 times before the noise ceased. It was a mind game whatever soul fragment in this place was playing, and Harry was determined to win. So he took a step forward, and the force of 1,000 winds threw him back. The twisting corridor grew longer and the doors became uncountable as he flew. He wondered if he would float here forever, but even this mere thought was enough to pull him back to his feet, so thoughts controlled this place. "I have been hoping to meet you for some time. The girl was most useful in finding out about you, and it seems you have a number of qualities a man of my position would find interesting." The silky smooth voice rang out again, and Harry wondered what Ginny Weasley knew. She was obviously being tricked by this thing, but she didn't know everything about him, meaning he had a slight advantage over his enemy, but it was not a major one. "Who are you?" Harry demanded aloud, knowing the voice could hear. The voice existed through this entire realm after all. "You already know, a man who you have fought twice, and yet each time you have come out on top. You know who I am and you don't even need to ask." The voice sounded almost angry. "Voldemort," Harry confirmed to himself. It made sense, the heir of Slytherin. Voldemort was the person most into the pureblood crap in this world, and he was obviously petrified of death. But to reduce yourself to Horcruxes was something else entirely. "Is that arrogance I detected there?" Harry asked suddenly. "I am not arrogant. I am the greatest wizard of all time, and I will not stoop to your petty levels. You are a child and I am the heir of Salazar Slytherin." The voice rebuffed, and Harry smiled to himself. Now he knew how to get this guy really wound up. "Oh really? Because to be it seemed like Ginny Weasley was doing all the work. Can anyone get into your chamber?" he asked suddenly. Then the endless corridor began to shake through Voldemort's rage. "She was in my possession, she was nothing but a host." The voice cried with outrage echoing through the air. Harry say, "A golden opportunity. So you went willingly into the body of a Weasley. Does that mean you have some blood traitor in you?" Harry demanded, and the landscape really did explode them. The halls broke up and the door exploded into splinters. Harry was suddenly being hit from all directions, and then he was falling downwards, and the endless corridor was gone. It had never even existed, but now there was only light. You thought you could beat me with words. You abilities are obviously meaningless, and you, the weak-minded child you will always be. The voice spat nastily as Harry fell. Then he was hit by a mental jolt of pain, and suddenly Harry felt himself falling in a much different sense. There is nothing for you now. You will exist in here with me for an eternity, the voice taunted gently, but then a ripple of surprise went through the air. Something strange was happening to Harry. His eyes were now gently glowing with black, and then he was gone. His body was gone. What? The voice began, obviously confused, but then a much darker voice filled the air, and it made the voice of Tom Riddle seem friendly. You underestimated me. A mistake I think you will regret for the rest of your miserable existence. Meanwhile, Draco, Crabbe and Goyle piled into the room once Lockhart worked out how to disarm the security around the girls' dormitory. They had found Harry gone and one girl gaping at a book lying on the bed. What happened? Draco asked, and for once there was no anti-Slytherin remarks from the girl, but instead she turned to him. He fell into that book. She gave a senseless answer, but then Draco felt a familiar cold course through him. It had been over a year, but he recognized it. Boys out, he ordered, and Lockhart moved to question but then he paled. The diary lying on the bed exploded in shining white light, and a boy was thrown out of it. He looked 16 and would have been handsome if not for the look of fear carved into his face. No, he cried, and then a dark cloud erupted from the diary and swarmed him. He was gone before he could even blink. Run, Draco advised, and for the first time Lockhart shut and followed his student from the room as a swarm of darkness gathered. They were at the bottom of the stairs when it broke through. It passed through the gaps in the door like smoke, and as Draco led the group into the common room it followed. Draco knew that was Harry, but he also knew that his friend had no control over this and was not thinking of how to stop it but more thinking of how to get the hell away from it. Okay, everyone out. You're all in danger, he cried to the Gryffindors, who looked at him blankly. Oh please, the only danger here is you slimy snakes. Ron Weasley snorted a few seconds before the black swarm burst through the doors and cries filled the air. Run, Draco ordered. The swarm was not targeting anyone, but when it spread out and touched the students they fell to the floor. They were acting as lifelines to the monster, and while inside Harry was fighting for control, he was not in a good position. Then a monster's eye looked over the fleeing students and surged forward. Hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey could not explain it, but Cho Chang had started twitching. It was as if her mind was demanding she do something, but her body was refusing. A few seconds after she stared, Miss Lovegood followed, and eventually Miss Granger did the same. She could feel a certain warmth in the air as they moved, and it was unlike the strange coursing ice that was in the air moments before. No, it was a happier feeling, the opposite of a Dementor in a way. Ha! Saint, Cho murmured to herself. She had strength, but from where? Madame Pomfrey could not say, and she did not have time to query further, for suddenly she heard screams from outside. Cho suddenly started convulsing violently, and while she had a duty of care, Pomfrey was more focused on the screaming and promptly left the room. Stop, Harry, Cho begged suddenly, and her voice was joined by two others as warmth combated the cold. Second floor. How had he become this? This was a new form to him, and never had his inner Dementor self changed or made decisions against his will. This was new, and it took the form of this giant swarm of black which was slicing through the air, knocking out everyone it touched. 100 students were on the floor. They were not dead or soulless, and Harry found himself wondering, not for the first time, if this other self was conscious. It would explain a lot, and he had already devoured Tom Riddle's soul and taken on all that he knew, but his desire around ghosts and souls could be explained by him literally having two sides. One built on reason, which was him, and the only on instinct, and it was fighting against his control every step of the way. Each student's was a lifeline, and each lifeline was a barrier to him regaining control, and he felt helpless for the first time. Maybe he was a monster. He would have dwelled on this for a long time if not for the sudden surge of power ripping through his body. His true form rebelled, but Harry cut the students free, and each awoke with nothing more than a headache, the feeling they had been plunged into icy water. It was a miscalculation, as the fight for dominance caused his true form to lose all grace, agility and flight. Harry had no idea why, but knew he crashed into his friends and Lockhart, and they somehow became attached to this body which went crashing into a corridor and towards the place this entire adventure started. His last memory before passing out was smashing through some sinks and seeing a long tunnel below. Lockhart was screaming as he fell down the hole and Draco was hanging on to the edge with Crabbe and Goyle already falling down into what he now knew was the Chamber of Secrets. Later, Harry had no idea when he awoke, but Draco was gone and the bathroom was exactly the same other than his friends being gone, and it was unlikely they would search for him. He felt like crying. He had gone on a rampage through the school, and while no one was hurt he almost killed hundreds of people. You can't give up. A voice appeared in his mind, and at first he thought it was Lucy who must have felt him change. You can't, Harry. It was not her voice, but he knew the voice. Cho. Harry questioned, wondering if this was an illusion of the mind. Luna answered his question. Anzus, but we are currently nowhere, to be honest, and somehow she even rambled while in a coma. Harry, we know, it wasn't your fault. No one can blame you, and no one saw you. No one saw you change, and people will think that it is the monster of the chamber, but we both know that the real monster is down there with Draco, Crabbe and Goyle. Only you can do this, Harry, Hermione told him gently, and he felt somewhat reassured. You can do it. I know how you must feel, but you have to. I believe in you. Luna and Hermione believe in you, and currently Draco, Crabbe and Goyle believe in you. Go on, Cho told him, and Harry took a breath. They were right, this was no time for regret, he had to save them, and maybe there was something else. The basilisk knew Parsletong, and maybe if it was down there then maybe it could be reasoned with. It was a chance and the odds were stacked firmly against them, but sometimes in life you don't have much of a choice. I believe in you, another voice gently whispered, and he knew who it was. Lucy was with him every step of the way, and at the moment there was nothing else she could do but support him, and then he looked down at the hole. The tunnel to the Chamber of Secrets, and then without pausing to think twice he leapt into the great unknown once more. The tunnel stretched down for miles, and by the time Harry's eyes adjusted to the darkness he had stopped moving, and his feet were now resting on what felt like 1,000 skeletons compressed into a landing. He looked down and found quickly he was not far from the truth. Centuries of decay had created a corpse of a welcome mat for the monster. Draco, Crabbe, Goyle. Harry whispered aloud, and the echo carried all around the chamber. He waited a few moments, but there was no answer, until he turned and was faced by a pale face with the color seemingly bleached out of it. He had seen something terrifying, all right, something that had destroyed his usual charisma and ego, at least for now. Harry. Lockhart realized suddenly, looking at the boy who jumped back in fright. He had been cowering in a corner all this time, waiting for someone to come down and rescue him. Professor, Harry greeted slightly coolly. There was no point in acting as if he liked him down here. The truth was he did not like the man, but at the moment he was his only lead. You came for me. You can fly us out of here, he announced triumphantly, as if that had been his idea all along. What happened to Draco and Harry questioned, and the blond man looked nervous. His eyes were once more alive with fear. When I woke up, someone was dragging them out of the room. Someone hooded, and they radiated black. I hid away so I could escape and bring this person to justice. He tried to replace his fear with charisma, and in the darkness of the chamber Harry lost his patience. The air was colder, and Lockhart started to shake as Harry's person chill dug into his bones. Enough, he hissed. I know you're a fraud. I know you were scared, and I also understand, but this crap about you trying to help people has to stop. Now I'm going after my friends, and you can either stay here and cower away until I come back, or you can come with me and actually live up to your books. You can show the world that you are a brave man, and the next time you write it will be true. Harry faced the man off for a few seconds, and as he expected, the man shrank away, unmoving. I can't. Okay, you're right, I'm not a hero, I'm a man who can write. I want to go home. I want to write and be anywhere else than this chamber, but here I am, and you're the only person who can help me. Lockhart whimpered in something reminiscent of a sob. I'm not like Dumbledore, I'm not like any of the heroes, and I'm not like you. I'm scared of what's out there, and I'm scared what's going to happen to me if I go after that hooded nightmare. I just can't. He broke off, and Harry felt a stab of pity for the man. If he wasn't a liar and a fraud he would have helped him, but Harry had bigger problems. Everyone's scared of something. You think I want to go into this chamber? Do you think I enjoy it? I'm going to save my friend, and because I couldn't live with myself if I let him die, now I'm going after them. Feel free to join me. Harry sighed, turning away, knowing the man would be of no help today. The man did nothing, and Harry turned away for the last time. He had wondered for a second if he had gotten through to Lockhart, but there were limits to even his powers. It would have been nice to have company in this place. Please don't leave, Lockhart cried. Harry ignored him. If you were half the man you say you are, then you would follow me, he sighed. If you go after them, then you'll die too, Lockhart warned, trying one last time, but Harry found himself not listening. Lockhart had shown who he really was and Harry wanted no part of it. So he progressed through the chamber, and only when he came to one chamber with a giant snakeskin laying on the floor did he stop. So the monster was a basilisk, and that meant he was in trouble. He had eyes, and if he looked directly at the monster, what he did. He had no idea, and it was something he wished to try. Not now or ever. But then he saw Draco's face as he was chased by a black swarm through the castle. He knew he had to go onward. Draco, Crabbe and Goyle had stood by him all year, and he would not let them rot down here. Don't worry, we'd get eaten by the basilisk long before we rotted. He could hear Draco's witty remark in his mind, and despite everything he smiled. Then he saw the opening to the chamber. Parsletong, he deduced by looking at the snakes on the wall, and then he reached inside himself. Aragog had said the power was within him, and he hoped the old spider was right. He needed the old spider to be right. The soul of Tom Riddle was in him, and he knew everything that it knew, so maybe he had picked up something else along the way, something that unlocked his inner abilities perhaps. Open, he ordered, and he heard a slight hiss in his voice, something that echoed in the air, and sure enough the snake guarding the door moved. It slid around the small covering and unlocked it, then it swung open and Harry walked inside. Snake statues overlooked a pathway leading to a giant bust of Slytherin himself. Its giant vacant eyes looked strange, but Harry's eye was drawn to the 3 altars before the bust. 3 bodies being offered to the statue, but the 3 bodies took the form of Draco, Crabbe and Goyle. He knew it was a trap, but despite himself he moved forward, and then he was knocked back by a great force unlike anything else he had ever felt. So this was it was like to be on the receiving end of one of these things. Sloppy, a voice crooned from afar. It was slightly high-pitched and yet underlined with something else, something that reminded Harry of pain, a croakiness. Who are you? He demanded to the opening air, then he was flung into one of the snake statues. What being enters my chamber? A voice asked in his mind as he tasted something akin to blood in his mouth. He had no time to ask, as suddenly he was flying through the air again, but this time he regained himself and dodged another wave of energy. This person was powerful, more powerful than him, and he quickly spun round and fired waves of power in all directions. He realized too late that this was his most potent weapon, and it was nothing compared to what this person had. So this dragon has fangs, the figure mocked, and it was almost pride Harry detected from his invisible assailant. He turned in time to see a black light throw him into a wall and hold him there. It clutched his throat and tightened around his chest as he tried everything he could in order to escape. Nothing was working in it. Then he realized that he could not save himself this time. You are not of this race, are you? No, you are not a serpent, but you are not human either, the other mental voice elaborated as the dark light tried to choke him. He could see a flicker of light and he threw a wave of energy at it. The light stopped and Harry smiled when he realized he hit whoever this was. Yes, something else. Something that escapes even my perception, but I see you are in trouble, young one. But what from? You may consider yourself powerful, but you are a child compared to me. Suddenly Harry was hit by a physical fist, then another. His attacker was invisible. Well, 2 could play at that game. Nice try. The voice was slightly more feminine now, but it was still underlined with pain, as if whoever it was had experienced or was still experiencing great pain. Harry was hit by another wave of energy and another statue exploded as his body made contact with it. His head was hit by waves of pain and his body fell to the ground. Who are you? He demanded darkly, refusing to be afraid of this figure, this clearly more powerful figure who seemed to delight in torturing him. There was no response, only laughter. Yes, the Dark One foreseen in the end of times exists here. That can only mean. Harry suddenly was hit by a jet of black lighting which made him feel like white-hot knives were ripping him apart. Yes, a little something I cooked up, the figure hissed gently as it hit Harry with another round of lightning. He cried out in pain, and for a second he was doing well not to cry. Then he was hit by another round and suddenly his body was arching out of control and there was nothing he could do, nothing whatsoever. I must help you, the voice inside his head decided, but it was not it which acted in that moment. The figure moved to hit Harry again with an even more powerful torrent of lighting when it was hit by the weight of a middle-aged man who had made the first good choice in his life. Get off him, Lockhart demanded. He had entered the chamber. He had decided Harry was right, and while he was also concerned as to what the press would say, he decided that fear would not rule his life any longer. Then he was knocked back by the same pain the monster had hit Harry with. He would never know why he changed his mind and would have no time to elaborate or discuss why. Lockhart knew in that moment he was going to die, but in some bizarre way he had done some good before he died. Hopefully that would be enough. That would be enough to leave his mark, and it would be a real mark this time, not fake real. So the coward acts. What a profound effect you have, Harry Potter. First a Death Eater repents and now this. A coward acts in defiance of power. Clearly the last mistake he will ever make. The figure cackled as the bust of Slytherin exploded in a giant snake. The great basilisk had acted and Harry scrambled out of range as it charged forward. Stone chunks flew everywhere and the stone eyes of Salazar Slytherin fell to the floor. No, the figure hissed in Parsleytongue, but the monster did not stop. It had broken free of control, and as the figure tired to jump, Lockhart pulled at her robe and caught the glimpse of scarred burnt flesh before he was hit by a giant snake and pierced on a giant fang. The figure was sent to the floor, bones broken, blood running down her body like a river, and she looked up and met Harry's gaze. There he saw deep burning green eyes like something out of a horror film. They were the eyes of a monster, and whatever enchantment on the veil to stop people seeing them had failed. They were glowing green, and he saw the briefest illumination of charred flesh and then nothing as the figure vanished and he lapsed into darkness. I am here to help you, son of darkness, but know this is not the last pain you will feel. You will go through much worse towards the end. Towards that final end. When Harry awoke he was back in the chamber. The battle that had taken place only hours before seemed almost like a distant memory. The pain had gone as soon as it had appeared, and the figure attacking him was gone. However, something stirred, and the moment he picked himself up off the cold chamber floor it spoke. "Hello, Harry Potter," it greeted in a soft feminine voice. Harry looked around and saw the basilisk by the now destroyed bust of Slytherin. It did not want to face him, as one look into its eyes would most likely kill Harry Potter. The great snake did not want that. "You saved me," Harry stated, remembering the snake exploding from its sanctuary, killing Lockhart, who had proved somewhat brave during his final moments. Harry doubted the man had intended to help him. He probably came hoping Harry would save him, but he ended up doing something much different, and even though Harry knew he was a fraud, he felt some kind of respect for the man. I sensed you pain, and that was something else behind your human aroma, something that I have never seen before. So Harry Potter, what are you?" the basilisk asked gently, and Harry, feeling gratitude to the thing that saved his life, answered. "I'm part Dementor." That, however, was the only explanation he could give because he did not know what else he was. The basilisk decided that this was good enough. "I see, you showed great strength against the monster, great strength indeed. You managed to fight even though it was causing you pain. You managed to overcome fear, and for that I commend you," it announced softly as it slid slightly closer to Harry, but its head was set firmly away from Harry. "What was that thing?" Harry demanded, suddenly remembering the figure's charred flesh and burning green eyes that did not seem fully human. "The monster, something that has been corrupted fully and entirely by desire and hate. Once it was a good person hoping to change the world, and then 4 words changed their life forever. A battle seemed to be good and evil occurred, and the monster was disfigured, became something it never thought possible, and only one person still knew they existed. You would do well to fear the monster, for it has powers that even I can only guess at," the basilisk explained slowly, and Harry could sense the snake's voice was layered with both contempt and anger. "It was controlling you through Ginny Weasley." Harry realized, he had absorbed a fragment of the soul of Tom Riddle, and the moment that happened he gained the fragment's power. He became the heir of Slytherin. That was ironic in a lot of ways. "Yes, but when you came to save your friends, the monster lost all power over me. I realized soon after you arrived, and I think I enacted revenge in a very direct way," the basilisk almost chuckled in a sadistic way, as it reveled in victory over this monster. "What happened to my friends?" Harry asked, suddenly remembering Draco, Crabbe and Goyle laid out as offerings. He did not see them now. "They are safe. They were placed in a deep sleep by the monster, and if not for your arrival they would have been devoured. They are currently outside the inner sanctum and will awaken very shortly, but first we have time to talk," the great snake soothed gently, knowing Harry was getting distressed over the disappearance of his friends. "Talk about what?" Harry asked suddenly, and if the basilisk opened its mouth slowly in what resembled a smile, then almost in a comforting way it spoke again. "You carried round your mother's journal. It is in your pocket now unless I am mistaken," it hissed, and Harry looked shocked. It was true, he had indeed carried it round with him since he found it. He was paranoid that someone would find or steal it, so had kept it in his inside pocket. He reached for it as to confirm to the basilisk it was true. I don't suppose you can translate, he began awkwardly, not knowing if the only thing could help him would indeed do so. I can, and I will. I never met your mother, I was hibernating and yet I sensed her. She was wise and powerful and the monster would have found an enemy in her if they had ever met. They did not and she died before she had the chance. The basilisk sounded almost remorseful but Harry was only half listening. He instead opened the book to the page he suspected was in Parseltongue and showed it to the great snake. It is an earlier entry, most likely when she was still at school, but anyway it reads like this. Something happened. It's been around 2 weeks since I met Aragog and he has helped in so many ways. However, I'm suddenly feeling more alert and aware. I seem to know when people are coming my way and what they're intending to do. I managed to avoid Potter's gang at least 10 times this week alone and I didn't even see them until I was well out the way. It is almost like I've gained another sense. Maybe Aragog knows more, but I'll have to wait a while before seeing him again. His children still want to eat me. I suppose I'll have to wait and see until I can find a good moment. I think I should tell Sev about this. I know people think he's going dark, but I hope he can help. I've always trusted him and maybe he knows more about this than me. It was a short entry but it revealed a lot. Snape may have information about all this and also it was proof his mother was like him. Like he took on Dementor characteristics when he met Lucy, she took on the senses of a spider when she met Aragog. However, once the great snake had finished reading it looked at Harry for a few long seconds. Interesting, very interesting. It is time for me to go back to sleep. I have caused enough harm these past few months and I will release all those who looked into me once I am asleep. I am sorry, Harry, for hurting your friends, it began. It wasn't your fault. Harry began, but the snake growled and cut him off. In some ways it was. I should have resisted more, but regardless it is time for me to sleep. A long sleep I think it will be. It was a pleasure meeting you, Harry Potter, and I hope our paths cross again. It told him, and before Harry could protest it slithered away and the giant bust of Slytherin pulled itself back together in an instant. It was like it had never been damaged at all. 1 week later. So you destroyed most of the castle, attacked a few hundred students, went into the chamber, fought a monster that isn't the monster of the chamber and then woke up before speaking to a giant snake. You had one hell of a day, Cho commented as Harry finished explaining the events the girls missed. They had just been released from the hospital wing and all were once again in the second-floor bathroom, and surprisingly their potion had remained intact when Harry had smashed into the bathroom and torn the chamber entrance open. You were asleep through it all, Draco commented dryly. The moment the basilisk went back to sleep the victims had woken up. The explanation, as Harry understood it, was when a person saw the reflection of the basilisk's eyes they were connected to it. So when it let go they had woken up, but when someone looked into its eyes directly they were killed, so didn't wake up. This was mostly guesswork, but Harry was in no hurry to speak to it again. He had only just managed to escape being a suspect. The teachers thought the giant swarm thing was the monster in the chamber and had been preparing to go after it when Harry flew up with his friends in a very dead Lockhart. He told them he had killed it and for some reason they accepted this without question and hadn't bothered to check. Instead they rebuilt the entrance and gave him an award for services to the school. So were you, Luna pointed out, and Draco suddenly went a bit quiet. However, they were not here to argue, they were here to finally take the Animagi potion. We are sure that's not poison, right? Draco asked suddenly. R1 no, your potion yes, Cho remarked, annoyed that he was back to making comments while he was happy she was there to respond to his usual comments. So the status quo had largely returned to normal. Don't worry, I put enough cyanide in to kill 8 men, Hermione smiled, handing one of the 6 vials she had to each member of the group. They had all put a drop of blood in. It was personal to them and was one of the less disgusting items they could have put in. Everyone got checked for AIDS, right? Draco wondered and was met by 6 pairs of angry eyes. Something you want to tell us, Draco? Luna wondered, knowing how that particularly disease could be passed around. Everyone but Draco cracked up at this. Okay, 1-3, Hermione began grabbing her vial, then she counted slowly. 1, 2. While your knowledge on numbers is impressive, could we hurry up? Draco commented before he was punched by Cho. 3. The moment she said the word the group downed their vials, and waited. Then Harry's vision flickered and suddenly he felt smaller. No, he was smaller, and for some reason his eyes seemed wider. Anyone else feel like they're smaller? Draco's voice asked. Well, at least Harry knew the mental connections Cho theorized were true. Great, give her the Nobel Prize, but could someone tell me why I'm on all fours? Draco responded to Harry's thoughts quickly. Perhaps because you're a fox. Cho suggested, connecting herself to what could only be described as mental Wi-Fi. Harry, with all your mental power, you compare a magical connection to Wi-Fi, something you get free in Muggle coffee shops. Could you perhaps find a better analogy? It seemed Draco reading your thoughts was a downside to being an animagus. Anyone big enough to eat Draco? Harry wondered mentally as he looked around. Then he saw Crabbe and Goyle. Crabbe had become a black bear and Goyle was a brown one. We'll give it a shot, Crabbe confirmed, nodding at Goyle with his snout. Remember, use your front canine teeth to really get the flesh off, Luna interrupted. She had become a snow wolf. Cho flapped into view as a swan and did give Luna a worried look. She was a bird and Luna was a bigger and hopefully not hungry predator. Harry examined himself. He was a raven, it seemed, and he was relived. The bird commanded some respect, though he was smaller than the two bears, which he hoped would not get hungry. I see how much trust you have in us, Goyle announced with mock hurt. You just threatened to eat me, Draco pointed out, but received no answer. Instead, a hare hopped around the room. Hermione? Cho inquired. No, some hare just wandered into a bathroom which happened to be involved in animal transformations, Draco commented before Hermione even had a chance to answer. Roast fox for sale, Cho responded. It is me, by the way, Hermione confirmed. She was a hare, quick, agile, and someone who could outpace and outsmart Draco. Hey, Draco protested. If you're exposed to our thoughts, trust me, our thoughts on you are never anything other than let's murder him. Cho warned him. Draco's thoughts pretty much told the group he denied this. True, Harry agreed. Yep, Luna joined in. Definitely, Hermione confessed. Agreed, Goyle announced. Of course, Crabbe finished. Slowly but surely the year was coming to an end. Everyone believed the monster in the chamber was dead and Harry was in the clear. Quidditch had returned to normal, and other than the various trips to the second-floor bathroom to test their animagus forms, the group had largely continued as normal. However, that all changed one afternoon about a week before the end-of-term feast. Draco had forgotten his potion book and rushed back to get it. Snape had already left, and to ensure he wasn't caught, Draco decided to work in the dark. Moving his way to his desk had proved easy enough, but it took him less than 2 minutes before tripping over a cauldron and falling to the floor, something that may have saved his life because it got him out of sight for one crucial second. I warned you, a voice hissed in a croaky whine as the door burst open. Draco scrambled to see who it was and saw a hooded figure forcing someone to the table. I tried, someone else was trying to explain as Draco quietly slipped into a cupboard, hoping he would not be found. No, you failed. You little girl didn't even get into the damn chamber in time. I was in there and now the boy knows me. Do you have any idea what you have done? The figure spat, tightening its grip on what Draco now saw was Molly Weasley's throat. What the hell was she doing here? It wasn't the end of term, nor was her children in any trouble. No one actually knew Ginny Weasley was involved with the chamber as far as Draco knew, so what was going on? Please, Molly spluttered, obviously terrified of this person. Draco suspected that this was the same hooded monster Harry mentioned in the chamber and knew he did not want to go anywhere near it. If it could beat Harry half to death, then what could it do to him? I lost my sense of mercy years ago, the figure croaked nastily. Molly was suddenly alive with fear and writing about in a vain effort to escape her attacker. Albus won't help you. The fool made me what I am, and I am infinitely more powerful than he will ever be. Now give me one reason why I shouldn't decorate the floor with your blood, was the figure's response, and Molly whimpered in fear as a clawed hand tightened around her throat. She looked into a pair of deathly glowing green ones. Then she was flying into a wall and blasted with jets of black lighting. She screamed silently as all air was cut from her lungs, and then she was allowed to breathe. I still have use for you, but you will not be trusted again. Your daughter will never marry Harry Potter and you will never have his money. You will die poor and alone like the rest of your family. Know that, the figure crooned softly as the woman's face fell from fear to rage. I deserve, she began indignantly, thinking she was in the clear, but her protests were followed by another round of lightning and once again she tried and failed to scream. You deserve nothing, be thankful I permitted you to live, now go. The figure roared and Draco tried to shield his eyes from the lightning. It caused things to fall. The lightning stopped and the figure turned towards the cupboard where Draco was hiding. Now what was that? It asked gently, gliding through the air towards the cupboard. Is someone eavesdropping? I hope not, because the punishment would be a slow agonizing death if I found them. So I do hope if someone was listening they would show themselves and spare the pain awaiting them. It continued in an almost motherly voice, but it was filled with cruelty and pain. Draco looked around for something to hide in or a way to escape and found nothing. Then he remembered. The figure then threw the cupboard doors open to find not a student, just a few dropped glass vials and a dead fox. The figure assumed Snape was harvesting ingredients and closed the door. Frustrated, it gave Molly Weasley one last zap. You thought that was pain. That was nothing compared to what I went through. Now leave. It commanded angrily, and the woman vanished in black smoke. The figure gave the class one last long look before vanishing in a huff. Great Hall. Do you ever get the feeling something bad is about to happen? Hermione wondered aloud to Cho, who was sitting next to her. Harry looked up from his book and helped himself to another sandwich. Yes, every time Draco opens his mouth, was her snarky response as she noticed the blonde boy run into the hall. They were waiting for him, Luna, Crabbe and Goyle, who were around the castle after finishing their various classes. However, Draco did seem a bit worried or scared, maybe both. I've got the feeling, she announced dryly, looking up as Draco sat down. He looked shaken and Harry put the paper down, looking perplexed. Draco's explanation shocked them all. Black lightning? Harry asked, and Draco nodded in confirmation. It's the same person, he confirmed, looking worried. The only thing that had ever beaten him was in the castle, and he quickly looked around to ensure it wasn't going to pop up behind him. Great, so we have a psychopathic monster roaming the school, Cho sighed, looking almost annoyed more than scared. Another one. Hermione smiled. We can deal with it next year. I mean, last year it was Quirrell and this year it was a giant snake, only one problem a year. Why don't you deal with this one? I mean, you were asleep through the whole basilisk thing, so you can deal with the creepy guy, Draco suggested, feeling more himself now the shock had worn off. No, Cho responded blandly, picking at her food. Besides, this guy thing whatever has been around all year, so let's just live and let live until next year. Do we have one crazy adventure a year? Harry inquired aloud. Yes, how about next year we do something more simple? I mean, this year we were finding a hidden chamber and chatting to giant spiders. How about we do something more simple? Find a dog maybe, or some kind of weak human being. Draco asked aloud. Draco, knowing our luck, the dog would be 50 feet tall and the weak person would be Voldemort in disguise. Wait, no, we've done that already, Hermione announced, and Draco smirked. How many things have you done? Was his innocent comeback. Cho, slap him, Harry requested, and she complied very quickly. A loud crack filled the hall for a moment. It wasn't hard, but it probably stung a bit. OWW. He proclaimed indignantly, rubbing his cheek while Cho admired her hand. I really need to do that more often, she announced. Crack. OWWW. Draco proclaimed again as Hermione had a go. What was that for? Are you really expecting me to answer that? Hermione asked, looking exasperated. No, Draco decided, seeing as it was his best chance of not being slapped again. Luna, you having a go? Harry offered to the girl, who shook her head. I've got something else planned, she grinned evilly, looking at Draco. Azkaban prison. Lucy was feeling confused. As normal, she had been gliding along the maximum security wing handing out food when she felt something different. It was in the corner of her mind, and it was only later she didn't sense Bellatrix or Sirius. However, the moment she went back to investigate, they were there, both of them. Now she knew Sirius had been out a few times, but she still had no idea how. He did come back, so she never really pressed the matter, knowing he and Harry shared a bond. However, she hadn't sensed that at all, and when she remembered them, they were there. Either she was going mad or something was going on, or both. Harry would be back in a few weeks, so maybe Bella was hoping to get out of her cell to see Harry, but the whole thing still made no sense. She was a Dementor and people always had emotions, so why were they not there? Are you okay? Dora inquired, gliding up alongside her. Fine, I'm fine, just thinking, Lucy explained, not wanting to alert any other Dementors to this. It would end up with the prison going on high alert, and the chance of Harry entering the prison quickly during high alert was zero. It was a series of potions to ensure you were who you said you were, tests to make sure you hadn't been imperious, and once some poor guy had a secrecy sensor placed somewhere delicate due to him walking funny. No, she would deal with this herself. Dangerous, that, Dora pointed out jokingly, but she could tell Lucy was concerned. However, that had been a constant during the year. She was a mother and she was worried about her child. Also, Harry had explained about the chamber obviously leaving something out, but he gave the facts. It would enough to send any human mother running to the school in a frenzy, but Dora knew Lucy was more patient, more understanding. A quality that had set her apart from many other of their sisters, but one that ensured her mothering ability was the best it could be, so Dora decided to leave the matter for now. Not knowing that behind them a raven was perched on the windowsill, looking at them both with familiar eyes. 1 week later. What a year we've had, Harry smiled holding a glass of pumpkin juice. Cho's glass hit his and Hermione did the same. Luna joined in with what looked like tomato juice and Harry hoped it was sincerely. Not really a year, just 10 months of insanity, Hermione pointed out as Draco, Crabbe and Goyle did the same on the other table. Maybe next year we could meet some woozles, Luna suggested, and Hermione gritted her teeth in an effort to hold her tongue. Or crumple-horned, Luna continued. We can meet a lot of things next year, but let's focus on getting to the end of this one, Cho interrupted, not wanting Hermione to explode. Harry watched Dumbledore stand with very little interest. Ravenclaw had won second place in the Quidditch Cup due to the amount of time Cho spent petrified. During the last few games, however, they had risen quickly and they had only been beaten by Slytherin by 50 points. Harry's wasn't banking on the House Cup that much either. The teachers who had suspected him of being the heir had no awarded him many points, and it had applied to a lot of Ravenclaws. However, he was at least sure Gryffindor was not going to win because Ron Weasley had tried to trash the trophy room because in a childish attempt to destroy Harry's award for closing the chamber. Gryffindor had lost 100 points for each broken cabinet, so about 2,000 points had been lost. It has been a long year, a year full of fear and regret. We have lost a member of staff who died saving a student. We almost lost a lot of good students this year, and we were saved by one of us who showed great courage in the chamber. And for that I award his house the cup, Dumbledore announced slowly, and Harry looked dumbfounded for a moment. So he stopped the whole Harry is evil thing. And right back to Harry as a hero then, Hermione sighed, working out what he was doing already. Hermione, have you ever heard the saying, don't look a gift horse in the mouth? Cho whispered. She nodded. This gift may be a bribe in a bad disguise, but here we are. Cho continued. In the same moment Dumbledore announced the house name and it descended into a chaos of clapping and cheering. Ron Weasley was now a shade of red, and Harry knew then they had ended the year on a high note. And it all ends well again, Draco announced with a smile. I got Fred and George to slip laxatives into your drink, Luna told him, turning away. Harry had gone to bed with a smile. The train journey home had been slightly awkward, with Draco rushing off to the toilet every 10 minutes with an angry glare at Luna every time. Luna had been very popular on the way home, surprisingly. Cho had suggested that the girl do it every time Draco annoyed one of them, but she had been rebuffed when Luna told her it would bankrupt her family within a week and also leaving Draco skin and bones because there would be nothing left of him. Harry, Lucy had said the moment he arrived, before pulling him into a loving and tender hug the moment they met, and this time not a single person was surprised. It was a regular but strange occurrence now, and they tolerated it. Some understood and others didn't, but Molly Weasley was not stupid enough to try something else. Harry, Lucy. Lucius had greeted, handing them an invitation to the summer party the Malfoys were holding. No purebloods had been particular open this year, as the Chamber of Secrets was on the front page almost every day. It pointed fingers at people, and a party would have been seen as celebrating a monster, so none of them had held one for Christmas. Something that had been missed considerably. Nice to see you, Mr. Malfoy, Harry assured the man who had insisted on shaking Harry's hand. As Draco had been down in the chamber with Harry, he had been alerted. Draco had explained what happened to him down in the chamber and how Harry had saved him from a giant swarm thing. The creature had not been identified and it couldn't be, but people were trying. Harry had apparently destroyed it, and that had made the front page. Leaving out the explicit details, Harry was a hero to Lucius and a lot of others who did not approach. The Dementor was one reason, the other was the fact the Minister of Magic himself was walking towards them. Harry Emboy, he greeted, and Harry was thankful that Umbridge was not around. However, Fudge was accompanied by a woman with a camera who was following his footsteps with near glee. Afternoon, Minister, Harry greeted as the man walked forward with people watching intently. Harry was confused. He normally only met the Minister in the holidays, and that was occasionally, so what was he doing here? Harry Potter, for a while people have speculated on your deeds. Your defeat of a Dark Lord has been studied by hundreds, but none has found an answer to how you did it. But this year it has been a much different case. You went into the Chamber of Secrets and destroyed a monster that threatened the lives of your friends, and for that I can think of one prize. We gave an Order of Merlin 3rd class to the person who arrested Sirius Black, and like him you have done a great, possibly greater deed, and for that I award you with the same, Fudge announced, and a collective gasp ran through the crowd. This was unheard of, a second year obtaining something it took most lifetimes to achieve, but sure enough Fudge withdrew a certificate from his pocket which spoke volumes. This is to certify that Harry James Potter has obtained an Order of Merlin 3rd class award for his great deeds. Thank you, was all Harry could say, looking shocked. He had not been expecting something like this, and he wondered if Fudge was only doing it because they knew each other. Do not thank me, thank yourself, for you earned it, Fudge declared, shaking Harry's hand, which was caught in a picture by the woman accompanying him. The crowd, who had remained dumbstruck, now burst into applause, with the exception of Molly and Ron Weasley, who were instead scowling. Congratulations, Mr. Potter, Fudge beamed then, knowing Harry would want to get home after his long journey, so after a few moments he turned and left. Lucy remained uncharacteristically silent until the crowd had died down and they were walking. Then she put a skeletal hand around Harry's shoulder and pulled him close. You pulled yourself out of a pit of darkness, you overcame your hunger for souls and saved hundreds of lives. Harry, I have never been prouder to be your mother, she had said, and if she human then tears would have run down her face in bucketfuls. Harry was not going to tell her about the figure. The idea would terrify her and most likely ensure he was not sent back to school next year. She had considered it once after Quirrell, and this year had been worse somehow. I know you think you didn't that award, but you did, not for the reasons they think, but you did a great thing. Not many can fight a monster inside them and outside them at the same time, Lucy told him gently, knowing her son all too well. Thanks, Mum, he had told her with tears brimming in his eyes too, and together they walked down the station and vanished into the shadows. When they arrived home, Harry had spoken with his godfather and adoptive aunt, who were ecstatic for him. They had talked for much longer than normal, and then Harry had felt the time slip by and he excused himself to bed. His award had been framed and he did sleep with a smile. Later, sirens, magical sirens woke him up and he saw legions of Dementors gliding towards the maximum security ward in frenzy. The air was icy with what was a mixture of fear and anger. Harry was confused. Nothing like this had ever happened in the time he lived here, and he could tell that the other Dementors felt the same. Lock it down, a voice was demanding as Harry quietly looked outside his cell to see what was going on. He was swept up in the swarm of Dementors and he accompanied them. What did they mean, lock down? No one in the prison had the energy to fight, let alone cause a problem, so what the hell was going on? Had someone broken in? He didn't even consider the possibility that someone had gotten out. It was impossible except for Sirius, who was an animgus, but he wouldn't leave. As he approached the maximum security cells, he was going to say hello to Sirius and Bella, who he knew would be awake thanks to the loud sirens. However, he then found the Dementors were gathering around their cells because they were empty. There's no one in there, is there? Dora questioned. She was part of the crowd. Ask Harry, one of them suggested, knowing only he had eyes. Some were convinced it was some kind of drill or mistake, but Harry knew he could not lie to them. Both cells were empty and he told them so. No, there's no one in there. They all understood him and they knew he was telling the truth. If he had said there was, then they would have disbelieved him, but they didn't. Two people had escaped the most secure prison in the world and they hadn't even said goodbye to him. The morning. I'm sorry, Harry, Lucy soothed, pulling Harry close. They were both in his room, but Harry was upset. He felt betrayed, angry and relieved at the same time. Betrayed because he had no idea they were going to leave. Angry because they hadn't said goodbye, and relieved because they had escaped this place. For him it was different. He could talk to Dementors and the chill never touched him, but it had once, and he remembered it now in full color. He had never thought about how hard it was for Bella and Sirius to be around it constantly, only leaving once he was close enough, and even then not much. It's not your fault, Mum, Harry assured her. He knew how they broke out, but he was not inclined to tell anyone. If they had gone through all the trouble to get out, then he was not going to help recapture them. Lucy knew Sirius had gotten out before, often in fact, but he always came back and she barely noticed because he was an animal. Bella must have trained from him without potion, which would have taken years of effort, 5 years in fact if she was lucky. It is, we're the guards of these people, they broke out and that is our fault, Lucy confessed her feelings. No, it's not, it would have been hard enough to stop them. However, the Ministry aren't going to be happy, Harry warned. They're not. Fudge will be here soon and happy is not his mood. Now listen to me, Fudge didn't want detailed information on your life here for a reason, because he knows what these people have done and he will treat Sirius and Bella like criminals. He may talk to you but I think he try and avoid it, but if he does speak about it then you spoke to them both once or twice, you have no idea who they are or what they have done. Fudge will pretend to believe you but do not let on anything about the bond you two shared. Don't talk to the Aurors either, they won't be told anything about you but if they ask one of us will get you out. Lucy explained with obvious concern. The last thing she needed was one Auror being mouthy about Harry Potter being friends with a murderer. I know, Harry confirmed, knowing already how serious this was. An escape from Azkaban was going to be front page news and Aurors would be combing the place. He was going to have to slip away at some point to the Malfoys but until it could be sorted out he just needed to avoid them. Good, I'm sorry Harry, Lucy sighed, wanting to do nothing more than bring them back just so Harry could have part of his family back. Meanwhile, a raven and a dog moved through the countryside at high speed, both were riddled with guilt. They had left Harry behind and tears fell from the raven's eye when she realized that she hadn't even said goodbye, the boy who had saved them from the chill and helped her climb out of the monster she was. She was going to be key. And if she was found and she realized that her relationship with Harry was never going to be the same, Sirius Black felt the same and that the reason they stuck to their animal forms. Dementors were flying overhead but they did not sense the animals nor would they care if they could, but that was not the only reason. They did not want to talk, they wanted to feel remorse. However, them escaping was good thing in many ways. They could be free and try and correct some of the wrongs that had been done to them and Harry over the years. They had first decided to track down Pettigrew but the feel of fresh air for the first time was enough to send almost all thoughts from her head. She was free, she would have traded everything for this years ago but now it felt like something she just had. Perhaps she had made a mistake but she couldn't correct it and her own body would not allow her to. She was going to fly free literally and she was going to see Harry again, but her heart froze when she thought how he, the boy who had saved her, would react to her abandoning him. Of course he would understand but he would still be hurt and Bellatrix just hoped from in the depths of her heart that Harry would forgive her, but each time she thought about it a voice in the back of her head just whispered how he wouldn't. She only needed to take one look into Sirius's eyes to know he feared the exact same thing. Today the Wizard Wing world recoiled in shock as Azkaban for the first time had an escapee, two in fact. Bellatrix Lestrange and Sirius Black, both known supporters of you-know-who and also both serving life sentences for multiple accounts of murder. The news was received with shock as it became apparent the most secure prison in the world was no longer secure and immediately the Dementors were given emergency powers. The Ministry would like to remind you that as of now Dementors are able to search any vehicle or person if they suspect they have knowledge of the escapee's location. They will be patrolling any area they believe Lestrange and Black to be in, and Fudge has also ordered them to guard Hogwarts during the term. Both Bellatrix Lestrange and Sirius Black have motive to attack the school, and if they do it is likely to assume the effects would be devastating for anyone involved. Minister Fudge assured us the safety of the wizarding world was his top concern. Of course we will do everything we can to bring these people to justice and we will guarantee the safety of anyone we believe to be at risk, was what he said to the prophet. And we can also tell you that even the Muggle world have been informed of the attack. The Prime Minister of the Muggles has been warned about Black and given an Auror guard thanks to the fugitive's hatred of Muggles, and also the people have been warned he is carrying a gun. This is some kind of Muggle wand they use to kill people apparently, and a number has been set up to ensure the two fugitives are found quickly and directly. Some people have wondered if this has anything to with Harry Potter's recent Order of Merlin third class award, making him the youngest person to win one. Some claim Black and Lestrange want to prove the Death Eaters are still strong and cannot be beaten by a boy. For more on Azkaban, page 3. For information on the fugitives, page 4 to 5. For information on Harry Potter, page 6. Fudge sighed deeply as he moved through his office. His day had consisted of various press meetings and explanations to what seemed like 100 different people. Each one had something they thought was different, but at the end of the day it boiled down to the same things. How did Sirius Black escape? How did Bellatrix Lestrange escape with him? Were they together? On and on the questions came, but the answers were never there for Fudge to mention. He had no idea how it had happened, nor did he know where they were. He had spent the morning ensuring Harry was safe because the Aurors could potentially see him, but luckily Lucy had taken him out once she realized how serious the situation had got. Obviously she had mixed feelings on Black as did Fudge. He knew Harry and his godfather knew each other and well by the sounds of it, but he decided not to interfere. He decided that if Harry could make a murderer repent, then he could reach someone like Black. It had eaten him up with guilt when he decided, but suddenly he doubted himself. Black had a chance to kill Harry. He could have done it the moment he broke out, and yet he chose not to. Lestrange was devoted to the Dark Lord and yet she did nothing. No, something else was going on here, and Fudge realized that perhaps he was not seeing the full picture. Maybe he should review the files, but no, there were no files on Black. He was never charged or given a chance to explain, so no evidence was collected. Lestrange was a different case, but getting your head round her actions was near impossible. No, the only remedy for this was strong brandy, and he kept a bottle around just in case of an emergency. Speaking of Harry, did he seem slightly down today? They bumped into each other once and it was a quick conversation despite the boy winning an Order of Merlin less than 24 hours before. No, maybe Harry knew something about all this. The more Fudge thought about it, the more obvious it became. Harry knew a lot more than anyone would guess, but Fudge decided not to guess. For now, first he wanted to work out Black's actions and then he would talk to the boy, and only if it was necessary. He needed to find out why Black and Lestrange passed up a golden opportunity. Did they fear the Dementors? Well, of course they did, but they still escaped. Did they go a different way? But Harry's room was close. If they could slip out of their cells they would have passed him. So why did they ignore him? They weren't pressed for time evidently, so why? It made no sense to Fudge whatsoever, and yet he detected something else was going on. Maybe Black and Harry were in on it together, but that theory fell apart in an instant. Harry was close to his Dementor family and nothing could get between them. Black had no way of manipulating the boy or hurting him due to the cells and Dementors draining his thoughts, so what was going on? Was it possible that they had come to like Harry? "Do you need anything, Minister?" Dolores asked suddenly, and Fudge jumped, spilling some of his brandy in the process. He cursed lowly but said nothing further on the topic. "Could you bring up the files on Bellatrix Lestrange and the records of Sirius Black, please?" he asked her, and the woman gave a quick nod before speeding off. She was efficient but only trying to please him, which was fine with Fudge until the time came when she expected a reward in return. However, something was bothering Fudge when he received the imprisonment records of Black. The entire file was no more than 2 inches thick. There was only one image and the witness statements were faded. There was very little evidence here. It wasn't even evidence, most of it. There had been a file restoration a few weeks ago, so why had it been left out? Suddenly Fudge realized that in his hands he may have proof of the conspiracy he had suspected ever since Harry Potter had been brought to his attention. Maybe if he followed it, then the whole thing would unravel. Little did he know that these thoughts alone had set in motion the next part of the great prophecy. Meanwhile, Dumbledore walked into the meeting room. The secretive order had once again been forced to meet outside of their schedule, but this time he had nothing to do with its meeting. He had been summoned like everyone else. "Good evening," the figure announced, glancing up at him. Dumbledore hastily took his seat. "Why have you called us here?" the old man asked, looking at his company leader with some concern. "Only the gravest matter could have brought them here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we have a problem unlike any we have encountered before, and this includes the assassination of Lily Potter. It appears that despite all our efforts, Harry Potter has joined forces with those we needed him to hate, to despise and fight against. This alliance must end. We must ensure our control over him is absolute, and it is time to do this through more direct means. He has evaded our shadowed movements but latched onto tail ends, and now he knows more than we wanted him to. So we have only one way forward. We must assassinate Draco Malfoy, Hermione Granger, Cho Chang, Luna Lovegood, along with both Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle," the figure explained quickly. "Excuse me." One of the congregation stood up. He was an Auror and one that kept the group informed on the Ministry's movements. "What is it?" the figure snarled menacingly, not wanting to be interrupted. "Look, when I signed up to this no one mentioned anything about murdering children. It's not something we can do. I mean, their children. Can't we find some other way to get to them?" he asked, looking shocked that his order would do something like that. "Evidently you have no understanding of the greater good. Goodbye," the figure replied crisply, and suddenly a jet of black lightning hit the man in a flood. Everyone at the table leapt back as he screamed, and only when his skin blackened and the man died did the light stop. "Do we understand each other?" the figure asked in a plain businesslike tone. The group was stunned. Never had this happened during a meeting. Sure, they heard of their colleagues vanishing and they knew what happened, but never had someone been killed in front of them. Good, make the arrangements, those 6 must die, the figure explained calmly before vanishing into black smoke. The next day, Harry did feel down about the escape, but he filled his day with Quidditch and anything to take his mind of what happened. He expected to see a big black dog any second, but never did it happen. It would be foolish to appear here anyway, only Draco knew of Harry's bond with him. If Bella appeared, she would be welcomed perhaps, but it would be something of a stretch, and a crime. So where do you think they went? Draco asked, eventually wanting to know something about his aunt. They were both in the garden of Malfoy Manor, sitting on the grass after a long game. I want to say somewhere they'll never be found, but knowing both of them, I'm guessing they're heading straight for Hogwarts, Harry confessed. He had told Draco a long time ago about what Sirius had told him. He hadn't told anyone else about it though. Why would they go there? Draco asked, looking bewildered. Harry sighed. Because they both have something against Dumbledore. For some reason the old man framed Sirius. Well, he tried to do the same thing to me last year. Anyway, to prove his innocence, Sirius is going to try and find Pettigrew, and he thinks Dumbledore knows where the rat is, Harry explained. He had worked it out very quickly after the escape. Still, if they're looking for a rat, why are they jumping into the jaws of a lion? Dumbledore isn't exactly going to welcome them in, Draco pointed out. Harry for a moment looked around. He needed to make sure no one was listening, and luckily, despite the heat of the day, both Lucius and Narcissa were inside. He's not going to know. I know how they escaped, Harry murmured, and Draco looked up. Dementors can't sense animals as well as humans. Sirius was an animagus. I think he taught Bella over the years and they both legged it. I think Dumbledore knows how they did it, and he also knows Sirius takes the form of a dog but not Bella's form. He has no idea what she is, and unless he starts searching every animal he won't find out easily, he pointed out. Draco gave a slight laugh. So the 7 permanent animagus residents may need to watch out. Nothing we don't do anyway, Harry smiled at the vague reference. He wondered briefly if they would show up at the summer party the Malfoys were throwing next week and were already getting ready for. Dobby was running here, there and everywhere getting all the wine and food orders ready. Harry often felt sorry for the elf around party time and wondered if he could somehow get the Malfoys to free him. Then again, the elf seemed to know a lot of things. Perhaps Harry should have a long conversation with him and find out the extent of his knowledge. Anyway, as much fun as getting heatstroke with you is, fancy another game? Draco offered, breaking Harry's train of thought. Sure. The escape had weighed on Harry's mind every day in the 2 weeks building up to the party. Lucy had been selected as part of the search teams, and it seemed she would be busy until Sirius and Bella were found. However, as the banners, fountains and 1,000 other decorations were raised into the air, Harry's mind became a lot more occupied, and the day the party came he felt much better. Welcome to our manor, welcome to the summer Malfoy party. Lucius greeted the guests as their host with Narcissa draped in black dress, her neck weighed down with a black stone. On their right was Draco in his dress robes and Harry next to him. It seems as he was their guest he was being treated as one of the hosts, which felt strange. However, seeing as most of the party were on their 3rd drink already, it wasn't likely to stay a memory for long. Now, before we get the party started for real, I have a few announcements. First, remember, get drunk but too drunk. If you can remember your wife, you're not drunk enough. If you can't remember your name, you're too drunk, the man announced jokingly, and a slight chuckle went up from the crowd. Harry noticed Pansy's parents lost in some kind of scowl. Their marriage proposals had gone unanswered once more, and the only reason Lucius invited them was because they had sway in politics. They were part of his whip in the Wizengamot. They voted together from what Harry could tell. Despite Lucius hating the pair of them, it all went smoothly. Now I would also like to propose a toast to Harry Potter, a good friend of my family and recent winner of an Order of Merlin 3rd class award. Lucius followed up, and Harry fought off a wave of embarrassment. It was odd being toasted by the congregation raised their glasses without consulting him. Now I'm not going to take up much more of your time. You have drinking to do. Lucius smiled, and after a slight chuckle the party went back to the tables. The fountain this time was being used as a champagne refill station, and it was no surprise Dobby had been assigned to guard it from any unfortunate underage child walking along. Harry did not even try. He was a bit too young for alcohol, and he needed his senses to stop the party ending with souls being torn out. Draco had been shooed away already, so they wandered outside. After a few moments Hermione and Cho joined them. They were both wearing dresses this time. Cho had bought a new light blue one while Hermione opted for lilac. Harry suspected Cho had helped her with the makeup but both looked good. However, Cho turned back to see Dobby still pointing her outside. Yes, because we're so obviously young alcoholics, Cho commented when she and Hermione reached Harry and Draco. She had been walking too near to the fountain apparently and Dobby had shooed her away. Well, you do have a tendency to lash out on poor innocent people. Imagine how bad you'll be when you get drunk, Draco commented before being punched in the arm. See, he commented. He received a cold glare in response. Where's Luna? Hermione asked with a frown. She knew Draco had got Lucius to invite her and her dad, so where were they? Draco checked his drink and looked at it for a few long moments. Cho laughed. Harry already knew, his senses had given it away but he wasn't going to spoil the surprise. Here I am, Luna announced popping up behind Draco who was checking his butterbeer very intently. He jumped and his drink ended up on the floor. Hi Luna, Harry smiled as Crabbe and Goyle walked towards them. They had also been shooed away from the champagne fountain but unlike Cho it had been no accidental wandering. No luck boys? Draco asked. Did you ask them to get us drinks? Cho asked with a concerned frown. No, I asked them to get me a drink, Draco corrected with a smile. Harry snickered at that but fell silent when he met Cho's glare. Nah, your elf's pretty sneaky Draco, Crabbe commented. Very sneaky, Goyle confirmed looking around just in case Dobby was about to appear. Oh hi Luna, didn't see you there, Crabbe greeted seeing her for the first time. Yeah hi, Goyle echoed his friend's words as they approached. Don't worry, I'm sure Pansy's swimming in it, Draco chortled referencing her rebellious nature, something that may have been wiser to say when she was walking up behind him. She's behind me isn't she? Draco sighed turning round. Instantly he was met by a stinging slap. OWWW, he announced as Pansy glared at him. Okay, I'm sorry, he sighed. Hi Pansy, Harry smiled. He did not see much of her anymore. She hung around with different people at Hogwarts and aside from the occasional conversation they did not meet up that often. A shame she still was a good friend of his and had been since he first met the Malfoys. Hey Harry, Cho, Hermione, Crabbe, Goyle, Luna, Draco, gods that a lot of names, she replied taking a deep breath. Don't worry, this time next year Draco may be dead, Cho smiled glaring at Draco. Another death threat, see how bad are you going to be if you get drunk, he asked with mock fear. One of us might castrate you, Luna suggested and Draco took a few steps away from her. Never know, Cho smiled nodding slightly causing Draco to take a step away from her. I'm scared, was all he said. Are they still making you wear that thing? Harry asked Pansy. She was wearing the same dress she had worn last year but just slightly bigger and more revealing. Her parents had gone from flaunting to desperation, patting around her chest and most of the skirt cut off made Harry wonder her parents had got the idea from one of those films Sirius often spoke of and there wasn't a hope in hell the party was ending like that. Yes, Pansy shuddered. Still trying to marry you off to some handsome stud? Draco questions toying with his buttons. No, they're trying to marry me off to you and it's still not happening, she countered and everyone chuckled even Draco. Look, your parents just have good taste, I just don't think you're the girl for me, he responded. And you're not the one for me, we've both known this for years, Pansy commented. Look at you, getting over such a detrimental loss so quick, Draco continued with a smile. Draco, I'm going to hit you, Pansy warned. And me, Cho confirmed. And me, Hermione nodded. And everyone else, Luna volunteered Harry, Crabbe, Goyle and herself. So Harry, what's happened with the breakout? Pansy asked suddenly. She obviously wanted to make sure he was okay as did the rest of them but she had been the only one who brought it up. Perhaps she was being braver than the others but Harry did not want to detail his inner feelings to anyone about the escape. Stressful, he decided on eventually. It's been terrible every night. There's about 9 cell searches and the prisoners are being given cavity searches every day now. It was all true but gave nothing away about Harry's true feelings. What's a cavity search? Draco wondered, not being too sure of the concept. Hermione leaned forward and whispered the answer. They do what? Draco leapt back thinking of Lucius' skeletal hands. He was looking at his and shuddering. Oh yeah, Harry confirmed taunting Draco. It was actually done by Aurors who had eyes but anything to turn the tables on. Pansy frowned. Obviously that was not the answer she wanted but she decided to leave it. Harry obviously did not want to talk about it, so she decided to leave the matter. So what else has been going on? Harry wondered aloud. Oh, my mum got a promotion, she's now out of that woman's control. Umbridge, I think it is, Cho began. I know her, Harry muttered. His opinion of the woman had changed slightly. On one hand, she was still a great irritable woman, only helping him to get Fudge's approval, but then again she was helping him, so that merited him to at least be nice to her. You need to be careful, Daddy says that the Ministry people are actually puppets, Luna warned. The Woozles do not control the government, Luna. Hermione got her point before Luna could make it. However, much to Harry's amusement, Luna did not make that point. I know, Woozles control the honey market. No, according to Daddy, he found an ancient book that says the government is controlled by these things called Daleks, Luna confirmed, and Hermione went a shade of bright red as Harry and Cho stifled a laugh. They knew the reference, but unlike Hermione, they did not need to tell Luna they weren't real. What's Dalek? Pansy asked. Draco looked confused as well, along with Crabbe and Goyle. They're pepper pot-shaped machines that control the government, Luna explained as Hermione tried to formulate a response. It was not working well for her, seeing as there was no logical response. Oh, and the media's run by a giant beagle, Luna interjected, and Harry saw Hermione look deflated for a moment. Okay, well, this isn't mental at all. Anyway, I'm going to get us some more drinks, Draco announced brightly, slightly confused by the situation. Quickly he wandered back towards the manor. Pansy's parents were nowhere to be seen, and most of the people were too drunk to engage in conversation. No, Master Draco, your mother said no champagne, Dobby warned, suddenly popping into existence. I'm just here for some more butterbeer, Draco told the elf, who nodded and vanished, obviously in a disbelieving tone. Hey, Master Malfoy, one of the guests slurred. Draco turned to see a middle-aged man slouched on a chair. He held out a bottle of butterbeer which he had picked up from the tables. It had been put out as a tokenistic gift. Thanks, Draco smiled, taking the bottle. The man did not move to look at him, but he caught the glint of spectacles. He did not recognize the man, but he accepted the drink. It was unopened and he was among friends, so it wasn't going to be anything dodgy. Off finally, Cho commented the moment he returned. After he filled their glasses, Hermione moved to take a sip. Wait. Draco ordered, and she gave him a confused stare, but she didn't drink any, nor did anyone else, as they waited for Draco to explain why. We need to toast first, he announced, and Pansy just shook her head before thinking of one. Okay, fine, a toast to me not marrying Draco Malfoy, she announced, thrusting her glass forward. I'll drink to that, Cho confirmed, and slowly one by one they toasted each other. But as Hermione's and Cho's glasses chinked, Harry noticed a single drop of butterbeer fall to the floor. He didn't know why he followed its path, but suddenly he noticed it hit the floor. Smoke came next, a flicker of white gas that vanished quickly, but not quickly enough. Drop them, Harry ordered as Cho's glass approached her lips. Hermione was inches away from the drink, and Draco actually had the glass in his mouth, ready to take a drink. Harry quickly pushed the glasses away with a bolt of energy, and they shattered a few meters away. What the hell was that? Pansy demanded before turning to see smoke rising. It was white like snow, but it crept through the air. Did anyone drink it? Harry demanded, and thankfully he was met by universal no's. What is that stuff? Draco demanded. Some kind of poison, obviously, quite deadly stuff, Cho commented, looking at the smoke intently. It was fading now, and in a moment there was nothing left to even suggest there had ever a poison present. Where the hell did you get that? Hermione demanded, looking at Draco. Some guy gave it to me, Draco explained. And you took it? Hermione was stunned. Well, it was sealed and it was on a table that we put butterbeer on, Draco defended. Stop now, Harry commanded. It's not Draco's fault. He didn't know it was poisoned, and now that I think about, we're forgetting something. Like the simple fact that there happens to be an assassin inside the manor. James Potter moved through the crowd with a venomous smile on his masked face, a face that could belong to any middle-aged man, and before Draco Malfoy died he would not be able to place it. By then the mask would have been burned and he would be gone. His only wish was there had been no antidotes. 2 he had been given, and 1 was under orders from his master. She had told him to never tell anyone, and he only knew it was a she because of one accidental stutter. Something she had missed, but he had not. He had served the organization for years and had taken it upon himself to marry their prime target during his first few years of both school and servitude. He had married Lily Potter to keep an eye on her, but he could never have guessed it was actually her watching him. She was slowly digging up the conspiracy and putting it in that loathsome journal he could never understand. James was never the person he claimed. He had conspired with Pettigrew to make him the secret keeper, knowing it would put Sirius out of action. He had helped set up an entire life that his supposed son would live and filled it with pain and suffering only for it to be brushed aside. He was a sadistic person, and he had given the boy the antidote, and that girl, apparently her living was essential. A shame, but on the bright side, the kids poisoned would die in agony. It was poison extracted from the bark of the achotha tree. Very rare, but inside was a chemical that could be distilled into poison that ate away the insides and took 3 days to kill, but there was no cure or painkiller. He was supposed to kill 5 children. His colleagues thought 6, but they were wrong. In the corner of his eye he saw Snape, Snivellus. So he came to the party this year. Obviously making up with Harry had led him to realize that he needed more of a social life. James, however, well, he thought of the many things he had lost out on the chance to inflict on the slimy git. The things he had done made Snape into the person he was, but somehow the boy had broken through. However, it made little difference in the end. Soon he would have his chance, but first he needed to escape. The door for some reason was hidden from view, but it made no odds. Lucius, it's Draco, help. He heard the Malfoy by.ch squeal, and he let himself smile sadistically. He had wanted to hurt the brat Lily claimed was his son for years, and now he would do it indirectly. Only 2 would survive, 2 who would grow close enough for one to be the perfect bargaining tool over the other. My God. He heard Lucius cry before a blood-curdling scream followed. Oh, this had turned out so perfectly. He was going to be rewarded for this. Oh, he would be the favored prince of Dumbledore and the shady figure. Oh, indeed. Then James looked for the door. This time it was nowhere to be seen, and for some reason the room seemed almost empty. People around him seemed false, like cardboard cutouts designed to trick those who were not really looking. I take it you don't know who the figure is? A voice demanded from above. When he looked again, the room had become a prison, bars on every window and a strange gray fog filling the room. What the hell? He demanded. Wondering that question indeed. How had he been found? How had his entire world changed? Look, I know this is all serious and whatnot, but this link between us is pretty cool. Look, I can interact with the world. Another more comical voice said, and James turned to the side and was punched by a red boxing glove that had appeared from nowhere. Draco, this is no time for jokes, a girly voice hissed, and James looked for the source. Someone was tricking him and he needed to know why. Look, mate, everything you say is going through our minds as well. 2 things. 1, the first voice began. See a healer about those thoughts, I mean they are not normal. Who the hell imagines something like that? The other male voice interrupted as James's vision was clouded by the fog. James was looking for the person making the fog, but his vision was now nothing but white. Maybe this was much more than a simple trick. Okay, 3 things, but anyway, thank you for giving the details of your failed assassination attempt, and also thank you for alleviating any guilt or betray I would have felt when you mentioned you're not actually my dad. Harry Potter's voice, crisp and cool, filled the air. Your Dementor powers, James growled. Actually, I got this idea from the Horcrux, and thanks to a connection we all share, all of your would-be victims can now interact with the world. Luna, no. James could swear Harry was smiling when he said this. Oh come, just 1 hit. He has 2 and he's not going to use them again. The Lovegood girl, James supposed, answered. Thank God for that. Another female voice shuddered. No, at least not yet. Harry had actually considered allowing the girl to torture him. He was not the victim, he was the torturer. His head was brimming with what he would do to these kids if he ever found them. We can read your thoughts. For the love of God, stop thinking before one of us gives you a heart attack. The original girl growled angrily. I say kill him, someone suggested, and James paled slightly. He couldn't die here. He was needed. He was the only person who could. Then he saw what they were doing. They were trying to gain access to his thoughts. Since the discovery of his Dementor powers, everyone he worked with had gone through extensive occlumency training to keep people out. So instead of prizing the information out, they had tried to trick him. Nice try, Crab. Harry sighed as James stopped thinking about his plans. Seriously though, what are we going to do with him? Luna Lovegood asked. He recognized her voice this time. I say send him to Azkaban and let Lucy interrogate him, someone else suggested. Obviously Harry's friends knew a lot about his identity, if he could tell Dumbledore this information. Not a chance in hell, Harry scoffed. This guy was never seeing Dumbledore again. You know Minister Fudge is over there and his guard is too. What if we knock this guy out, tell Fudge who he is and what he tried to do? Then he spends the rest of his life in Azkaban with a few hundred Dementors who despise his very existence, the comical one suggested, and James did feel a slight pinch of unease. He had felt the Dementors once or twice and he was not. Well, he hates the idea, so let's do that, Harry decided finally. Luna, can you please knock him out? James did pale when Luna enthusiastically confirmed. Later, Dementors were swarming Malfoy Manor, the moment Harry had torn of the mask and told Fudge who had decided on a show of force, or more truthfully he decided to ensure every Dementor knew what the man had tried to do. When Harry approached him he recognized the man and nearly fainted. James Potter was dead, or so Fudge thought, and then Harry calmly walked over and explained. His bodyguards had found a few minuscule drops of a very rare poison, and Harry explained he and his friends combined their efforts to perform legilimency on him. Fudge at first had been doubtful, but when Harry had managed to read every one of his bodyguards' minds he had been forced to believe him. How had he learned it? But that was not what Fudge was concerned with. No, it was how Harry was so calm when talking about his father, a father who had tried to kill him. Why the hell would a supposed hero like James Potter do that? However, he had listened to Harry and ordered the arrest, and now Harry was being spoken to by every Dementor. Lucy had not been around, which was lucky for James Potter. At least for now, and Fudge was trying to comprehend how it happened. He was supposed to be dead. Was Lily alive? Also, he did wonder why James Potter had a look of pain when he was approached, like he had been attacked by a wild animal that had left no scars. The Lovegood girl had been standing next to him, smiling and almost dancing. They were defiantly a weird bunch. So what had happened? How had James survived? Why did he try and kill Harry? And what was really going on here? Harry seemed reluctant to speculate, but Fudge already knew the answer. It went back to the file on Sirius Black. It was so short, and yet every attempt to have it reviewed had been blocked by Dumbledore. This had to relate to the conspiracy he had found. It had to. He just wondered why Harry Potter was in the middle of it. Had the boy latched onto it as well and was now a target? Maybe he needed protection. Later, Harry was up. The party had finished on a cold note as James Potter was led away, and people had been kicked out after either being too drunk to question what was going on or sober enough to question. Harry surprisingly just felt a little deflated. He had been shocked beyond all wits when he and his friends found James Potter. Draco had directed them to the man who, when he was walking, didn't notice his transgression from the real to the mental world. The name had left him breathless, but when it turned out the man wasn't his father, Harry began to question. So he knew Lily Potter, his mother, married him to unravel the conspiracy she had been following, if her journal was anything to go by, and he had been sent to keep an eye on her. And well, something happened, and Harry for the first time wondered who actually killed her. So who's my father? He muttered to himself. He had assumed it was James, but a single thought in the man's mind changed everything. He never knew the man so disconnected him once he realized there was no need to even acknowledge him as anything other than an assassin. A twisted one at that, who had plotted to do something amazingly terrible, but Harry knew something else. Snape had been planned from the start, so how did whoever James served know he was going to be born 10, 15 years into the future? How could someone know that? And if Lily Potter was the rebellious one, at least to this plan, then how could they predict her? No, while his personal feelings were strange to say the least, they were nothing compared to the shady organization which he knew existed now, and the shady figure he had fought was in control. So who was his father? Why did he look so much like James? Maybe Lily had done something to stop him suspecting, but either way Harry wanted to know his father actually was. Maybe the journal was a clue. Obviously Lily Potter was a very different person to the one had heard about it, and did ask the question if she was still alive. Though Harry knew it was false, Lily had been living with James Potter, and after dipping his feet in the man's mind he knew either Voldemort killed her or James did, and Harry, now knowing James, prayed to God it was the former. I have grave news. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems our favorite assassin and puppet has been captured by the Ministry of Magic, the figure announced. Once again every member of the organization had been summoned, and while they once looked annoyed, now they were terrified. James Potter knew a lot about them. He could lead the entire ministry to this room, and the moment he was captured they knew they had lost their best weapon. How could this have happened? Molly Weasley demanded, and the figure for a few moments considered killing her. She had obviously outlived most of her usefulness and was pushing her luck by speaking in this way, but for now she would leave her alone. The children would be more inclined to join if their mother was alive. It appears Mr. Potter was far more competent than we believed, and the man he thought to be his father was not the emotional blockade we had hoped. Now, under normal circumstances, I would have James Potter destroyed, but that seems to be impossible due to Azkaban security. Instead, I have decided that no more assassination attempts are to take place, the figure explained, darkly looking around the room with evident anger and distaste. As if it was blaming them for James's failure. Why? Dumbledore asked, looking genuinely surprised. He had been fine with the idea. He would lose some students, but Harry would be under their control if his friends were gone. Because I have decreed it, you should not question me, Albus. This decision has not been taken lightly, and we must hope James Potter's withstanding methods are just as effective as his interrogating ones. Now it is also time to tie up a loose end that he allowed to live, but I now fear it is too dangerous. Peter Pettigrew must be destroyed, but I don't think any of us should do it, the figure barked, but then trailed off with a slight smile hidden behind the hood. Then who? The question was asked by one brave soul at one end of the table. Harry Potter. The skies above Diagon Alley. Lucy and Harry flew through the air. Both of them were stressed, but for different reasons. Harry had spent hours trying to work out what was going on and why his friends had been targeted by an assassin, and Lucy was overworked. She was part of the team looking for Sirius and Bella, and while Harry knew she had escaped a few times to speak to a certain prisoner, but at least she was getting some time off. The clouds offered a stunning view as the golden rays of the sun seeped into them like a river, but the view was not the main thing on either of their minds. "Are you sure you're okay, Harry?" She asked for what felt to Harry like the 18th time. She had not been the only one either. The Malfoys, other Dementors, and pretty much every else he spoke to asked him that question. Each and every time he responded, but every time no one could understand why he was not hurt or upset. He had been far more upset and angry when Sirius and Bella had run off, and yet his supposed father being alive and a manic had not really bothered him at all. The only person who seemed to understand was Draco. He had not asked much about the incident at all, other than why someone would target them. He had taken it with his usual attitude obviously, and seemed unworried by the idea an assassin was after him, or was after him. Actually, this morning Draco had been concerned with a very different thing. They had received the new Care of Magical Creatures books, which everyone would be taking up this year, but before Harry had a chance to open his, he heard screaming. He then saw Draco running through the manor halls being chased by a hungry book with its mouth open. Draco had called for help, but Harry had been too busy laughing to actually help his friend out. Lucius and Narcissa had both laughed too. Draco just scowled and warned then he may put the book in their bedroom at night. "I'm fine, Mum. I never knew him, and besides it's hard to feel betrayed when he's not actually your father," Harry assured her, knowing exactly what she was referring to. The only thing she could be. The press had referred to nothing else for the last week, and it seemed every nut job with something to say was getting a chance to shout it. Speculations, accusations and more flew through the air, and yet James had said nothing. He had quietly resigned himself to his fate and revealed no information. The trial, if there was going to be one, had not been arranged, and now the media were getting their chance to swarm. Harry hoped it would all blow over soon, but he had to admit to himself that it was very unlikely. The Azkaban escape had almost taken a backseat with the news, and Harry found it incredible people were less concerned with a prison escape than someone being put in prison. "Oh Harry, trust me, he is not going to be living the high life. Literally, we've put him in some of the underground cells, surrounded almost 24 hours a day. He is not living well," Lucy soothed with the anger brimming in her voice. Harry looked slightly surprised she could be that malicious. Then again, it was no less than what the man deserved. "Anyway, how's the search going?" Harry asked, trying to change the subject to something that would not end with Lucy detailing how much pain James Potter was going to end up in. "Not good. Both Sirius and Bellatrix have vanished into thin air. We get about 9 different calls an hour from that hotline the ministry set up, and every time we check they're either not there or someone who looks very slightly like them is. I must say they have done very well," Lucy grumbled. Harry almost smiled but decided not to say what he knew about the escape. "I know you know what happened, Harry. We both do. I'm not stupid, but I must say I commend you for not telling anyone. It's not an easy secret to keep, and both of us know that one of them is innocent. The other we both know has changed slightly, but enough said," Lucy commented, suddenly causing Harry to turn to her in shock. She knew. Of course she did. She was the one who knew he was playing outside, and she had ears. Of course she did, she was one of the few Dementors who went outside the prison a lot back then, and that was to look after him. Of course she knew. Harry was kicking himself for not working it out. You should know better than to underestimate a mother's intuition by now, Harry, Lucy scolded affectionately with a slight tone to her voice which almost resembled laughter. Maybe I should, Harry found himself agreeing, and Lucy just shook her hooded head and the two of them dived towards Diagon Alley. Flourish and blots. Harry, a high sweetly laced voice distracted Harry on his mission to find a potions book that seemed to be hiding from him. Lucy was in Gringotts just checking up on things, but he had been surprised to see who had approached him. A youngish girl with long red hair whom he recognized immediately. She was taller, sure, but only slightly, and the freckles were a dead giveaway. Ginny Weasley. He remembered the name. Yeah, hi. Look, my brother is probably going to kill me for even talking to you, but I wanted to say thanks. That diary was, well, we both know what it was doing, and I wanted to say thanks for stopping it. Knowing Tom like we both do, I think we both know that he was going to kill me, Ginny explained softly. Harry was taken aback for a moment. The girl he had seen last year was a terrified mess with a crush on him that couldn't be less evident. Now she seemed surer of herself and something was going on. It's fine, how do you know I met Tom? Harry asked slightly intrigued. Well, you went inside the diary, didn't you? Or at least that's what Draco told me, Ginny answered with a smile. What? Harry asked immediately. Yeah, remember when he got detention for saying something to McGonagall? Well, I had detention the same night for skipping class and we got talking. He's funny and we've been writing to each other during the summer, Ginny explained happily as Harry's eyes and jaw got wider and wider. Ginny. He heard the breaking voice of Ron Weasley suddenly and Ginny looked alarmed. Her brother was an idiot at the best of times and he would be unbearable if he knew about this. Okay, see you. Oh, and I'm sorry for the times I was hiding behind the door when you were on the other side. I was really messed up last year. Bye, Ginny spluttered before running off. Harry just gaped. Draco had been writing to her all summer, had he? Well, this was going to be interesting to say the least. Oh my god, Harry chuckled. All it took was a lot of irritating sarcasm to break whatever spell Molly Weasley had put over her youngest daughter. Oh, he was going to have a lot of fun with this. Meanwhile, so where would he be? Bella asked. She was sat on a log in the middle of a dense forest with a slowly shrinking fire between her and Sirius. Peter would have hidden in the most inconspicuous place. The moment Dumbledore had me imprisoned, he would have ensured the little rat was well secured. Probably he's in the midst of one of his allies, but I think we have a way, Sirius explained. A few weeks on the run had been better to them than all of Azkaban combined. Both were eating more nutritional meats and vegetables than the practical slime everyone but Harry got in Azkaban. While their hair and nails were longer and wilder, they were less hollow, and the signs of malnutrition and years of being under the Dementor's chill were wearing off. And you're mentioning this now and not 3 miles back, why? Bellatrix asked. They were somewhere near Scarborough according to the signs. After reaching shore they had fled into the moors and were held up here. Because we need to get to Hogwarts, Sirius explained, not looking up. Okay, have you ever heard the term suicide? Bellatrix asked, looking somber. Sirius shrugged. Look, if you're going to act like Draco Malfoy then you can go the other way because sarcasm is far from productive, Sirius sighed. Okay, that wasn't sarcasm. You see, Hogwarts may be the worst place in the world to go right now because you know who's that guy who wants to put us in prison or kill us, that guy who you know frames people and manipulates them. I forget his name, but doesn't he live at Hogwarts? Bella asked, her voice filled with sarcasm. Sirius just sighed and shook his head. I'm starting to see why Harry told us Cho always slaps Malfoy, he muttered before standing up. Try slapping me, I dare you. Bella warned, looking fierce. Anyway, when we were kids me and the Marauders made a map of Hogwarts that shows all of it and the people inside. If we can get hold of the map we can make the charm more powerful and use it locate Pettigrew, Sirius explained. He knew it was still there but he had no idea if term had resumed or not. He had not seen a newspaper or at least a wizarding one since he escaped and so had no idea if it was even still the holidays. He assumed it was. Okay, so that's Operation Suicide. Do we have any other suggestions? Bella wondered. Sirius just glared at her. Fine, let's go with that, but I'm telling you it's suicide. Bella warned again, but Sirius had more than one reason for going. Then again, as of now, so did she. Harry was obviously going to be there, and if they could see him again then maybe it would be worth it if they got caught or were murdered by Dumbledore. Both were very likely. Summer was slowly drifting away. Harry found the day he would return to Hogwarts grew closer and closer with each passing day. Bella and Sirius had not been caught. James Potter was refusing to talk, and it seemed that now the shock was over, that slowly, ever so slowly, the world was calming down. The frenzy it had been thrown into was dying down, and Harry was relieved that he would not be the center of attention. He was not going back to Azkaban during the summer. The place was crawling with horrors, and more so Lucy had told him he would stay with the Malfoys until it had all blown over. All of it, and not whatever calm the world had drifted into now. However, he had kept a watchful eye for more assassins or thugs sent after his friends, but neither he nor they had found anything. Maybe they had given up. It was a hope-filled thought which he doubted would come to fruition. "They're here," Draco gestured to the two girls walking over. Cho and Hermione had just arrived, and all of them had decided to meet up. Crabbe and Goyle were out, and Luna decided not to come. Apparently today was something important to her or her family, and Harry decided not to intrude, though she seemed sad in the days leading up. "So do you know what's up with Luna?" Draco asked. They had all been surprised to find the normally insane girl acting quiet over the last couple of days. "No, I considered mind-breaking in, but I think it would be better if she told us in her own time," Harry answered. Knowing how traumatic events could affect a person, he still remembered what happened before Lucy found him, and he had not discussed the details with anyone except her. "I suppose you're right," Draco sighed, sounding slightly dejected. They had all wanted to help her, but Harry realized the best help was giving her the space she needed. If today was something Luna associated with sadness, then she should be allowed to feel how she wished. "Any luck on the journal?" Draco asked suddenly. Harry had spent some time in the Manor library looking for any information on languages. It seemed Lily had covered her tracks well, and not a single book in the possession of an old pureblood family had any idea what the symbols were. "Hi," Harry greeted once Lucius had finished greeting the girls. It was a custom apparently for guests, but it did not take long. "Hey Harry, hey Draco," Cho and Hermione said in sync. They quickly descended into conversation about how they were and what they were and weren't looking forward to when Hogwarts came. Dumbledore was the main factor against it, turned out. "Where's Luna?" Hermione asked. Harry knew she and Cho had no idea Luna had declined an invitation. "She's not here," Cho answered suddenly. Harry frowned. How did she know that? "Today's the day Luna's mum died. Her dad told me when me and Hermione went over. I saw a picture. She died today. She had been making a spell that backfired about 10 years ago," Cho explained. "It's a long time ago," Draco commented, not unkindly, but it was untactful to say the least. Draco had never lost a parent, and Harry knew that you still missed them. His time at the Dursleys had taught him that much. Harry could imagine how she felt. It explained a lot about why she had been sad the last couple of days, and hopefully after today she would feel better. It was a vain hope in some ways, but a hope nonetheless. It was her mum, Draco, Cho scorned, but she decided to cut him some slack. She realized he meant no malice by it, it was just a lack of understanding. "So any update on the breakout?" Hermione wondered, wanting to change the subject. She could sense upcoming tension. It was a good distraction, seeing as Harry could understand Dementor talk, and as there were so many around it was easy to work out what was going on. The press claimed the ministry was closing in, but in reality they were getting further and further away from the suspects, and despite all the sightings they had not found much. Their only lead was the sighing of Bellatrix by a man who claimed she attacked him, something Harry doubted judging by how much fame he was seeking from the account. "Not really. I think a few Dementors are going to stop them getting near Hogwarts, but I don't think it's going to work," Harry confessed, knowing how Dementors sensed animals. "Why?" Draco asked, and Harry cursed as he realized he had given away that he knew something about how they escaped. "They got out of Azkaban with hundreds of Dementors. If they can get past them, they can past anything," Harry explained quickly. The explanation seemed to settle Draco and Hermione, but he was sure he caught a flicker of disbelief in Cho's eyes, but she did not question further. "Ah well, if we wanted to worry about a murderer, we could focus on the people who want to kill us," Draco pointed out. Unease quickly spread through the group, telling Harry that all of them had indeed been on the lookout for assassins. "I've been watching my mum cook," Hermione mumbled. "And I bought a new lock," Cho announced. "And I have a flying lunatic who can sense assassins," Draco smiled. Harry shot him an exasperated glare. "Yeah, well, unless Harry clones himself or starts talking shifts, we can't all have one," Cho remarked. "Not a bad idea," Draco muttered aloud. We could sell this as a protection to people. Yeah, we only have one and there may or may not be a law or two about selling people, Hermione pointed out, and Harry didn't know whether or not to feel insulted that they were talking about selling him or thankful they were considering him as valued security. He decided with neither in the end. You also have a girl you keep writing to, Harry commented, remembering his conversation with Ginny the other day. What? Hermione asked sharply. Oh dear, Draco commented, realizing what Harry knew and what he was suggesting. What's going on? Do you have a girlfriend, Draco? Cho asked with an inquisitive tone and a slight smile. No, Draco defended. Cho burst into giggles at this point and Draco just glared at Harry. Cho hits me, Hermione slaps me, Luna poisons me, and now you're revealing things about me. Dear God, what do Crabbe and Goyle have planned? He asked himself. Excessive mauling, they are bears, Hermione suggested lightly. Okay, let's play a game. Let's turn into our animal forms and find out who guessed mauled first. Reminder, I happen to be a fox, Draco pointed out. Better idea, you turn into a fox and I make you into a scarf, Cho suggested in what Harry hoped was a joking way. King's Cross Station. Out of interest, do we have a new defense against the dark arts teacher this year? Because the last two have died in Tuas-related situations, Draco wondered aloud, thinking of Quirrell and Lockhart. Okay, how about this year we try to not kill the teacher, Hermione suggested in all seriousness. How does it get to the point where instead of agreeing not to get in trouble we agree to not try and kill teachers? How does it get to this point? Cho demanded as the six of them approached the entrance to King's Cross. Their parents were behind, well, all of them except Lucy. She had been trying to get a chance to come and see Harry, but she had been sent to northern France to scout the area and reluctantly she had asked the Malfoys to do it instead. Suffice to say, Harry was being quieter than normal. He felt strange inside. His last years at Hogwarts had always started with Lucy taking him to the station and seeing him off, but without her it just felt odd. It isn't entirely normal, he commented, wanting to still be involved in the conversation. He didn't know how to feel. It just seemed this summer had not been for him, with the escape, a terrible assassination attempt, and Lucy being called away. She had to work, but it was a pity she couldn't be here. Anyway, Draco does have a point. I mean, Lockhart was eaten by a monster, so I doubt it does much for advertising, Hermione pointed out. We need to be on the lookout. Our new teacher could be a woozle. They could be disguising themselves so they can take over Hogwarts and make us work in the honey industry, Luna warned, looking genuinely concerned. She had perked up a bit now. The pain associated with the day her mother died had gone now, but Harry knew better than anyone it would come back. However, he was certain she was making these comments just to annoy Hermione. Luna, I'm sure our new teacher will be a human, Hermione announced. Harry smirked, and like always the group fell silent when they spoke. It was a spectacle to be observed, and it was funny. Cho was trying to hide a smile. Crabbe and Goyle were openly chortling and Draco was just looking afar. That's what they want you to think, Luna announced darkly. Look, while watching you two is funnier than walking into a wall. We have a wall that needs walking into, Harry commented, pointing to the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Okay Harry, can we leave the witty comments to me? Draco requested aloud. I suppose no one making them is out of the question, Cho asked almost desperately. She got no answer. The train. How the hell can everywhere be full? Draco asked, sounding quite annoyed. Once they had all got on the train it seemed every compartment was full. Are they shrinking the train? Hermione wondered, looking through the glass at packed compartments. The train did seem to be smaller than usual. If they wanted to make some changes to the school, the train is not what I would pick. I would focus on the corrupt headmaster, the mental cases hired as teachers, the monsters literally living under our feet, and the electric sadists walking the halls, Draco countered, referencing the various things that had happened to them over the last 2 years, which was seriously saying something about how this one would turn out. What kind of school do we go to? Crabbe questioned, listening to Draco's comments for once. The only one where you can go in each year and it's an achievement to come out alive, Draco answered. Here's one, Goyle pointed out. There's someone in it, someone who looks too old to be a student, Hermione pointed out, looking at a man in patched clothing with raggedy hair fast asleep on the seat. I have a policy of not going into enclosed spaces with older men, Draco announced, and in response Harry pushed him in. The man was asleep after all, and if he wanted them to move they could do so later. Maybe he's the new teacher, Harry commented, studying the man for a few seconds. See, I told you he'd be a woozle. He's all thin and wearing clothing stitched together by paws, Luna announced. Hermione flushed a shade of red, but instead of retorting she took a deep breath and settled down. No, nothing a miracle, ladies and gentlemen. Hermione Granger does not respond to something Luna Lovegood said. Draco proclaimed in mock amazement. Draco, I don't care if a teacher is here, I will punch you. Hermione warned. Odds are he'd join in, Cho conceded. Hey, I'm not that unlikable, Draco protested. He was met by silence from the others. Professor Lupin, Hermione deduced mid-journey by looking closely at his suitcase. Keeping the conversation alive then. Draco mock queried dryly. It was the midpoint of the journey and many topics had already been exhausted by the group. By topics the group really meant Luna and Hermione had ceased arguing and making them all laugh. So with a breakout, assassin and the rest, have we exhausted ourselves for school? Or will something more destructive happen this year? Draco inquired, making a very similar comment to one he made earlier. Depends, does castration count as destructive? Cho asked sweetly, staring at him in a way that made the blonde-haired boy shudder. To me, yes, Draco answered, not sure if it was the right answer or not. Then keep making comments and yes, there will be a more destructive force at work this year, Cho told him with a sly grin. Well, I'm dead, Draco summarized seemingly calmly, which was strange to all the boys. Then again, it was Draco, so who knows what was going on in his mind. Do you feel cold? Hermione asked suddenly, looking at the others. Harry nodded. He did feel colder. He didn't feel the cold that much, but he was slightly cooler. Maybe something was going on. Maybe Fred and George had done something. Ice people, Luna tutted loudly. Don't. Harry ordered Hermione, who had opened her mouth to speak. He had heard enough of their interaction for one day. Then in one long jerky movement the train came to a stop. It was very rough, but that wasn't the strangest thing. The window. Cho pointed, confused. It was slowly icing up, and while the air did not feel cold enough, for it was only slightly chilly, it did not seem able to make ice. Then there was a slight yelping noise from afar. What's that? Harry queried, confused. He did not see why people would be afraid or worried. It was only a bit of cold. Oh great, we're in trouble before we even get to school, Draco sighed, getting up and stretching. Well, seeing as so many of our adventures start with us opening a door we think has a monster behind it, I'm going to cut a year's worth of investigation out and open the door. At least this time it's convenient, he announced, walking over to the door. Then he opened it and looked down the hall. Suddenly he felt colder and wanted to be back in the compartment. Nothing, he announced, turning his head, to be confronted with a hooded creature that was speeding towards him. He jumped back with a high-pitched scream. What is it? Hermione asked, alarmed, but as Harry got up he smiled. He should have figured it out. The cold came from a very specific creature and the group couldn't feel much of it because he was there. Same with the aura, which had not manifested itself in them. Draco, you wimp, he scolded, opening the door wider to allow the Dementor to come through. Hey Dora, Harry greeted his Dementor godmother, who he had spent a lot of time with. She was Lucius' best friend and whenever she worked he used to talk to her. Harry, I was hoping I would meet you here, she greeted, looking at him while Draco went red. In my defense, I thought she was the maniac, he grumbled as the group stifled sniggers. What you doing here? Harry asked, suddenly wondering why a Dementor would arrive on a school train. Oh, we're on the Hogwarts security team. Lucy sends her regards and she should be home for Christmas. The lead she's followed has led from London to Paris and then to Wales, Dora explained in a tone that clearly said she thought it was some kind of wild goose chase. Dementors had to follow orders though. Is anyone wondering what they're saying? Draco whispered to the group. All of us, but only one of us speaks Dementor, Hermione pointed out. Draco shrugged. We? Who else is here? He asked. Vera, Dora shuddered and Harry did too. She was the equivalent of a woman who never stops gossiping. She had dirt on everyone, it seemed, who was hoping to breed, who was mistreating prisoners and the rest of it. She wasn't overly liked in the prison, but she was useful. Well, you enjoy that, Harry commented, and Draco grinned at the sarcasm. Are they gossiping about other Dementors? Hermione wondered. Yes, Draco confirmed. Suddenly a hand was on his back and he turned to see Professor Lupin with his wand out. I will do, see you Harry, Dora waved before turning away. Okay, bye. Harry waved her off and turned back to his friends and a teacher. Only one person was actually shocked or worried about what they had seen. What in God's name was that? The man questioned, having never seen anything like this before. Harry had to hand it to him, it wasn't an everyday occurrence. That was his godmother. Draco beat Harry to the punch in this case and grinned as the man paled. You can talk to Dementors? He questioned, and the group groaned as a whole. It's a long story, Goyle supplied, not wanting to hear the explanation again. They had heard it and it was not something they discussed often. Despite a lot of people commenting on it, however, before he could begin any kind of explanation, a scream was heard. A familiar red-haired boy was running down the train. It's going to get me, he blubbered with tears pricking in his eyes. Crap, Harry murmured, realizing Ron Weasley had annoyed the most hot-tempered, vengeful Dementor he had ever met. Lupin acted on instinct. He had seen a lot of strange things already, but as a teacher he was supposed to help his students. Expecto Patronum, he declared firmly, and all Harry saw was a shining white light. However, Vera flew off immediately. The spell, however, focused on Harry, turning and flying into him. A few years ago he would have been fine as his outer self dominated his inner one, but over the years his inner self had grown in strength with his powers. The light forced him back and his inner self writhed. It could not get away from the spell that would see it destroyed. Harry grunted in pain that made what he faced in the chamber seem minor. Harry, he heard Lupin call. Are you okay? He heard Cho's voice slowed to a snail's pace and the pain began to ease. The spell was going as Lupin cut it off, then in a few seconds he was fine. What the hell was that? Draco demanded, and thinking his friend had been assaulted he drew his wand on Lupin. Crabbe and Goyle followed while Hermione and Cho tended to their friend. Stop! Harry breathed suddenly. King in air greedily. It's not his fault. Gingerly his friends lowered their wands. What happened? Lupin demanded, looking panicked. Don't use that spell, Harry barked. Evidently this man was a powerful wizard. Most Patronuses would do nothing more than unnerve him, but this one was more powerful. This man knew his stuff. Why did it affect you? Lupin asked, having no knowledge on Harry. He waited until Harry had regained his breath and was less shaky. Your spell looked for a Dementor and the closest thing it found was me. Harry slowly began to explain. That was painful, but it also revealed a lot to him. His inner self was becoming more powerful. It had come to a point where only a spell of pure light could wound it. It being more powerful was concerning, and Harry knew it was clever. Now it had tasted a Patronus, it would learn from it. You're a Dementor? Lupin questioned, looking shocked. Harry sighed. In a sense, yes, he answered, wanting to get this over with as soon as possible. In a sense. What do you mean? Lupin wondered aloud as the rest of the group sat down. They knew the answer after all, but they weren't the ones explaining it. I have some Dementor powers. I have for a long time. Your Patronus reacted with inner me badly. Harry simplified, not wanting to go into what Aragog had told him or the likes. Inner you? Lupin was confused. He had never seen anything like this before, nor heard of it. The natural part of me who currently wants to eat you and every other person in the world. He doesn't get out much, Harry told the man, quickly getting up. He was feeling fine now. However, he was slightly irritated at having to explain himself to this man. However, he seemed nice enough and he had seen two unusual things tonight. However, as he regained himself, not a single person noticed the red-headed boy who had seen and heard everything. Later, they had arrived at Hogwarts by the time Lupin had stopped asking questions, and while at first he seemed odd, the patchy, evidently poor man seemed interesting. He had a lot of stories about his days at Hogwarts and what he and someone else got up to. He never mentioned the names though of his old friends. That was slightly odd, but everyone seemed to get on with him after a while. What Harry did find odd was the lack of judgment. His friends had liked him before finding out about him and he had saved their lives, but this man had little knowledge of him as a person. So why did he warm to him? Harry wondered if this man had a secret too, but it was a fleeting thought. He was worried about his inner self who was growing in strength. Only a powerful Patronus could catch it off guard, and he worried that one day it would too powerful for him. However, he could not worry too much about this. It was the one thing he could not help. Well, it was nice meeting you, but I think you need to change into your robes and I need to have a quick word with the driver, he announced calmly before sweeping out of the room. He had offered everyone chocolate beforehand, but he found no one in this compartment had been affected by the Dementor. He knew the reason. Anyone know why we told him all that? Draco asked aloud suddenly once the man had gone. Because he saw me talking to Dora, which could have been explained, but the Patronus would have harder to explain. Harry supplied the answer. So you don't think he's part of the people trying to kill us? Draco wondered. Harry shook his head. He had wondered the same thing. No, he would have dug a lot deeper into me. He would have asked the extent of power and weaknesses of it if that was the case, and no, I'm not sure. I think he was just interested. I doubt anyone would believe him anyway except maybe Fudge and the others, Harry murmured. Why? Crabbe asked aloud. Because the idea of the famous Harry Potter being part Dementor is terrifying to them. Most people like to think that there is us and them being dark creatures. The idea of them mixing would probably end badly, Cho answered, knowing the wizarding world all too well. People are morons, Luna simplified cheerfully. So that spell he used. Can we learn it? Draco wondered suddenly. Are you trying to kill me? Harry asked darkly. Maybe, Draco commented, and even Harry had to laugh at that. You could learn it, but it takes a lot of energy to incapacitate inner me. A Patronus is made of good emotions, love being the strongest. That's what knocks him out. You have to be really powerful or be in love to produce something like that, Harry explained in a tone that told Draco he may just die for asking that question. Harry saw a smirk on Draco's face grow. Hang in our first year, wasn't it our very own Miss Chong who really kicked you out of that? He asked lowly. Luckily, in the light of the compartment and the night, it was hard to make out both Harry and Cho's cheeks burning red. The hall as normal was packed out and people were catching up, chatting and devouring the excessive amount of food on display, all the normal things people do at the start of term. However, Harry noticed a few Gryffindors looking his way warily. Maybe they thought he was connected to Dora arriving, maybe not. Most had been too interested in the sorting ceremony, and Harry saw a lot of students had gone into Gryffindor this year, a lot more than last year or the year before. However, it was not a huge thing to concentrate on, and as the teachers sat down he noticed Dumbledore prepare to speak. The man threw a look at Harry which he didn't know if it was threatening or something else. He seemed almost worried in his eyes. Settle down, settle down. Dumbledore rose, intending to give his speech as usual. He gave it a few seconds before everyone did indeed quiet down. The food that had made up the feast vanished into thin air once more, and Draco looked slightly annoyed as his spoonful of ice cream disappeared en route to his mouth. Now, welcome to another term at Hogwarts. Now I'm going to address the most important issue straight away. As many of you found out on the train this year, we are being joined by the Dementors of Azkaban. Now, while no Dementor will enter this castle while I am headmaster. Pretty sure that's incorrect and racist, Draco commented, not loudly enough for him to hear. They will be on the grounds in order to offer protection from Sirius Black, who I hope will come nowhere near this castle. I would like to remind you that you should treat Dementors with respect. They are creatures who are not forgiving when you cross them, Dumbledore warned. Pretty sure he's right about that. Cho, do you have any Dementor in you? You don't forgive much either, Draco pointed out. Harry glared at him and Cho punched him on the arm. Point proven, Draco sighed. Now, while we are joined by the Dementors, I would like to remind everyone that the Forbidden Forest is off limits to everybody, and if you pass a Dementor then you are reminded not to tempt it. Dumbledore continued, looking grim. He obviously did not want Dementors around the castle, and even more so now. He knew they were a threat now. Indeed he did, and he looked at Harry, who looked impassively back. This year the ball was in his court, so to speak, with a small army of his family just outside. The next day. A boggart is a creature that takes upon the identity of your darkest fear. It uses your own mind to frighten you away from whatever object it has taken refuge in. Now, after much effort on my behalf, I managed to find one in the castle, and Mr. Filch was happy to get rid of it. Lupin began giving his starting speech to the class. This was the first defense against the dark arts lesson of the year, and Harry was eager to begin this one. He noticed a lot of people shift away from him as Lupin began. Hermione was next to him and seemed confused at not having to take her books out. Draco looked curious more than anything as the wardrobe started to shake. Ah, Draco Malfoy, lovely of you to volunteer. Lupin nodded towards the boy who was the only person stood forward. Draco sighed inwardly when he realized. However, he walked forward. Now, the spell you will need this lesson is ridiculous. The only thing that can combat a boggart is laughter. Now, Draco, what I want you to do is picture what you fear the most and make it humorous, Lupin explained. Draco suddenly looked worried. Having his darkest fear exposed to him was not something he wanted to see, nor wanted anyone else to see. How much would you bet it's an angry Cho? Hermione whispered to Harry, who smiled. That would indeed be funny, but Harry suspected it was something else. Harry saw Draco consider for a few long seconds, then he walked forward and the wardrobe door sprung open. Out came a figure dressed in black. Harry recognized it immediately and gaped as Draco drew his wand. Ridiculous, Draco declared, and the black robes became spotted pink and the figure was on roller skates. It tripped and there was a slight laugh as it struggled. Harry turned to Hermione, who looked worried, terrified even. "If Dumbledore hears about this," she murmured. Harry had only met the figure once and Dumbledore would have been sure in the knowledge they knew nothing. However, if he heard about this, then he would know the group knew a lot more than they were letting on. "We're screwed," Harry summarized, feeling the same. One by one people came up and Draco walked back. He realized what had been done and Harry looked at him. It wasn't his fault, but it was still bad. However, slowly it became Harry's turn. Harry could not think of what his darkest fear was. He didn't even know if the boggart could enter his mind, but Lupin seemed interested. Obviously he was thinking along the same line. So he stepped forward towards the shaking wardrobe, which paused. It seemed to consider what it would take the form of, and Harry felt something flicker in his head. The boggart was trying to get in and then it withdrew. The door opened and out came Harry. Me. Harry was caught off guard, wondering why he was his own biggest fear. However, as he came forward, differences started to form. Black eyes, a dark tinge to the skin and blackened veins. "The mystery is over for you," the duplicate said in a voice that Harry knew, a voice that had taunted him not long ago. A voice that caused Draco's eyes to widen in fear. This was impossible, surely. How could it? But no, suddenly pieces were coming together. The boggart had not taken a form, Harry's inner self had taken the boggart's form. Then Harry's wand moved at impossible speed. Ridiculous. He bellowed, praying this would be enough. Indeed it was, and Harry's duplicate vanished. The wardrobe housing the boggart suddenly shattered like glass, and then with wooden pieces littering the floor, Harry turned and stormed out of the classroom. Later. What happened? Dumbledore asked Lupin, who was sat opposite his desk. He had brought worrying news to his attention. A dark version of Harry, I think, walked out of the boggart, but it spoke to him like it was personal. Lupin explained, this was supposed to be impossible for a boggart to make a personal connection in ways other than fear. I see. Do we know what it was supposed to represent? Dumbledore asked, trying to sound calm. He was worried about this. It was a very unusual development for a very unusual boy. However, he knew what this was. Dumbledore had more and more knowledge on Harry Potter now because his partner had just worked more out. He did not trust the person. They had known each other for many years. Dumbledore had been planning for Harry to be the one to defeat Voldemort from day one, siphoning powers into the family of Lily and then onwards. However, the day that monster came into his life was both a blessing and a curse. With it came agents including James Potter along, a new look to the plan which was fast expanding. It was coming to fruition, but Dumbledore suspected that he was being kept in the dark about certain details. However, with the good came the bad, the secrets, the deception, the murders, the spying, and extending his power base. He did not want power, he wanted Voldemort gone, nothing more. However, he would do it any way he could. I don't know, all I know is Harry attacked it with a normal spell which destroyed the boggart completely. That should be nearly impossible by itself. He learned the spell only today. Lupin continued, looking worried. I know, but with Harry a lot of very curious and very strange things happen. He has very odd powers, I'm sure you've heard, and I have heard rumors that he spoke to a Dementor on the train. Something that I'm sure is impossible without a translator. Dumbledore continued. He wanted an answer because he knew this teacher had been with Harry when the Dementors arrived. I saw him, Lupin confirmed, but he decided to keep some of the information secret. He can do it then. Amazing, I wondered just how something like that could be done. It's incredible, Dumbledore announced, seeming shocked, but he knew some of this already. He had hoped for more, but the wolf seemed unable to help. A shame he had been brought in to win Harry's trust, and now it seemed like Harry would not tell him much about his powers. A shame, but the werewolf knew nothing, which proved to Dumbledore not telling him was a very good choice. Meanwhile, to Harry everything now made sense, perfect sense even, and he walked through the maze which was the Chamber of Secrets. He knew the basilisk was asleep, but that was not the reason he had chosen to come here. He now knew a lot more, he just didn't understand it. This was impossible surely, but yet everything was slotting into place. Open, Harry ordered the door in Parseltongue, and he waited a few agonizingly long seconds. Every instinct he had was telling him to turn back now. This was the place where he had been attacked, and with the basilisk dormant he would be alone. However, his desire for the truth pushed him forward, so he walked back into the chamber. The bust of Salazar Slytherin was impeccable. No sign of it ever being destroyed, and yet Harry could remember the rubble, the destruction as the great snake burst from it. You came back, a hoarse croaky voice chuckled, and Harry now knew who it was. Something that had been with him his entire life and yet somehow predated him. He did not know how or why, but he was here to find out. You know why? Tell me, how is this possible? How are you here? Harry demanded. This explained everything, and yet at the same time it opened 1,000 more questions. The existed long before you, a creature that had been made to create a person who would be a hero, a power that took a life of its own and split off, a power that existed within you, and yet I am infinitely more powerful. I am a part of more than just you. I am the darkness, I am hate, I am everything, the voice hissed insanely, and Harry turned. Behind him was a figure in black robes, the same one Draco had seen in the boggart. His own and Draco's had led him here, and without attacking his enemy walked forward. You were created by Dumbledore or his parents or even grandparents. The power that he tried to use to stop evil became evil. In fact, it became something else. You split, that's me, isn't it? Harry looked at the figure with hate. His inner self had revealed it all. So Harry knew why this monster was taunting him so. It had no gender, it had no form, it was Leech, a parasite that existed within, trying to take hold. A parasite that was a force that existed within Harry. So he watched as claw-like hands moved up to the monster's face and pulled the hood down. Harry recoiled as burned, rotted flesh came into view, empty eye sockets and tufts of what was once thick red hair. A rotted corpse of a body, one that had belonged to his mother, but this person was not his mother. It was wearing her like a cheap suit. It needed a body to survive. The power that had been impregnated into the Evans family had grown, mutated until it was no longer a power but a being. A being which existed inside him as well, so he stared into burning emerald green lights inside the eye sockets. You're me, Harry sighed with wide, almost scared eyes. No, Harry Potter, you are me, the figure corrected with a venomous smile that looked horrific on dead lips. Harry stared at the monster, claiming to be his counterpart, with pure contempt. After 3 years, this was the thing that had led him to the stone, into the chamber, tried to frame him and kill his friends. He knew he would be outmatched in a fight, but something told him to stand his ground. I'm you. He questioned, not wanting to have to accept it was true. A sickening smile crossed Lily Potter's lips. Yes, as was your mother and your grandparents. Over the years I grew strong, and I existed as a mental image in the foolish minds of the humans I manipulated, Dumbledore among them. However, when your mother died, I had a body that was real, but as you can see, in recent years I have been forced to hide my appearance. The killing curse worked on the body but not me, the creature explained, putting its hood up. The shock had worn off now. So James Potter? Harry queried, wondering how he survived Voldemort, who he doubted was involved with the figure. He was instructed to wear a heavy reflective metal over his chest. He then took a pill of my design to make him sleep, and since he has been my personal agent, I must thank you. He had outworn his usefulness, the figure commented with a dark smirk. So what do you want with me? Harry asked. He needed to know what was to come. That is a question that I have many answers to. Part of me is inside you, your dark self, which has been fighting you for power, and it thinks I am here to liberate it. Consider it my offspring. However, I do not need another one of me. I need you, Harry Potter, the figure answered, and Harry frowned. He was confused. Over the last few years, my attempts to manipulate, mold and control you have been beaten back. Not just your fault. Allying with humans is a risk in itself. However, I seem to have reached an impasse, so I decided to test you. I sent James Potter to kill your friends. If it had worked, then you would have been under my control. However, as we both know, it did not. I see you now as something else. You are like me. Well, you are me, but at the same time you are still holding onto human elements. Elements I do not want to understand. Elements that stand in the way of you being something more. One of the reasons I thought your friends should die, but you are too protective of them, the creature continued, and Harry could sense a smile behind its hood. Well, I've kept them away from you. Harry growled. I know, one of the many traits that make you inferior to my magnificence. However, I must remind you that you are not human despite what you think. My influence, thanks to the Dementor, has been extended in powers I do not have. Your mental powers are something to be admired, and your flight is interesting. You shooting energy waves even more so. However, with them a Dementor's darkness has manifested itself in you, your dark side. If it grew, then it would be an equal, uncaring, malevolent, and only wanting to sustain itself. The monster continued with something in its voice, something Harry did not recognize. It sounds like something you would want, Harry hissed. No, something like that would be unequal and too powerful. It could not be controlled and already it is clever. With a few words it helped you work out my mystery and send you down here. It hoped I would free it but do not want it free. It spat with what Harry realized was worry. But it's you, Harry pointed out. No, the power I am has personality taken from all my previous hosts. I always existed in them and I took things with me. Think of us as father and son. I created you in a sense. The power infused in you may have the same genetic code but it does not have my personality, my knowledge or attributes. If it was free then it would be the end. You know this too, the figure commented. So you're supposed to be my father. I never thought I'd say this but I'll take James Potter, Harry hissed, not wanting to even think of what it had said. You have no choice. Without me you would not be you. No, you would be some child wriggling in the dirt to please an old man who wants you as a martyr. Without me you would have no powers and you would be defenseless. I lived inside her and I controlled inner functions. I could have killed you but I spared you, the figure informed Harry with an air of superiority. So you could control me, Harry retorted. This creature had nerve even insinuating Harry owed his life to it. My original intention was for the power in you to only show itself when it was needed, moments of fear or need such as when you killed the Dark Lord. My hope was this power could create a hero who would die and yet be remembered and something I could use to control people. However, my intention did not work. It almost did if not for your Dementor, but I must say you are a hero and unlike Dumbledore I know the original plan is worthless. The creature then looked at Harry in a more direct manner. Harry understood now. The basilisk had told him that this thing had once been good but it was not referring to it. The snake had been refereeing to Lily. She wanted to change the world and make it better and then the creature had taken over. She was doing well and then 4 words in snake tongue and 2 words in human, Avada Kedavra. Corruption that had been the very power she was trying to understand and now there was no Lily, the monster was not her. Well, that's something of a relief, Harry mumbled aloud, not realizing whom he was addressing. Dumbledore will still try. Now instead I have a proposition for you, the figure told Harry, thinking he was talking to it, its voice changing slightly. What do you mean? Harry demanded, wondering what this creature could offer him. Now James Potter is currently sitting in Azkaban and I am sure is being treated to whatever delights your Dementor can come up with, and I find myself thinking, what do you want? It is hard to control you and I think unlike Dumbledore I will not try. Instead I will offer you a chance to see things from my point of view, the figure continued in a sincere voice. Never. Harry spat long before it could continue. This was the thing he hated beyond anything. There was no way he would help it. Silence. Jumping to an answer is very human. Not worthy of us, well of me, but one day you could me more. However, there is someone inside this castle, someone my esteemed companion refuses to tell me anything about. He seems to have realized our relationship is strained to a point where soon it will break. We have argued about this and you. Now Peter Pettigrew. The last 3 words were all Harry heard and he remembered what Sirius had said. I have your attention, the figure chuckled in a wispy, infuriating voice. Now we both know he is a rat, an animagus much like you. Yes, I know. However, I know he is in the castle. I don't know where, the figure explained with a contemptuous sneer towards Dumbledore. He had become something of an annoyance. He was once more subservient and yet now he was becoming something more. It was annoying. So we're looking for a rat in the castle? Harry asked. Indeed, both of us, and working apart seems foolish to a point where it would give the rat time to escape. Dumbledore wants this despite what he says. So I propose an alliance, a secret one to give us time to find the rat. It is a chance to see things from my perspective and we both could use each other. My resources and power matched with you mental ones are something that would be formidable. Then you can see the world from my point of view, a view that could mean you become something more, the figure requested finally. And if I accept and it doesn't end up that way? Harry demanded, wanting to ensure the figure would not stab him in the back, metaphorically and literally as well. Then we go back to being enemies. I go back to working with my human servants and you go back to your friends. Eventually, however, you will become too big to ignore and I will have to destroy you, the figure answered with some venom in its voice. Think about it now. If you don't accept, then we both try to find Pettigrew. Dumbledore is doing the same, but he knows more, not much more, but he has the advantage nevertheless. So we work together and we both learn. I created you, your powers come from me, and despite my original intention you are no longer human. Whatever genetic information Lily passed onto you has been changed by your powers and inner self. Instead of the weak controlled boy I had envisioned, I see a much stronger, more powerful one. It seemed like the figure was trying to compliment him, something Harry found strange. So you're just hoping we go from mortal enemies to some kind of father and son? Harry spat. Of course not. We are not humans and we do not see each other parentally. I was stating how humans would see us if we were them. We are not. If you were supposed to be a son I would not have thrown to the Dursleys. However, that boy, the one I hoped to see, only existed for 8 years if that. Now you're you. I think you could become my equal and the kind I know you dark self to be. So make your choice now, the figure demanded coolly. Fine, just until we get Pettigrew, Harry decided, realizing the rat was responsible for the years Sirius suffered in Azkaban. Everything that had happened to him was the rat's fault. Good, now I shall be in contact. I am not sure where to start, but I will let you know. The figure nodded before vanishing into the air. Later. What happened to you? Draco demanded the moment he saw Harry. All 6 of them had been looking for him all day and the teachers of the classes they skipped were going to kill them. Cho and Hermione hugged Harry. Sorry, it's just, Harry began, intending to explain. Yeah, we know your dark thing was talking through the Bogart and you killed it, Cho summarized. Harry looked surprised but saw a chance. Yeah, well, I thought that was a sign of it about to break free, so I went down into the Chamber of Secrets. I was worried that we'd get a repeat of last time, Harry explained. Draco looked suddenly more relaxed. Ah, makes sense, I mean people almost died, he soothed without a comment or sarcasm. I thought you could control it. Hermione pointed out. Not anymore, the only thing that got me out of it last time was you 3. I don't know if you remember that, Harry asked, wondering if they did. All 3 girls frowned. Their actions had been done in a deep sleep after all. Well, sounds like you had a rough day, but I've got some bad news. Someone has just put posters up giving a detailed account of what happened on the train. Draco gulped and Harry looked alert, him talking to Dora. That was not something he wanted out there. However, as he followed Draco he didn't realize Cho was staring at him. She knew something was up. She didn't believe that story. Harry wouldn't run off over that, he wouldn't go down there. She knew that because she did remember what she said in his mind, vaguely, but she did. Harry would have tried to soothe his dark self through his friends, only something very powerful could have convinced him to run off. Besides, Draco told her what his inner self had said. We both know what this means. Surely his inner self wouldn't be stupid enough to announce its arrival. No, so as she followed she was getting a sense that Harry was not telling the truth. Ah, Harry, I wanted to talk to you about yesterday, Lupin began calmly. After inviting Harry into his office, Harry knew it would come, but his mind was swimming still with he now knew. Yes sir, I'm sorry about attacking that Bogart. When I came out of it, well, it represents a person I was a long time ago and I would rather not revisit the period, Harry began to explain, hoping to play on the man's emotions. What do you mean? Lupin asked, wondering how a child could be so complex. When I lived with my uncle they told me I was to blame for what happened to my parents and at Muggle school, and in general I was a very nasty person, Harry lied. Lupin looked shocked. They told you that? They told you Jam Lily died for you? He corrected himself, obviously angry, confused and empathetic. Yeah, and they told me it in a lot and I fear that I'm going to turn into that person again, Harry answered, still lying, but it was working. He felt slightly guilty over it, but he had no choice. That or he had to explain why a dark version of him was chatting. Well, I can tell you were not responsible for Lily's death, Lupin affirmed with slight revulsion. You knew my mother, Professor. Harry was shocked. He had no idea, nor did he know how the man would react if he knew that her corpse was walking around with a being inside it. Yes, a long time ago, she and I used to be good friends, James too, but I had no idea he would become something like that. Lupin finished the sentence angrily, looking repulsed before looking apologetically back to Harry. He was feeling more and more guilty, but it was solving a purpose, or so he supposed. Well, thank you for coming in, Harry, and I hope you have a pleasant day. If you need to talk to someone about any of this, please talk to me, Lupin requested, and Harry detected something in his voice, something he did not recognize. However, with greater things on his mind, he decided to leave. Thank you, Professor, now I had better be going. Meanwhile, are you okay, Cho? Hermione asked as the two walked along the corridor. Cho had seemed quiet today, which was unlike her. She had only hit Draco a handful of times and he had made some comments she hadn't even noticed. Not really. Look, yesterday Harry lied about what he did. We both think it, but I don't think he went out to soothe his inner self. I think he found something out and needed to do something. I just don't know what, Cho answered, looking stressed. Why do you think that? Hermione wondered with a frown. She had suspected herself, but she had believed herself to be the only one. I just don't buy it. Did he seem worried to you when he left class yesterday? Cho asked. No, he looked more angry or surprised, Hermione confessed, remembering him attack the boggart and run out. Exactly, what his other self in the boggart meant something by. We both know what this means. I mean, running to the chamber is not what Harry would do, because last time he was alone and transformed it was mental power from all of us. Did he get out of it? I just think he wants us to think something, Cho continued. Why? We know about him, so why would he keep something else from us? I thought there were no secrets between us all, Hermione asked. Everyone has secrets, Hermione, but I think Harry is trying to keep us safe or ignorant, Cho informed her, looking slightly guilty. Both of them felt as if they were betraying Harry in some way, talking like this, questioning him and what he was doing. Draco. Crabbe, if you want to see what two girls are going alone in a hall, then there is little thing called the internet in the Muggle world you may want to look at, Draco began as Crabbe led him. For some reason he had decided to spy on the girls, a reason Draco thought would not announce itself until he was 16, however Crabbe said it was important. Ha ha, Crabbe muttered before stopping, his hand knocked into Draco's chest. OWWW, was his curt response as he heard whispering from the other side of the hall. It was Hermione and Cho. Maybe we should ask him. Hermione was suggesting. No, we can't let anyone know what we've found out. At least he keeps out of our brains, but we don't to upset or alert anyone, Cho continued. Draco frowned. He only knew one person who could get into brains, but why would they keep something from Harry? If they were worried, surely it was the best thing to do. What about Draco? Should we ask him? Hermione wondered, knowing how close Harry and Draco were. No, we can't, just in case we're right, because Draco would tell him, and if it is nothing then it might hurt us all, Cho was saying, and there was a nervous edge to her voice. I know, but I feel guilty. I feel like I'm betraying someone, Hermione confessed. Draco frowned. I know, but we need to find out. I mean, if something's going on then we need to find out what it is, or he might end up hurt or worse, Cho continued soothingly. I know, but I don't want it to be as if we're stabbing him in the back, Hermione sighed, looking obviously worried. It won't. I'm sure it'll be over before he even knows it, Cho confirmed with a slight smile. Then the two of them reached the end of the corridor, pushed open the door and left. Okay, I think we can all agree something weird is going on, Draco announced the moment they were out of sight, and he counted to ensure they were also out of earshot. Agreed, Goyle mumbled. Should we tell Harry about that? Crabbe wondered, not liking that they were doing something in secret. Well, they might have been talking about him, Goyle pointed out. Dumbledore can also get into brains, Draco suggested. Why would they be talking to him? Crabbe questioned, and Draco had no answer. Well, as much as I would like to say little girls and creepy old men are a good mix, I know that's not true, so whoever they were talking about, it could end badly, so we need to consider, Draco sighed. I think we should, then we can find out what it is, and you now find out together, at least then we won't have big secrets or conspiracies between us, Crabbe announced. What if it's something good? They're planning a surprise or something and we both ruined it in our friendship, Goyle warned. Both good points, but I have to agree with Goyle, Draco decided. Look, we don't know what they're doing. They could be planning a party. Not likely, but it's possible, and if we shout about it then we could end getting torn apart, as the guys who faced Voldemort and most of us slept through a basilisk eating an evil guy. We're connected through animal Wi-Fi, which they can't use for a while, I suppose, seeing as we know anyway we need to keep it quiet. So we're going to find out what they're doing. Are you sure? I mean, investigating them while they're investigating. Goyle wondered, though he trailed off as he realized none of them actually knew what they were doing. Whatever exactly, I suggest we do that and see where it takes us, Draco decided, looking slightly uneasy about the whole thing. Knight, you wanted to meet with me? Harry asked as he walked into a clearing in the midst of the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, I thought it best to begin our investigation quickly. Neither of us have any reason not to, the figure replied pleasantly, as if nothing had ever happened between these two in the past. Well, other than the mutual hatred, and I need to be back at school by morning. Also, let's not forget some of your puppets might need you. Dumbledore may need help dressing, Harry commented dryly. Don't act so hostile, it does not bode well for this alliance, the figure requested plainly. I suppose you have something? Harry asked after a few long seconds of silence. The figure looked up through the hood. As you cannot see, and I assume you do not wish to, I am going to tell that I am smiling. You have skipped to the point in this banter can cease, however no I do not, the figure answered. Harry looked surprised. The thing he knew as a monster did not seem the type to call him for no reason. I have not investigated Pettigrew much beforehand, however seeing as your help may prove valuable we are going to start at the beginning of this. The town Pettigrew vanished in. Take my arm please, the figure requested, extending a claw-like gnarled hand. Feeling like he should do the opposite, Harry grabbed the being's arm and was ked into nothing. Rowan's. He appeared a few seconds after he vanished, Harry gasping on the floor while the figure stood tall looking down. Shadow travel was fun for Harry, going amazingly fast and everything, but whatever that was, well, it was tight, uncomfortable and sickening. I suppose it takes some getting used to. Welcome to Rounds, a small town around 3 miles away from the site Voldemort attacked you as a baby. This house was the same one occupied by Pettigrew, who is not within the walls, but we may find a trace, shall we? The figure mock asked before walking up the door. Why are we here? Surely any trace is long gone by now. I mean, what would he have left behind? Harry asked, realizing they were investigating the site of a 10-year-old event. As I recall, Sirius Black was arrested here. The house was sold numerous times and yet every one of them moved quickly. We are not just looking for Pettigrew but signs. Someone wants people out of this house and we shall find out why, the figure explained. You could have told that earlier, Harry muttered, walking up behind the figure. No, if I had then we could have been overheard. The forest is a dense place and now if we are done talking we can enter, the figure answered before knocking on the old wooden door. It was a weak knock coming from the monster having literally dead hands, but Harry did not comment. He was considering why he had agreed to do this. Good, no one is home, the figure mumbled as it waved a hand over the lock and then the door swung open. After you, it gestured, leading Harry inside. It was dark and spacious with furniture dotted around and it held no sign of a convict ever being here. Which was strange, Harry. There was no sign of anyone ever being here. There was dust everywhere and the batteries in the clocks had long since died. Does someone live here? Harry asked aloud. Apparently, however I think we can both agree that the idea is wrong. At the moment the house is empty and in fact no one has been in this house for some time, so why do people move in and out? The figure questioned aloud. Don't answer, you don't know either, the figure warned before Harry could say anything. I may not know the answer, but I do know that if no one's been here for a long time, why have 2 people just turned up and why are 6 others waiting in the dark behind them? Harry asked, looking at the front door and sensing those in the distance. Because it's now quite obvious that we have walked into a trap. A trap? Harry questioned. This was supposed to be a secret, so how could anyone know they were there? Not for us. I assume Dumbledore does not wish for anyone to look into Peter Pettigrew. It seems his trap was for other less skilled persons. Step back a moment, Harry Potter. You would not be of much use here, the figure decided, slowly turning towards the door. With a flick of its wrist the door opened and slowly a man and woman walked into the room, which was suddenly covered in a blanket of darkness. Harry, however, could see both of the intruders were dressed in Muggle clothes, but it was the fashion of the 80s, they were out of place but they did not know it. Is someone here? The man asked, obviously pretending to live here. Evidently, sir. Now who sent you and why? Do not pretend you live here, I am no fool, the figure announced from the shadows. Harry could no longer see him, but it moved around the sides of the room according to his senses. Sent us? The woman questioned in a skeptical voice. Yes, this is a trap, my dear, and an obvious one at that. I would recommend a much better understanding of the world. However, seeing as we are pressed for time, I am going to give you 3 seconds to announce your employer and leave, the figure offered, and Harry worked out he was now behind the man. Well, in that case, the man suddenly spun round and kicked the figure in the chest. However, the figure felt nothing. It was a dead woman's chest and it did not feel like that. Instead, the figure blew the man to the other end of the room with black lighting. The woman drew a knife, but she was met with the same treatment. Weak, the figure snarled. Light entered the room once more and both of the impostors looked at Harry, then at the hooded monster looking down at them. The man lunged for Harry but was hit with a wave of energy that did not come from the figure. Good shot, The figure complimented plainly before knocking the woman down with an arc of lighting. She writhed in pain, but the figure watched as Harry's Dementor senses prickled. The man was knocked out and yet more people were moving towards them. His eyes snapped into place when he saw a burly man with his wand drawn. The figure did not notice, and in that one instant Harry had a choice. On one hand, he could let this man kill the figure. Surely if the body was killed again by a curse, the figure would die too. Ending it would mean this would be over, all of it. Dumbledore would be his only real issue. On the hand, the figure was his only way of freeing his godfather. However, this was a frail alliance and one would turn on the other sooner or later. Harry's hand stretched out. "What are you doing?" the figure demanded gruffly, but turned when he saw Harry had not aimed at him. The man who may have ended the figure fell back and was swiftly knocked back. 3 others entered the room, but the figure had seen them and they were on the floor in agony. "A curse at that range would have caused this body serious damage. I may have died. You saved me, Harry Potter." "Why?" it demanded, and Harry realized it was shocked. Its basic understanding of emotion and logic could not allow it to work out why he would save him. Harry didn't know himself. "That's not a conversation for now, is it?" Harry rebuffed, moving towards the figure. "Ah yes, I suppose not. You realize that I would normally interrogate these men, however I suppose it would be easier if you did the honors." The figure offered, pointing towards the nearest man. "Fine." Harry quickly reached into his mind. The pain the figure had inflicted had already weakened his mind and Harry was able to dismantle his defenses with ease. "Dumbledore's man. He was sent to stop anyone looking into Pettigrew." "You were right," Harry announced. "Which proves Dumbledore did not let him run to the wild. He must have done something to ensure the rat hid. Well, it seemed this was a profitable expedition. Now we must find out what Dumbledore did," the figure mumbled. "But why would he do this? I mean, why didn't he just leave the house? There's no evidence of anything happening here, so why did he want it guarded?" Harry asked. "A very good question. I have a feeling something else is going with Dumbledore. It seems my time with him is approaching the end. Already he is resisting, and soon my control will not bide him anymore," the figure admitted. "Well, if he's under it now, why can't you just ask him?" Harry asked. "No, the man has often played along with my demands, but just as often he has broken free of them. He has never been under my control entirely. This house shows that. I wanted Pettigrew dead after this night, however Dumbledore said the man had gone long before he arrived." "He lied. I thought he had, but it seems that more was done here. All we need to do is find out what," the figure replied with obvious distaste for what looked like a puppet pulling its own strings. "So how do we find out what happened?" Harry wondered aloud. "That is simple. We need to break into his mind," the figure answered. "That's going to be near impossible," Harry warned. Harry had occasionally delved into the man's thoughts, but finding out his secrets would alert a very strong mental defense. His mind was a safe and it was well guarded. "I will come with a plan. Now we need to get you back to Hogwarts before your absence is noticed, and I need to dispose of these unfortunate victims of their own stupidity." "Hogwarts. Harry, you look shattered," Hermione pointed out the moment he walked over to the table. "And good morning to you," to Hermione, Harry greeted. "She has a point," Cho interjected casually. "Okay, it's over. This group has resorted to talking about how Harry looks tired. We have officially exhausted all conversation," Draco announced loudly. "Shut up, Draco," Hermione suggested. "I'm going to go with no," he answered with a slight smile. It seemed slightly false, but Harry decided to ignore it. "Anyway, yes, I didn't get much sleep last night. No idea why, but just didn't," Harry explained, not wanting anyone to find out who he was out with. It was not a conversation he wanted to have. "Well, luckily you can catch up during History of Magic," Draco told him. "I brought a pillow," Crabbe joked. "You lot should pay more attention in class. The Goblin Revolution is a fascinating period in history," Hermione scolded. "The word fascinating does not belong in that sentence," Draco pointed out. "What sentence?" Luna asked, walking over. "Ah, good Luna, what's more interesting to you, the Goblin Revolution of 1760-something or how the Woozles control the global honey trade?" Draco asked with a Hermione annoying grin. "Woozles," Luna answered as Hermione gritted her teeth. "See, Hermione," Draco offered as evidence to the girl who resorted to glaring at him. "Luna, are we still on for castrating Draco later?" Hermione asked, wanting to get back at the blonde-haired boy. "I can fit it in for 6, Luna answered in all seriousness, which caused Draco to shuffle away a bit. Well, Draco, it seems a conversation about Harry being tired can be productive. Already we're talking about castration and woozles, Cho smiled. Yeah, I'd like to talk about them less on principle. They seem to be one of our main areas of conversation, so let's change it up a bit. Maybe talk about another horrifying surgery and another creature involved in global trade, Harry announced. Got it, circumcision and honey badgers, Luna nodded. Harry sighed, as did Hermione, while Cho and Draco just laughed. Crabbe and Goyle looked slightly concerned. Speaking of elaborate creatures and stranger things, how is it going with your mother's journal? Cho asked, suddenly realizing it had not been addressed recently. No progress, the snake helped, but other than that nothing, Harry confessed truthfully. He had been tempted to ask his newfound ally but decided against it. He didn't trust it enough yet. Also, it belonged to Lily, so maybe something was in there about it, something it did not want Harry to know. Okay people, we did it. Last year I said, can we investigate smaller things, and now instead of looking into monsters and dark lords we're looking into books. We did it, Draco grinned. What about the monster roaming the halls? Luna wondered aloud. Postpone that to next year. I doubt there's going to be anything going in next year. I mean, what else could they throw at us? Dragons. Draco laughed. No one sane would put a dragon near a school, Hermione told him. No, because a three-headed dog is perfectly normal, Harry muttered. Hagrid did it, Draco countered. So clearly you see my point, Hermione smiled. Draco looked at her with mock hurt. Excuse me, Miss Granger, but I do believe I am the sarcastic one here. You're the clever one. I make the jokes and you hit me. That is how this group works. I would like less hitting and more sarcastic comments, but here we are, he mock scolded her. Anyway, Cho broke that branch of conversation. Anyway what? Crabbe wondered. No offense, but we've used all the resources we have, so why are we still talking about it? I mean, we don't know anyone with years of linguistic experience. Two things, Crabbe. Yes, you have a very good point, and two, where did you learn the word linguistic? Draco asked, and then he was in deep thought. I thought of it first, Hermione and Draco said at the same time. Well, they shouted it more or less and everyone else looked confused. No you didn't, I did, they said again, somehow doing it in almost perfect conjunction. Thought of what? Harry asked, not knowing what was going on. We do know someone with years of experience, Hermione pointed out. Who? Cho asked. Hermione moved to answer, but Draco cut her off. Remember, he owes us a favor for giving his life back to him, Draco hinted. We sent him a letter and everything. He would be happy to help us, Hermione interjected. And seeing as he has traveled all over the world as an alchemist, he might know something, Draco ended, and both looked ready to continue this strange word game. Okay, this is not a game of charades, tell us. Cho almost screamed in frustration. Nicholas Flamel, Draco and Hermione said together. That was possibly the most painful thing I have ever sat through, Harry sighed. Agreed, Cho put her head back as Draco and Hermione looked pleased with their work. Why didn't you just tell us at the same time? Crabbe asked. Because that would be something called obvious and less fun, Draco announced, looking almost insulted. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had often sat and pondered how those seven did it, how they could be having a typical conversation and yet no one seemed to know what they were saying. They were not using a charm as far as he could tell. No, they just seemed to be safe in a bubble of silence and yet no one noticed. They must know complicated magic, and somehow Harry was keeping them all safe from his mental abilities. He could most likely enter their minds if he got them alone, but doing that was hard. Also, if he did that, Severus or Phyllis would demand to come with them to his office. They no longer trusted him and would not allow him to find out what was going on. Everything he knew came back to those seven, and yet they were lucky. They had escaped James Potter of all people, and now he knew something was going on. Harry Potter had left the wards last night, he knew that. Also, his agents stopping people investigating the house where Pettigrew escaped had vanished. Were they involved? And if they were, how close were they to finding out about his entire plan? Or worse, how close were they to finding out what he kept hidden in that house? Go, 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 Harry urged suddenly as he saw a Dementor he didn't like on the gate. The one thing he didn't want to get into was a conversation, and he didn't feel too bad ducking slightly as they walked past. They were going to Hogsmeade, and despite a minor disagreement between Harry and McGonagall about Lucius' scrawled signature, he had been allowed to go. Wow, and I thought all Dementors were kind, welcoming people, Draco commented as they walked by. First, they're not people and she happens to be one of the most annoying dementors I know, so shut up and don't draw attention to me, Harry warned. I'm half tempted to call her over now, Draco muttered, and Harry shot him a venomous glare. And I'm half tempted to throw you into a wall, but here we are, Harry announced, and Draco frowned. I think I'll go without getting hurt, Draco decided. Don't count on that, Hermione warned, looking at Draco warningly. Give it 10 minutes and that will be wrong, Luna confirmed with a wide smile. I'm going to bet Luna's right, Crabbe agreed. Adventurous, I'm going to go with 5, Goyle countered. 3, and I'm going to bet Cho will be the one to slap him, Harry grinned. I'm going to go with Luna and a kick, Goyle answered. You know, I much preferred the early years when you didn't slap me or hurt me in any way, instead you just glared at me from a distance. What happened to those days? Draco wondered aloud. You got more annoying, Cho answered for him as the group slipped away from the rest of the crowd. They weren't too far away from Hogsmeade, but they wanted to slip back into their animal forms. Are we clear? Cho asked, not wanting to have anyone see them. Harry looked around and tapped into his Dementor senses. No one was around to see them and he leapt into his bird form. Crabbe and Goyle entered the form of a bear. Cho once more became a swan and Luna looked at her with her snow wolf eyes. Hermione became a hare and Draco looked over her as a fox. He then looked over at Cho. You know, as a fox I am into chasing birds, he said into their mental connection. Shut up, Draco, Cho retorted, looking over at Crabbe and Goyle. Do you want us to eat him? They both asked and Cho's had to think for a bit, something that Draco found worrying seeing as he could now read her thoughts. Hey, without me there would be less comedy, did you think of that? Draco demanded. You know I did, and you know what my response to that was, she told him with a grin. You know, as much fun as this is, don't we have a village to get to? Harry interrupted. Good point, how about a race? Draco suggested. I'm a swan, Cho pointed out. Exactly, I have a great chance of winning. Okay, let's go, Draco announced before shooting off through the field. Hermione followed closely while Luna picked up Cho and ran with her. Harry flew through the air and looked down at the two charging bears. He wondered what someone looking at this would think. Probably why the hell is a swan riding a wolf while chasing a fox and a hare? Also, why are bears in this country? Draco suggested mentally, and Harry remembered the downside to being connected to them in this way. Hey, most of us don't use our thoughts as an insulting platform, Hermione protested. And that is why you will never be a great comedian, Draco pointed out. Harry suddenly looked behind him to see another raven coming up behind him. Oh, Harry's attracting female attention, Draco slyly commented as the slightly lighter bird tried to move past Harry. She's cutting me off, Harry worked out as the bird flapped around him. Wow, I thought that would happen to Draco first, Luna interjected, and Harry laughed slightly before trying to overtake the other raven. It looked at him almost annoyed. Harry, why is beating another raven so important to you? Hermione asked eventually. Guys, I take it none of us are the big black dog. Cho announced awkwardly, meaning Hermione never got an answer. Harry looked to see a black dog. Coming up at the side, the other raven was looking at it strangely while Harry looked at the dog. Do you know this dog? Draco asked, listening to Harry thinking about it. Yes, I do. Okay, change back, Harry requested suddenly, and everyone complied. Luna, however, changed back and Cho went flying suddenly as the swan lost the support of the wolf and was propelled forward. Luna, Cho scorned in her normal voice. Hey, you won the race, Draco laughed as Harry touched down on the ground. The black dog stopped suddenly and looked at the group, then it saw Harry. The other raven and dog suddenly returned to human form. Serious, Harry greeted with a slight nod at the shaggy man who looked pleased to see him. And me, Bellatrix interrupted suddenly. Harry, are you going to introduce us to the escaped convicts? Draco asked, and Bella looked at him with a sigh. I thought you were joking when you said he was annoying, was all she said. Look at that, you meet an ant for the first time and she's being mean. Tut tut, Draco murmured. Cho, Draco, Luna, Hermione, Crabbe, Goyle, this is Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry informed them, gesturing to the pair who smiled. I take it they're not going to kill us then? Cho smiled, walking forward and shaking Sirius's hand. The rest followed and they introduced themselves to the pair. Ah, families, they come in strange forms, a dog and raven in this case, Luna announced. Yes, you didn't tell us you had become an animagus, Harry, Sirius pointed out. And you didn't tell me you were planning to escape, Harry retorted somewhat coolly, and the smile fell from the man's face. Good point, he muttered. Look Harry, we are sorry we didn't tell you, but we knew you would try to stop us leaving, Bellatrix interjected, and Harry sighed. I suppose your freedom is more important. How did you get here? He asked them. With some difficulty. Anywhere nice animal forms all of you, Bella answered before Sirius could speak. Anyway, what are you doing here? Harry asked, realizing Hogwarts would not be the best place to go if he was on the run. Sirius was about to answer when they both looked up. They could see the outline of a teacher. Harry, we're sorry we got to go. It was nice meeting you all. He decided, switching back into his animal form. Bella did the same, and quickly the two of them vanished into the sky. By then, Harry sighed to the sight of the fleeing pair. They had a good point. Later. So what do you think they're doing? Cho asked Harry as she came back with a round of butterbeers. Everyone took them quickly. They were in the Hog's End, which they all knew would be less busy than the Three Broomsticks, and they would not be overheard. No idea, but they must have had a good reason to come here, Harry pointed out. Yep, if I had escaped from prison I'd go somewhere, say, with more sun, more sand and less Dumbledore, Draco muttered, not loudly enough for anyone but the group to hear. As unfunny as that was, he does have a point, Hermione agreed. Well, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, Harry decided, looking around. Then he saw something appear in the window, a white owl that suddenly zoomed towards him. Hedwig, what are you doing here? He asked the white owl, which extended a foot. It had a letter. Well, look at that, he has more educated conversations with his owl than you, Cho smiled, and Draco shook his head. I remember the time where I made comments like that. What, 10 seconds ago? Luna asked, and everyone laughed. Who's it from? Crabbe asked, and Harry withdrew a letter from Nicholas Flamel. They had written to him a few times with a picture of the symbols, and he knew 2 sets of them. So they had sent him the pages after making him promise he wouldn't tell anyone. It's another part of my mum's journal, Harry announced, and after making sure the bartender was out of the way he looked at what it said. The letter from Flamel warned it was disturbing, but he did not know who wrote it. Every lead I follow ends in nothing, no one knows anything, and I'm starting to think I'm looking for someone who doesn't exist, someone who is hiding away while the world looks on. I know Dumbledore is involved somehow, but I don't know much else. However, my investigating time is less available now. I'm starting to fall for James Potter. He is someone I just can't get out of my head, and yet I hated him a week ago. I've been tested for love potion, but it's like something inside of me is pushing me towards him. It's weird if nothing else. That's deep. Draco sighed. However, only Harry knew that there was something hidden. Something pushing her towards James. It was living inside her, like a parasite that evolved too far. However, when she died it became more. However, he was the only person who knew this, so he moved on to the last entry. I was right looking back. I was reading my 7th year entry and I was right. I don't love James, and I also know that I was hunting for someone hiding in me. I am the reason people cannot be safe. The thing I've been looking for is inside me, some kind of force. Something that cannot be controlled, and I see no way out, not one. It also explains James. I know behind it all he is cruel, and yet he maintains he loves me, and yet I know it's not true. He is obviously working with this thing, whatever it is. My only question is why it's letting me do this, write this. What does it gain from letting me know this? My other question is, it in my son? Did it pass on information? Questions without answers, so many of them, and yet I have nothing but Harry, who on this Halloween night seems strange. The night she died, Harry worked out and sighed deeply. Cho put a comforting hand on his back and he smiled at her. So what did she mean? Hermione wondered. I mean about something being inside her. No idea. Harry was relieved that Draco did not comment on her choice of words, but he supposed it was a bit of a dark thing to get into. There's too much we don't know, Harry agreed. He was wondering how his mother found out this thing was inside her. Did it know she was going to die soon and wanted to show its hand? Or was it something else? Maybe the rest of the journal would tell him, but with resources running out he had no idea how to proceed. Are you okay, Harry? Cho asked suddenly, and Harry nodded. Anything you're thinking of? She asked, and Harry once more found himself having to lie for the sake of this alliance with the creature. Fine, he assured her, but once again she didn't look convinced. He was starting to worry. He was becoming obvious that he did know more than everyone else, but he didn't want to tell them. Working with the creature was shameful to say the least, and they would never understand. And then he realized the creature had a point when they first spoke in the chamber. He was not like them, and he doubted he ever could be. Cho and Hermione were sat in the common room. They were in a deep conversation. Recently Hermione had seen Harry return from the Forbidden Forest, and since then they had looked for him at night. Harry's adventures had been going on every few days for the last 2 weeks, and they had seen him return. They didn't ask him about it and wondered if he would talk about it, but at long last they decided to find out where he was going. So they pretended to go to bed early, and once the common room had cleared they snuck down and waited. He had not left yet and they were waiting to hear him approach. "What the hell were you thinking?" They heard a voice. Suddenly, "What if one of my roommates had heard you?" They did not, which is the important thing. Now we have a limited window of opportunity in which to act. We must quickly or risk losing the trail. Already I sense the rat is getting ready to leave, and I fear if we do not act then we will lose him, a deep calmer voice explained slowly. "Your voice is deeper," Harry suddenly remarked, walking down the stairs and opening the large doors. Hermione and Cho were behind the furniture, but he did not sense them. He was preoccupied with this person. "A dead voice decays. This body is failing. A decaying body cannot support a power such as this for long," was the reply. "And what will you do?" Harry asked, slightly concerned about his own safety. "I will find another. Now I wish to talk to you," the person answered casually, walking out of the Ravenclaw common room. "About?" Harry asked. "Your mother's journal," was the response, and both girls looked at each other, both shocked. How did this person know about it, and why would Harry share? "How do you know about that?" Harry demanded suddenly, angrily almost, as he realized that this thing had been playing him. "Because I am no fool." The Sorting Hat, however old, could not have hidden it well. "Also your talents come into play, and I know you have it by your reaction to the subject," was the answer, and Harry just looked at this thing. "What about it?" Harry asked. "Why did you not come to me?" was the question, and it seemed to Cho and Hermione, whoever this was, seemed confused. "Because it's about you," Harry answered, and a dry throaty chuckle escaped from its mouth. No, she never knew about me, not until the end, and I needed to take control the moment she died to ensure I would live on," it answered. "What are they talking about?" Hermione whispered to Cho, who frowned. She had no idea either. She just shook her head to ensure neither Harry or his friend heard them. "Wait, Cho, I know him," Hermione breathed suddenly. "What?" Cho asked, concerned. "It's Draco's boggart," she answered, and Cho gasped. This was the figure, the mysterious figure behind everything, and yet Harry was with it. What was going on here? "Hermione, Harry might be in trouble. Do you know the Slytherin password?" she asked. "Pureblood is normal," was her dull answer, and Cho nodded. "Go and get Draco, Crabbe and Goyle, Luna too. I think Harry might need us," she decided, looking at her friend with obvious concern. She was worried he was being manipulated or forced to work with it. "So what actually happened?" Harry asked. The hooded monster he knew looked at him. "Voldemort fired the killing curse, yet the power in you rejected it, and as I predicated it sank inside you. It burned up, deflecting the curse, and I thought it was gone. However, we both the rest of this story," was the answer, and Harry didn't know whether or not the thing was regretful or proud. Dumbledore's office. Blood dropped. The creature hissed towards the gargoyle, which moved quickly. The old man had a very strange taste in sweets. "Now be silent. His wards will not activate thanks to me, but if he awakes then it will get confrontational," the creature warned, slowly stepping up the staircase. When they both reached the office, the creature opened it with a slight wave of the hand. Lily Potter was many things, and powerful was one of them. "It is a shame she never realized the full extent," the creature muttered, opening the door. "But it gave you a chance to live," Harry commented. "It did, but remember, my original plan was for her to live. She was supposed to step aside like Dumbledore said she would. However, I realized too late she would not. My original plan was to take over her living body, not the dead one, and I need a new one," was its blunt and yet truthful answer. "How do you do that?" Harry asked in a whisper. "With great difficulty," was its cryptic response. Then it gestured for silence and crept up a staircase to where Dumbledore was sleeping. Harry sensed the creature remove ward after ward, but they were powerful, and Harry decided to let the creature do the work this time. "After you," it whispered, and Harry closed his eyes and plunged down into his mind. He did not see a landscape like with Quirrell, but instead saw a swirling tunnel of memories. It quickly stretched to become a maze, and Harry realized the walls were shields. If he touched one, then it would either wake the man up or throw Harry out. So he walked, looking at the walls, which sometimes held pictures. Some moved, and he, Dumbledore, as a young child, fighting with his brother and talking to a young confused girl Harry did not recognize. Then again, it was years ago, so why would he? As he walked he heard shouts, the name Dumbledore among other things that made little sense. Then he looked around. He was looking for something to do with Pettigrew or Sirius, but instead he saw one passage, impossibly thin. This was a lot of protection, and Harry wondered what he was doing with it. Whatever was inside was his deepest and darkest secret. So Harry looked for a way in. The maze wall was tiny, and then he realized. He was not human and he the powers of a Dementor. If he could stop its aura, then could he start his own. Dementors chose happy memories to devour, but it was a choice, so he closed his eyes and willed the memories towards him. It was too much, and suddenly Harry was viewing hundreds of memories. Fights, a young charismatic man, a dead woman, a duel with the young man who aged to become an older one. He saw Dumbledore meet the great father of Lily Evans and continue the process. He saw the offspring of this, the creature, meet Dumbledore in a dream before becoming a physical being. He saw Sirius for a second, and then he saw the house he and the creature had been to, but he did not see either Pettigrew of Sirius. "Help me," an old woman with the voice of a child begged, looking at an unseen person with desperation. Then she was looking through a window. A window where he could see Sirius and Pettigrew. Why was he seeing her perspective? This was Dumbledore's memory, so who had put this in? The woman possibly, but suddenly he saw Pettigrew shrink and the woman prepared to grab something from a small vent. It was a rat. A rat he recognized, Ron Weasley's rat. "Help me," the woman turned to him with pleading eyes. Did she know who it was, or had she put this out for anyone to find? Had she hoped there would be a trial or something? But Harry decided something then. He could rescue her on his own, but there was someone who could help, so he pulled out of Dumbledore's mind. "What did you find?" the creature asked as Harry slowly moved away from the man. "I know where Pettigrew is," he answered, and the creature nodded. It almost smiled. "Where?" it asked, wanting to end this once and for all. Harry looked at it. "I'm not going to tell you," was his answer, and the creature recoiled. "What? You were protecting the man who sent your godfather to his death and had a hand in killing Lily?" it demanded in a hushed whisper. "No, I need your help with something first," Harry replied somewhat icily, and the creature looked at him. "What?" it demanded, with no idea what possible interest Harry could have in that house. "We need to go back to the house Sirius was caught in," he answered. "Why?" the creature demanded somewhat angrily. It was being denied what this alliance had been forged on. "Because I need to." "Your choice," Harry offered. This woman, whoever she was, had tried to help Harry, well, anyone looking into Pettigrew, but she needed help and Harry was not going to not help her. If she was alive, that is. It was a long time ago and she was old, but he still had to try. "Fine, I will need to leave from the forest," it sighed dejectedly. "No, I need you in case someone's there. I can get us there," Harry answered. "And may I ask how?" the creature wondered. "Flight would take a lot of time," Harry smiled. "Dementors have another way of getting around," Harry informed the creature with a dark glare. Then he quickly spun around and, focusing all his power on the shadows, pushed himself and the creature to the ground. It was caught off guard and suddenly both of them were being devoured by the shadows. "What the hell just happened?" Draco asked from the stairs. They had seen everything and yet had no idea what was going on. "Why did Harry do that?" Luna asked with a confused frown. "Why would he go anywhere near that thing?" Draco asked, looking at the spot they vanished from. He was very confused and wanted answers. Answers he at the moment did not have. More importantly, how long has he been working with the hooded figure? Hermione asked. "Are you suggesting he's doing it willingly?" Draco looked shocked. Hermione would think that about his best friend. Harry was not the type to do something like that. He would never betray them like that. He didn't seem unwilling, Hermione accused, not wanting to think that, but the logical part of her mind was working well. "And you would know." Draco snapped. "Well, he could have been taken over by his Dementor part," Hermione pointed out. "Harry is not that weak, and no, I know he would not do this willingly," Draco replied angrily. "Calm down, both of you. We need to work out what the hell is going on and not speculate and accuse. We need to find out why Harry is with this guy, and more importantly, we need to find if he's in trouble." Cho interrupted. She felt the same as them and her mind was working in the same way, but she was going to hear the facts. She wanted to know what was going on, but she was not going to just jump to a conclusion. "Fine, let's calm down and work it out. Harry could be in trouble," Draco pointed out. "I would be far more worried about yourself, Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore announced, walking towards the group with his wand drawn. Unlike Harry and the creature, there was a lot of them and they had made a lot of noise without knowing about. Now we are going to have a little chat and you are going to tell me everything you know. Or what? Draco demanded. Or I will force you to, the man answered lightly with a dark gaze. I still do not understand what brought you here, the creature announced the second they had arrived. They were a few feet from the front door and Harry could tell his companion was indeed perplexed. Well, the sooner we find out the sooner we get Pettigrew, Harry answered. The creature said nothing but followed him with some interest towards the house. Using his senses, Harry quickly worked out no one was there. We searched this house, what is it you desire? The creature almost demanded, and Harry enjoyed its confusion. For once he had something of it. Instead of answering, Harry reached into his senses. He knew someone had to be here. He had seen them in Dumbledore's own mind. Then he felt something, not a person but a ward, similar to the one he and the others had placed 2 years ago on the 3rd floor. Over here, Harry informed his hooded companion who walked over the stairs. It was plain wood and there was no door or opening. Harry, however, waved his hand over the midsection. He grabbed the ward with his mental powers and pulled it away. A door was there. Incredible, so Dumbledore is hiding more here, the creature pointed out, and suddenly Harry could tell it was wary. Having your right-hand man act in this way had to be worrying if nothing else. Dumbledore was hiding things and Harry knew he had to find out what. This way, Harry called to it as he looked inside the door. As he suspected, there was a staircase, one he followed down to a large metal door. It had rusted slightly, very slightly, and that was the only sign it had been there a long while. Allow me, the creature said plainly, extending one hand. The air was then alight with energy and a few seconds the door had been thrown off its hinges. So what is it? What brought you here? The creature asked again, thinking once it had helped Harry would open up. However, Harry was not looking at it, he was looking at what was obviously a bed. Not what, who, Harry corrected as light flooded the room. He used a Lumos spell and now they both saw a woman lying in the bed. She was elderly to say the least. Pale sickly skin and a thin frame that looked so delicate it would snap, yellow and black teeth with a wrinkled face and one eye that was bad, short gray hair hung off her head like a disease, one that wanted to let go. Hello. A weak voice managed to whimper. The creature fell silent and Harry slowly moved over to the old woman. She had been very different in the memory, but that had been a good 11 years ago. Hello, Harry greeted, unsure of what to say to her. He had no idea who she was nor why she was here. He could see a pipe above her which must have given her food once a day, judging by the dried marks, and a tap for water, one that had not been used for a while. Did he send you? Was the next question from her gasped breath. No one sent us, Harry answered, and he chose this moment to enter her mind. There was no protection. Instead he saw a little girl attacked by muggles. He saw a young man brilliant in every way, and then a duel that ended in her being hurt. Then he saw 80 years or more of the same room and Dumbledore's voice above. He heard pointless things, mostly, out of context and useless. Then he saw a name. Ariana Dumbledore, he breathed, Dumbledore's sister. He didn't even know the old man had one. What? The creature took this moment to interject, but she's supposed to be dead. He said that so he could hide me away, she answered in something of a daze. She seemed unsure of this was happening. We can get you out of here, Harry offered, but he sensed something wrong. She was dying. She had been in this room most of her life and now it seemed as if she would die in it. No, you need to listen. My brother is planning a coup. He wants to take control of the ministry and a group. She began slowly, finally reciting years of overhearing conversation. Dumbledore had meetings upstairs and he kept this house secret from everyone else. However, the meetings were no longer secret. A coup? The creature asked darkly. He was finally what he had suspected confirmed. Yes, at Hogwarts. He has people there who are going to help him. He has children, Wizengamot children, she answered through heavy breaths. Who could vote him in power if blackmailed? The creature deduced, and Ariana gave a slight nod to confirm it. Yes, it's his master plan, but I heard it all. Please stop him, she begged, and Harry saw this was the only she had. She wanted the man who kept her here to pay for what he did and fail. Something Harry would help her with. We will, he vowed lowly, realizing he was talking to a woman who had minutes left. The creature was looking at them oddly as Harry took Ariana's hand and gave it a comforting squeeze. Come on, Harry decided. She was not going to die in this room. She had spent far too long in it, and surprisingly the creature stepped in. He flicked Lily Potter's dead hand and lifted her into the air. He carried her gently out of the room and laid her outside. Fresh air. Ariana had no idea what was going on, but she feel the difference, thank you. Her last words left her body as well as a final breath, and Harry felt humbled. He had arrived just in time and helped a woman not die in her prison. Odd, the creature mumbled, and Harry turned around. What? He asked. I was wrong, your emotion has made you more powerful. It was confused, shocked and also humbled, so it was no surprise neither of them said anything for a short time. If he's planning a coup, you got us out of there in time, the creature pointed out, eventually realizing he had to deal with what Ariana had said. What makes you think it's today? Harry asked. He invited me to the castle in the early morning. He intended to spring a trap, and the group I helped found would hit me with killing curses. This body would give way. He was asleep because he needed energy for a coup, the creature answered angrily. We would have been caught in the trap, Harry deduced, realizing this woman in some ways had saved his life. She had planted a memory which had led to her peace and Harry's safety. All unknowingly, but that didn't matter. What do we do? Harry asked. We can do nothing. If he's planning a coup, it explains everything, but we have no way of stopping him. I know the effects of him in control are formidable, but to storm Hogwarts we would need an army, the creature answered. For a second everything was lost, and then Harry worked something out. We have an army, he almost smiled. Meanwhile, tell me, Dumbledore growled as he studied the 6 he had chained to chairs in his office. No, Cho spat suddenly and the old man slapped her hard. She recoiled but did not give any indication of pain. Is this how schools work now? The headmaster employs a bit of torture. Somehow you make yourself look more of a moron every day, from giant dog to torture. The only reason I want to escape is because I don't want to die at the hands of a bearded twat, Draco interrupted suddenly, and a few mouths dropped at that. Dumbledore looked dumbstruck. This was supposed to be an interrogation. He was supposed to strike fear. Brave words, Mr. Malfoy. Perhaps I should target you first, Dumbledore suggested, drawing his wand. Oh come on, this is not the first or last time I have been threatened, and to be honest, Cho is scarier than you, Draco commented, drawing the man closer. You're certainly brave for someone tied to a chair, Dumbledore hissed angrily, leaning closer to Draco's ear. And you certainly brave for someone who's about to hit by a bear. Draco grinned as a huge bear paw smacked into the side of his head. The man had been so angry he had gotten so close to Draco Crabbe could reach over. Crabbe, who was now in his bear form. Nice work. Okay, let's undo this chains and we can go, Draco suggested. The only reason he had allowed the man to get them was because from afar he could have stopped a bear, up close he was done for. Wow, Draco saved us, Hermione pointed out. Don't think I still won't hit you, Cho smiled, evidently relieved. Look, as much fun as banter as we need to go. Perhaps outside the school where the old guy won't get us, maybe go to the Dementors, they know us, or we know them, Draco suggested once everyone was free. I don't think we need to worry too much about that, Luna suddenly interjected, looking out of the window dreamily. Why? Draco asked, knowing this was not the time to talk about strange creatures or plots. Because they're all invading, she pointed out of the window. Outside was a swarm of Dementors descending on the castle. All the guards and more on the horizon, and a slight cold entered them. Harry was gone, but his influence was not. Harry, are you sure this is a good idea? Lucy asked, flying next to Harry. He and the creature had appeared just outside the school, and Harry had contacted his mother and asked her to help. I know it is, Mum, Harry assured her. Why? And who is that? She asked, looking in the hooded creature. Evidently she was getting a bad sense from him too. A friend, sort of. Look, Dumbledore's planning to take over and he's got friends inside the school, Harry began. A lot of them. The group is large and influential. The Great Hall will be filled with around 50 people, 10 of which are on the council. The others are hired or henchmen. Be wary, the creature interrupted, knowing the members of the group. He also knew they could hold the Dementors at bay, however he would prove more of a challenge. How does he know? Lucy asked, obviously confused. Trust him, he knows what he's talking about, Harry confirmed as another Dementor approached. Lucy quickly engaged in conversation and the creature tapped Harry on the shoulder. I told you I was wrong, I told you emotion was making you human and a bad thing, however again I was wrong. I know you think badly of me and I understand it, however I do feel somewhat proud. You are powerful and I thought you were suppressing that power by being human. I was wrong, you were making yourself more powerful and weakening the monster within you. It began and Harry fell silent. This couldn't be happening. The arrogant monster who told him he would be better off without emotion was saying it was wrong. We have been working together 3 weeks and I have seen you loyalty and love for your friends but also love and care for a woman you did not know. I would consider it weakness but what you did was good. Heroic even and you stood up to me countless times because you were right. I am a monster I do not deny it but I realize you are not, the creature sighed. And is that a bad thing? Harry asked never understanding the creature's viewpoint. No, not anymore and I realize that despite you seeing my power you resisted me. You did not become a monster, you did not become like me. You became like Lily and I know she would be proud. You were born so you would be a tool and yet I was wrong. You are better than that and for that reason we are done. After this battle we shall never see each other again, it informed him quickly. Why? Harry asked. Because I intend to end this. With Pettigrew's death a plan to make Dumbledore a hero will end. He got bored of the plan and attempted this. So I release you, your life is your own and I will vanish into the world, the creature proclaimed and Harry didn't know what to say. What about your body? Harry asked knowing the decayed mess would soon fall apart. Why do you think I'm here? Dumbledore has attempted to depose me and he has a body, one I intend to take, the creature hissed with a grin under its hood. It seemed some people didn't change that much. Goodbye, I am going into the school you secure control outside of it and I will ensure each member of our order is destroyed, the creature requested and Harry got the sense this would be the last time they spoke. So this is the end? He asked. Indeed it is, you know I said when we met in some ways I was your spiritual father, I still think that and I am proud of you, the creature ended before vanishing into the air. Where's your friend? Lucy asked rejoining the conversation. Gone. Harry answered turning his back on where it had been. Are you ready? She asked plainly. I am, let's end this Mum. Fudge had been woken in the night to discover that his Dementor guard had moved on Hogwarts. At first it had been a joke but now it was a crisis. Why would they have done such a thing? He demanded walking side by side with Umbridge. It is currently unknown and many are flocking to the school now. It is almost as if they are being commanded, she answered with slight distaste for the creatures. Fudge shook his head. It can't be, why would anyone march on Hogwarts unless, is Sirius Black on Bellatrix Lestrange and sighed. He asked knowing Dementors had decision-making power when it came to them too. If they are then Dumbledore has not mentioned it, Umbridge pointed out. That gives us nothing, what the man doesn't mention is often a crucial bit of information. However at the moment we are going to assume they are and the Dementors are acting legally, assemble a team of Aurors and prepare them for a search of Hogwarts. Also ensure they have Patronus training in case the Dementors are not acting in our best interests, he commanded wanting to hope for the best but fearing for the worst. Of course, Umbridge answered before slinking away to do her job. Fudge walked into his office and sighed, why did this have to happen? Had something happened to provoke the Dementors? He didn't know. Hogwarts. Come on, leaving might be an idea around now, Draco remarked for the group to speed up. They all knew Dumbledore would wake up sooner or later and at that point they wanted to be far enough away for it not to be a problem. Draco really? Sarcasm even when we are in the middle of an escape? Cho demanded slightly irritated as they ran. I used sarcasm as Dumbledore was threatening to torture us. I think now I'm just thinking here that it might have saved us, just thinking while we're running. Also while we're talking a Dementor army is descending upon us so maybe we should run faster and get to them before he gets to us, Draco suggested as they arrived in the courtyard, then he froze. It seemed a lot of students were also in the courtyard, some trying to get out but being blocked and others being herded there by the Dementors. Obviously the creatures were getting the students away from Dumbledore, however the students didn't know that. They were too busy fighting off the cold and negative emotions being forced into their minds. Well, they want to get the students to safety, how nice. Now our safety depends on us leaving, so does anyone else speak Dementor? Draco wondered aloud knowing the answer. However, leaving was suddenly looking less likely as a stir went through the crowd. Everyone was in their nightclothes as they had been woken up by a swarm of Dementors. They're all looking at us, Hermione worked out and Draco resisted the urge to clap sarcastically. Might be because we're friends with a person who associates with Dementors, Cho pointed out. It's them, it's Potter's friends, Ron Weasley suddenly proclaimed, proving their point. Great, somehow fate has decided to make this day worse, Draco sighed looking at the red-haired boy approach. The Gryffindors were suddenly all looking at him with a lot of interest. They wanted to see how this would play out. You did this, he accused, suddenly pointing a pajama sleeve to the sky. Dementors were overlooking the students and keeping them in the courtyard. Sorry. Draco asked, caught off guard by this. He's saying we summoned the army of Dementors, Luna clarified. I know that, I'd just like to know why he thinks that. I mean, none of us have Dementor commanding experience, he told her while rolling his eyes. You and Potter did this, Ron continued, looking furious. Okay, now we're elaborating. Now if you would give us your inane thought process so we can destroy it, then we can speed this conversation up, Draco suggested, already annoyed by the drama. Ron glared at him and a few Gryffindors moved closer. I saw you on the train. Potter can talk to Dementors. He's the one doing this and you're helping him as normal, he accused, and the group's shock at him knowing about the train gave the wrong message. Ron's anger was growing thanks to the Dementors' chill, and sooner or later things would get messy. See, I told you. Potter can talk to Dementors, Ron announced triumphantly, and people looked at the accused party with shock horror. They had all heard about him getting close to a Dementor, but talking and controlling one was something else. So what? Hermione demanded. So he can talk to them, does that mean he's responsible? Shut up, know-it-all, Ron snarled, but Hermione didn't flinch. She had seen worse than this boy. You have no way of proving it was him. No way at all, Cho defended, glaring at him. Her being a year above made her slightly more intimidating than Hermione. However, Ron's anger was fueled and he just glared at her. He can talk to them. And where is he? He's not with you lot, so where is he? Ron demanded with a smug grin. Right here, a voice echoed across the courtyard as Harry walked in. Behind him were 3 Dementors. Oh, he is doing it. I would apologize, Weasel, but I'm not going to, Draco remarked, looking at Harry instead. Did I miss anything? Harry asked with a grin, walking over to his friends. Then he recoiled as Cho and Hermione slapped him. That's for not telling us that you were working with the hooded creep, Cho told him with a glare. How did you followed me? Harry worked out, feeling stupid. They had followed almost everyone they suspected, so when he started to go out at nights, why did he assume they wouldn't follow him? Well done. Now if you would kindly explain what the hell is going on, then we can sort this out, Draco requested, looking slightly irked by the night's events. He's an evil monster is what's going on, Ron interrupted, and Luna looked around. Then she lunged forward and kicked him hard in the groin. He fell on the floor. Sorry, I didn't get to insult him, she justified as the boor groaned from the floor. Me and the figure were working to find Peter Pettigrew, Harry began, wanting to get across why he had to do it. Did you check the grave? Remus Lupin asked suddenly. He was being escorted into the courtyard by a team of Dementors. He had fought them off, but eventually they had overpowered him. He was never dead, it was faked to frame Sirius Black, Harry answered, knowing the man had been friends with him a long time ago. Lupin fell silent as Harry turned around. Can you bring him out? He requested to Dora, who was hiding in the air. However, in one clawed hand she held a man, a short squirming man with messy hair and who obviously hadn't washed in some time. No student could have known him but Peter. Lupin gasped, looking a mixture of amazed and hate-filled. When the Dementors had ushered the Gryffindors to this courtyard, Scabbers, the rat, had been grabbed. In the flesh, Sirius Black answered, jumping out from a pillar. He had been hiding there as a dog, and if things had turned violent with Ron, then he would have interfered. However, the students recognized and they all moved back. He's working with the murderer, Ron accused suddenly. A cleared one. Peter here confessed to his crimes and has been arrested, Harry answered as Dora took the man away. She held him high so he couldn't escape, and when he was handed over to the ministry she would ensure they knew he was an animgus. You did it? Lupin demanded, looking at Pettigrew with more hatred than anyone could imagine. He did, Sirius confirmed, looking at the man. Lupin turned to him. Would you accept this wolf's apology for letting you suffer without help for all these years? And for me thinking you were the traitor? He asked, looking solemn. Everything he knew had been turned upside down. Can you forgive me for the same? Sirius smiled and the two friends embraced. So you caught the rat, so why else are you doing this? Cho asked, wondering what else was going on. Dumbledore. He was planning to take over tonight and hold students hostage until the minister stepped down and he was replaced. A secret coup that thanks to his sister we know about, Harry answered. He wouldn't do that. Someone cried but they were ignored. Sister? Sirius asked. When Harry had called him in the grounds he had only mentioned a coup, not this part. I'll explain later. So as his friends are now in the castle waiting for him to begin, we took the students and now I'm intending to get rid of Dumbledore, Harry announced, looking at the castle darkly as he realized who was inside. The people who were all responsible in some way for had happened both to him at the Dursleys and to him in recent years. Might take some time. Dumbledore was knocked out by a bear, Draco muttered suddenly. I wouldn't make jokes at a time like this, Mr. Malfoy, Lupin scolded. He's not joking for once, Harry answered, realizing the old man must have captured them. We're fine, Hermione told Harry before he could worry. Dumbledore's not, he got hit by a bear, Luna interrupted, looking. That was a fun part, Crabbe agreed, and Goyle looked slightly envious. Meanwhile, people turned to look in shock. The students being escorted by the Dementors just looked amazed and repelled. The Dementors did nothing as Lily Potter moved among them. A thinner, decayed Lily Potter that was, however the being controlling her did not care about them, it was focused on revenge. Dumbledore would be going to the clock tower most likely, and he would ensure everyone there would be removed from this world. Lily. He heard a frightened Minerva McGonagall call out as she was surrounded by 9 Dementors. She was very proficient with a Patronus and had fought them off very well, however even she had been overwhelmed and it had taken 20 to take her down. Now 9 were taking her to one of the courtyards, her wand was being carried by another. Her shock was absolute, but the creature moved on. Fudge had placed a lot of Dementors in the school and now they had taken over. Harry had been right about them, the boy weighed a lot on his mind. Harry had turned the tables on it, and instead of Harry being taught to be inhuman, the creature got a glimpse into being one. What happened to you, Albus? He heard the concerned voice of Molly Weasley from above as it entered the midsection of the tower. Of course she would betray him. She would be the first one. You've been clawed, Arthur pointed out. By some kind of animal. Kinglesey Shacklebolt asked, Dumbledore's loyal mole inside the ministry. Ignore it, we have a much more serious situation, we need to escape the school and quickly. Somehow the boy has discovered. Dumbledore trailed off as he heard footsteps. Diggle and Doge were the other 2 members of the gathering, so these were the people betraying him. Has it come to the point when I am not invited to the meetings of my own order? Everyone jumped back except Dumbledore as Lily Potter walked up the stairs. So you reveal yourself, Dumbledore remarked, looking at his former ally with disgust. Indeed, your sister sends her regards from the grave, it answered, and Dumbledore looked slightly surprised. She's dead, he asked, and the creature nodded, and Dumbledore for a few seconds looked saddened, then he was back to his usual self. Indeed, keeping her locked up is never a good idea, I should thank you, Albus. Your meddling meant I turned to Harry Potter for help, someone who has shown me more than you could imagine. However, I do intend to put this little rebellion down. The Dementors have already taken the students away from you. Ministry reinforcements will arrive any second and they will know the truth. The mercenaries I am sure you're hiding in the castle will be destroyed. They kept well hidden from the Dementors, but I know you all, rich, clever, or friends with the old man. The creature snarled at the Weasleys, knowing them to be largely useless. So we were being led by Lily Potter the entire time? Molly questioned. No, I am utilizing her body. However, after the Dementors foiled the plot and when the Aurors end your escapade, there is only one thing left, the end of you 6. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Arthur and Molly Weasley, Daedalus Diggle, Alpheus Doge and Albus Dumbledore. I am going to kill you. A team of Aurors arrived as Harry expected a few minutes after the Dementors had secured the students. Harry knew they were coming. Logically, he knew the minister would want to find out what was going on quickly, and also he would send a team of Aurors who were highly skilled. You're in for it now, Potter, Ron snarled as he noticed the Dementors moving to the side in order to allow the team through. Harry was slightly surprised to see the minister himself leading them. Obviously he had caused a crisis which was bigger than he originally thought. Harry, he greeted with obvious confusion in his eyes as he overlooked the scene. Knowing he had a few moments before questions would be asked, Harry gestured for Dora. Minster Fudge, please meet Peter Pettigrew. Harry dropped the bombshell there and then as the man in question was once more dragged before the students. The courtyard was slightly warmer now as Harry's influence extended to protect more and more people. He needed positive emotions so they would believe him. For a moment Fudge looked disbelieving until he actually saw the man. His eyes widened as his mouth dropped slightly. Peter was currently unconscious, but Harry assumed he would wake up sooner or later. Amelia. He turned to a woman to his right. Harry recognized her as the woman in charge of security and felt pleased he had rendered 2 of the most important people in the ministry silent. It is, she gasped, walking forward to study the man. Didn't we do this part a few minutes ago? Draco asked and was silenced by a glare from Cho. He's supposed to be dead, Umbridge pointed out the obvious and Fudge rolled his eyes slightly but didn't let her see it, then Pettigrew woke up. The Dementor's effect so high up had a serious effect which Harry had no intention of relieving, so instead he woke him up. It was him all along, Sirius announced and all eyes, as well as wands were on him as the Aurors looked unsure. Fudge looked at the Dementors but frowned when he realized they were not doing anything, he then looked at Harry. Dramatic, Draco announced softly. Would you care to explain, Mr. Potter? He asked, confirming what he had thought at the beginning. There was a lot more to Sirius Black than public opinion dictated. Harry moved forward to explain but suddenly he was pulled to the side by Crabbe who had seen it first. Down, Madam Bones screeched, pulling Fudge down as a series of curses rained down from the windows. The Dementors, immune, moved to protect the students while shield after shield sent the curses flying. Harry swore under his breath. He had forgotten to mention the coup. He had been too focused on the moment he knew Sirius had been waiting for all this time. The moment of his innocence being proven. Instead he was forced to wait until the Aurors returned fire and sent the men above running for cover. Harry knew this was going to happen, the figure had warned him and yet he didn't listen. What is going on? Fudge demanded. Looking at Harry, he was for a moment standing tall and obviously angry with being attacked. It wasn't hard to see he would order Sirius locked away any second. Dumbledore was intending to hold the students hostage. He wanted the Wizengamot to depose you, Harry answered, rising to his feet. Thanks, Crabbe, he breathed, knowing his friend had saved him from an awful lot of pain. Fudge's gaze, however, was now much more interested. Professor Dumbledore would not do that, one of the Aurors answered, but Madam Bones, Umbridge and Fudge knew differently. They knew what had happened and also they had been watching him. Then explain the attackers, the minister retorted, but it was a question the minister did not want answered. Instead he was focused on Harry. He believed him and slowly he walked towards him. Listen up, he directed at his team and also the students to some extent, maybe even the Dementors. Over the last 3 years Albus Dumbledore has been under investigation for various crimes, using dark magic, finical manipulation, forcing marriage and more. While I know you see him as a hero, the time is now ending. The people in that school who attacked us may be in a treasonous conspiracy and we are going to end it. So Dumbledore is to be put under arrest on suspicion of high treason while we work out what has transpired, now ignoring that there are a number of men in that school, all of whom we don't want near children. Fudge began his speech and Harry was surprised at how it was done, charisma, slight manipulation and honesty. We're basing this on the world of a child, an Auror interrupted. This is going to get boring, Luna decided as Fudge turned to him. Yes we are, and we're also basing it on the fact we have been attacked. Dispute that, he snapped angrily, not wanting to face Dumbledore hero worshippers. The Auror in question said nothing. Then let's go, he commanded as the clock tower exploded in orange light. Harry spun around knowing what was going on and for some reason felt a twang of guilt or affection towards what was going on. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt involved. He moved to fly over. No, Cho pulled him back down roughly as the Aurors charged through the main door. They could already hear and see spellfire. We go together, she told him and Harry nodded. He didn't have much of a choice seeing as he had lied to them for some time. Wow, standing here is really productive. Why not go to the clock tower and see what the hell is going on? Draco suggested, gesturing to a door, and while everyone was focused on the minister they slipped away without being seen. Meanwhile, sloppy, was the strangled cry emitting from Lily Potter's dead lips as the body ducked to avoid another stunner. Doge had been the culprit and a jet of black lightning knocked him down. The only challenging spell had been Dumbledore blowing up the internal clock to distract him. Crucio, Molly Weasley spat, but Lily's body was dead and the spell could do nothing. Only power equal to the creature could hurt it. A basilisk was the only example it could think of. Then a gnarled clawed hand gripped her by the throat and promptly threw her against a wall, and listened to the squelching sound it made as her head smashed against a solid surface. No, Arthur realized what had happened and charged. A foolish mistake, because a round of lightning electrified his moving body and the pain forced him to the floor before he could process what had happened. A spell then hit its face. Part of it came loose and it took the creature a few moments to realize a slicing curse had removed a portion of its jaw. Diggle, always the one to be surprising, the creature smiled before unleashing a wave of energy powerful enough to shatter the man's bones. The crippled mess was certainly dead and Dumbledore looked down. He was on the platform overlooking the battle. He had been firing spells down and destroying things, but seeing Diggle die shook him. Avada, Dodge was back on his feet, but the creature flicked him away like nothing. He hit a few inches away from Space Molly hit, but he was an old man and the creature knew he was dead. His choice of spell, however, the battle was now lethal, but now it was only down to two people, the creature and Dumbledore. So the master and the student do battle. The creature cackled as it walked upwards. The floor was in pieces above with cogs dotting the floor and shards digging into dead feet. He could see the entire castle from the space a giant clock once occupied, but now it was on the ground. Then, without needing to look further, the creature fired a blot of energy which Dumbledore blocked. He had expected him to. "I am more powerful than you," the creature warned as it dodged a killing curse. Dumbledore said nothing, obviously focusing and hoping the Elder Wand would help him. It would not, and another spell was fired, followed by another and another, each weakening Dumbledore's shield. "You shouldn't have betrayed me," the creature spat, unleashing black lightning which Dumbledore had to use magic and maneuvering to dodge. "You were a mistake of nature. My own family created you and you think you can fight me?" Dumbledore, demanding and years of being subservient to the creature, surfaced in fury. "You created all of this, Tom Riddle to fall and rise, Harry to be the savior twice thanks to magic you were pumping into his grandparents," the creature retorted. "Oh really? I'm sure they were mostly your plans," Dumbledore pointed out, and the creature nodded. "I created Harry Potter, gave him the power he needed, and yet he defied both of us, ruined your plan to be hero-worshipped and—" "Our plan," Dumbledore affirmed. "I suppose, Dumbledore, but the point is this: we sought to control nature and nature fought back. A Dementor star child caused of all this to end. Our plan failed and you betrayed me and launched this ludicrous coup," the creature answered. "It failed because of you. His power is your power and you made him. Now here we are. The Ministry hunting us. A failed coup means both of us will end, and if have to go down, you're coming too," Dumbledore hissed, drawing his wand. There, a voice caused both of them to turn. The creature saw Harry and his friends, all of them, and then he saw Dumbledore was no longer aiming at them. The creature owed a debt to Harry and swore never to meet him again. "Well, here it is," the creature sighed acceptingly before spinning around to intercept the green jet. His debt was repaid and the creature fell from the platform, a slow, graceful thing, and if the curse didn't kill Lily Potter's destroyed form, then the fall would. So it fell secure in the knowledge it was done. Harry. No, the mouthed, seeing the one link he had to his other self, his greatest enemy and greatest ally, the person he had helped and who had helped him. He saw the body of his mother fall to the floor. "Stay here," Harry commanded. They had all moved away from Dumbledore's killing curse, but now he needed to fight. "We will," Draco agreed, and then Harry nodded at his oldest friend. A silent goodbye was passed before Harry flew towards the upper platforms. Dumbledore was racing to the roof where he would be able to escape through flight. Harry wasn't going to let that happen. "You," a croak of a voice meant all of them looked. "She's alive," Cho realized, rushing towards the deformed, named figure that smiled ever so slightly, a disgusting thing in many ways. Cho Chang, Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood, Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle. "Harry Potter's best and dearest friends," it greeted. "The ones you tried to kill," Draco interjected, and the creature did nothing. "You are correct, but there is one among you who I did not try to kill. Listen to me, girl, it's you he loves. You are the only one who can stop him now, because we all know what he must do," it whispered with fading breath. "Who are you talking to?" Luna asked, looking at Hermione and Cho. Neither of them knew. "Why are we listening to it?" Draco asked, very untrustworthy of this thing, who seemed fine by his emotions. "Love can kill the monster," it breathed before the light behind Lily Potter's eyes went dark for the last time as the monster inside her left the world of the living. "Meanwhile, you can't run," Harry announced, flying up the very top of the clock tower. It was shaking and ruined thanks to an explosion, but he faced the old man who had controlled him right from the start. "So Harry, it comes to this," the man sighed, looking at him with regret and longing. "Indeed it does," Harry agreed as the old man grabbed his wand. Harry, however, had no intention of playing fair. He had seen someone die tonight, and while he didn't have concrete feelings on the monster, it had changed, helped him, and now it died for him. So did the Sorting Hat and whoever else was victim to this man. So through his anger he gripped something inside him that he not used willingly for a long time. Then he allowed his Dementor form to begin taking over, and Dumbledore took a step back in disgust and horror. As he changed, words came to Harry. For blood and hate his heart remains closed. This had been fulfilled years ago when Harry rejected the blood purity ideals. For darkness for light, evil never grows. He had worked with both the light and the dark and had done things that changed him, but never did he allow himself to become wholly evil, and always he kept his inner self in check. For the Entometa truth must unveil. If not for the creature he would never have found Ariana, who had stayed alive long enough to stop her brother. With terrible loss and terrible betrayal, Ariana had been lost to Dumbledore, who betrayed the figure. The two were linked. The darkness falls and recoils. The last line of the prophecy vanished into Harry's head, and knowing the creature fell, it was part done. But now was the moment of truth. He would have fight his inner self once Dumbledore was gone, but now Harry did not face Dumbledore. Instead, a thinner, skeletal version with darkened eyes, paler skin, and a Dementor's mouth. "Let us end this," said the embodiment of Harry's evil, moving towards Dumbledore. "What the hell did it mean?" Draco asked, looking at the three girls in obvious bewilderment. Hermione, Cho and Luna just looked at each other, equally unsure. They looked at the slumped form of Lily Potter. "Love. Love can kill what?" Draco wondered, hoping his friends held the answer. "That," Crabbe answered for him, gazing out of the window, and Draco turned towards him. He was not a girl, nor did the creature address him, so how did he know? However, he was pointing out of one of the huge holes in the wall to a figure hovering in midair. "Oh God," Draco clicked, what had happened? "We should have known," Hermione cursed. Of course Harry couldn't take on Dumbledore by himself, but his raw power could, so he did what he had done in years willingly. The shadow monster last year had been the result of a soul conflict, but this was different. This was a powerful, unfeeling monster which was currently dodging spells from who he was facing. "We did know, we just ignored it," Cho confirmed, sighed, realizing Harry was at the moment a monster. Then it clicked. "Love can kill the monster," Luna announced suddenly, and everyone looked at her. "Well, let's get us some love and stab Harry with it," Draco commented with a shake of his head. Luna glared at him, followed by everyone else, including Crabbe and Goyle. "Find who loves him," Draco asked, looking at the three. "Any takers?" he asked after a few long seconds of silence. The three girls were looking at each other. "Who isn't the question, Draco, the question is who does he love?" Hermione corrected in deep thought. "Meanwhile, what are you?" Dumbledore demanded through legions of spells, ignoring the fact people were watching this duel and seeing him attack a third year. "You are everything you made me," was the slow, eerie response as Harry glided in a circle around the old man. "I didn't make you," Dumbledore spat, trying but failing to hit the boy with a curse. Harry inwardly just felt the soul inside him and allowed hunger to overtake him even more. "Oh, you did, and now I shall end you," Harry hissed as the roof of the clock tower shattered under immense pressure brought on by a force Harry conjured and used it to throw the old man off it. Normally he would have fallen and died, but Dumbledore had his wand and managed to cushion himself seconds before the fall. He landed in a courtyard surrounded by students looking at him with a mixture of disbelief and anger. The old man, however, simply drew his wand and aimed at the sky. "You cannot best me, old man. You couldn't best my other self, and you expect to beat me. A being of pure power and hunger." The noise was loud, and where it came from was unclear. Harry's new Dementor mouth ruled out it being vocal, but everyone could hear it. "I order you back," Harry hissed, and Dementors flocked to stop him hurting the students. Then the moment his voice hit them, they froze, somehow compelled to obey. "Harry, stop this," Lucy pleaded, trying to approach her son and help him, or stop him. "I am not him, mother. I am a product of your influence and the power this fool invested in Harry Potter. I am his true power." The dark Harry spat, and with a wave sent her away. Lucy was helpless as invisible force dragged her away. "Harry, stop this," Dumbledore demanded, looking at Harry, who was now hovering directly above him. "I am not Harry any more than you are the great Dumbledore. You are a cheat, coward, and soon you will die," Harry announced softly, and the students around them suddenly fell to the floor. The most potent Dementors chill ate into them, and positive emotions were being funneled to Harry. Avada Kedavra, Dumbledore shot to kill, but the green light was easily dodged by Harry, who extended his hand. A dark shadow was eating into his flesh, but Dumbledore did not focus on that. He focused on the jet of black lightning which smacked into him. He gritted his teeth and tried to make no noise of pain, but was weakened and tossed to the floor. Stupefy, Dumbledore tried a surprise quick spell, but Harry dodged it with ease and instead forced Dumbledore back down with mental pain. Images of those he lost and betrayed, and also images of his sister and what he had done. Crucio, Dumbledore cast a spell he assumed would weaken Harry, and while the spell hit him it felt like nothing more than a tickle. Instead Harry laughed. Avada Kedavra. Dumbledore tried one final time but was again hit with painful bolts of energy which knocked him to the floor. Harry tutted loudly and wondered how best to hurt this man. "A fool's game, old man. Now you will watch as I devour your beloved students before taking you," Harry announced in a kindly voice, but suddenly all the students twitched. Inside the true Harry felt their very life force and soul combined slowly rise only to be pumped towards him. He felt like he did when he tried to eat the troll. It was a good feeling, but unlike that time he was unable to stop it. He realized then that there was no way for him to stop these people dying. "Harry." The voice of Minister Fudge turned him round, but by then he was changing. Already a dark color was spreading from his eyes around his face, his nails were growing sharper and his body was becoming more twisted. Fudge and Umbridge then fell. He felt their souls being added to the mixture. The Aurors followed suit and the process would take minutes at most. Hermione. Was it her? She had known Harry longest from the day he went to Diagon Alley. She had followed him to the very end and always would. She trusted him and she hoped he trusted her, so as they ran through the corridors of Hogwarts following the dark feelings leading them towards a new Harry, Hermione wondered if he loved her. She loved him and she supposed everyone did in their own way, but was she the one he loved back, and how did she know someone actually did? How did she know if the monster was lying to them or not? But one thing she knew, she had to stop Harry. Quote, "Oh no," Cho gasped suddenly, seeing out the window. The courtyard in question was not far off and they could see what was happening. "He's eating them." Goyle looked taken aback and swore. The entire castle, it seemed, was now defeated. They could see Dumbledore's men on the floor next to Aurors who had separated from the others to fight individuals, but this meant nothing to Harry's dark self. He was going to eat them anyway. It wasn't affecting them yet, but Hermione felt something slowly being broken within and realized sooner or later she and the others would fall too. "Come on," Draco called, and Hermione knew he had worked the same out. Courtyard. "Stop this," Dumbledore demanded, rising to his feet, only to be blasted back down again. He did care for his students in some way, but his motives did not matter anymore. "Never." Harry cackled, with his eyes turning a glowing black and his hair shrinking to make him more like a Dementor. His hands were now skeletal and clawed, but no matter his appearance he was growing stronger. "Now for you," Harry decided, and all the air was cut out of Dumbledore's lungs. He felt even weaker and collapsed, clutching his chest. He was shaking and his thoughts were dimming as he joined the mixture of people being devoured. Cho. She and Harry had always been best friends, always been close, and Cho liked him to a large extent, but she never asked or tried anything. She didn't want to ruin their friendship if he said no or it didn't work out. She, however, had been by his side most of the time and cared a lot about him. Regardless of her suspicions, she accepted who he was working with and was only annoyed he didn't tell her. When Harry had shown himself to be a Dementor, she defended him and told Hermione that everyone had secrets. So was this how it came out? Was she the one the creature demanded save him? She was going to try nevertheless. "Harry." Inside I was desperate. Feeling my dark self take over was euphoric, but it was like being a side passenger. I could see and feel what my dark self was doing, and while I needed to beat Dumbledore, seeing the people I went to school with dying made me feel guilty. Even more so that I was relishing every second of devouring them while hating the fact I did. The feeling was just so good and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Luna. She was the fun one, the one who would do strange things and say sometimes true things. Luna had a strange barrage of emotions towards everyone, and they got even more complex when it came to Harry. He had accepted her from the first day they met despite her hugging Lucy. He had helped her and taken her seriously while many did not. Harry was someone she relied on to be a friend, and he relied on her to be there, to be the fun one who surprised him each and every time. But was this the foundation of love? She didn't know. The courtyard. "Harry." Draco announced Tally and proudly as the six arrived to face him. Slowly but surely he turned and they recoiled. Harry was turning even more Dementor, with now rotting black skin and hardly any face left, his nose a sunken mess and slowly closing up eyes. "Ah, the great friends of Harry Potter, those I have endured for long enough," Harry hissed in a cruel, unfeeling voice as he studied them. He sensed their protection, but it was he who gave it to them, and with a blink it was gone. "Come on," Draco ordered, moving towards Harry, but he was the first to go and Harry did not interfere. He watched simply as the boy fell and hit the ground. Crabbe and Goyle followed suit and the three girls were left. Luna, Hermione called for the second year when it became apparent the girl had fallen too and Hermione's lapse of emotion led to her being next. So it comes down to you, Miss Chong? Harry asked with a slight chuckle, but she only managed a few steps before she fell. Inside, Harry just froze up, lost at the loss of his friends, and he knew his inner self was loving this. Not that his inner self was inner anymore, the roles had been reversed. Cho. Only love can kill the monster. The creature's voice danced in her weakened mind as an almost fully Dementor Harry took over. She looked up with bleary ears to see him not far away from her. She forced her hands to prop her up and she saw Harry gliding in the air. She was slightly thankful that he was slightly shorter than her because she was in her 4th year, so when she lunged towards him and grappled to her feet she was able to force him round and key him, the gaping hole that was his mouth pulled on her throat. So it was me, she thought as she felt flesh and lips return to Harry's face. Harry. The darkness falls and recoils. Indeed, with Cho's surge of emotion Harry was propelled by power and it quickly outmatched his inner self. The one who was now recoiling, and suddenly he felt it resist, but love was the thing that met its match, and in a rush of power he released all those who had been his victim and felt himself return to his body. He opened his eyes to see Cho looking at him, but then with a single blink she collapsed and broke the kill, had she willingly been given the Dementor's key. Harry was lost, and only when he looked up to see everyone around him did he speak. Help, he begged before collapsing with her, and darkness overcame his vision. Harry awoke to the sight of white walls and a stone ceiling looking down at him from his bed in the hospital wing. A window was smashed but the debris had been swept away, and despite a slight feeling of cold Harry felt fine. Until the moment he remembered exactly what had happened. He had done terrible things and had killed. You didn't kill anyone, a calming motherly voice made him twist his head left to find Lucy hovering a few feet of the ground. I thought you were going to stop reading my mind. Harry despite everything smiled. A mother knows when she needs to, Lucy replied, laying a clawed scabbed hand on Harry's shoulder as he took a long breath. You know it's not your fault, Lucy assured him, realizing Harry felt bad about the entire event. He looked up at her with a weak smile. Oh, it is. I let my inner self take over completely to stop Dumbledore. I wasn't thinking about what would happen after, Harry confessed, remembering his hurt emotions once the creature had died. Emotions looking back he understood but had no idea why he felt them. You were hurt, your mother was alive and she was killed by Dumbledore, Lucy corrected, and Harry smiled but shook his head. That wasn't my mother, you were, but Lily Potter died 13 years ago. That was raw power animating her corpse, a being created to resist the killing curse and nothing more. It didn't work that way, Harry smirked thinking of it. I don't understand, Lucy sounded completely confused. Don't worry, it took 3 years for us to work it out. Tell me they're alive, Harry begged, remembering seeing Draco fall followed by Crabbe, Goyle, Luna and then Hermione before eventually Cho. All of them are. Draco has been in the press a lot explaining things. He told us about some kind of monster that was inside you and it took over. A lot of people aren't happy with you, Lucy pointed out, sounding slightly awkward. Harry nodded. He had not expected much else, seeing as he had almost murdered every single student along with the minister. Oh, he's on your side, though he has come clean about him allowing you to live in Azkaban. People were guessing anyway, but he confirmed it, Lucy explained, and Harry frowned at her. Again, I thought you were going to get out of my mind, he commented, and she just shook her head. Not when you need it, Lucy declared, wrapping Harry in a laying down hug which felt reassuring. What happened to Dumbledore? Harry wondered aloud, suddenly remembering the man had tried to kill him. Under arrest, for crimes of conspiracy and the murder of Lily Potter. Your friends told everyone that you had all been investigating her journal, which is untranslatable, but the brief snippets suggest she had angered a powerful person. A lot of investigation, and now we know about James Potter. People believe it. I did until you told me it wasn't true, Lucy answered, and Harry sighed. Well, that's one lie I think I might have to work with, he whispered. I would, Lucy commented, and Harry looked up at her once more. So what happened to everyone else? He asked, hoping he had no induced comas or lasting damage. They woke up, feeling weak but recovered. Dumbledore's men surrendered when they thought it was a spell cast by the Ministry. Arthur and Molly Weasley, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and another was arrested and another was found dead. They were killed by Lily Potter according to eyewitnesses, Lucy elaborated, and Harry nodded. It looked like they would be facing justice soon enough. Oh, they will, Lucy confirmed. Where's Cho? Harry inquired, suddenly getting a clear image of what had transpired. Over there, Lucy answered grimly, and she pointed to a lone bed Harry had missed. Cho was lying there seemingly asleep. Harry moved to get up. No, you have been out for a week, so has she, Lucy warned, pushing him back down to the bed. I ed her, Harry realized. I think she ed you, Lucy chuckled, but then she realized what Harry had actually meant. No, you haven't. She has a soul, but her life force was drained a lot when she ed you, and it will take time to recover, she informed him gently. How long? Harry asked. We don't know. Nothing in this world can take a life force like that, so it's impossible to predict. She's alive, Harry, and she saved you along with everyone else, Lucy reminded him, but Harry felt a twinge of guilt as he studied her. He had loved her for a long time. He supposed he just never realized it. Draco had seen it and made a few comments on it, but Harry never had. It was attitude and just her. He couldn't place it, and he really hoped Lucy wasn't listening to these thoughts. Sleep now, you need rest, Lucy told him firmly, and Harry closed his eyes thinking he would never get to sleep, and yet in seconds he was out like a light. The next day, Cho still had not woken up, and Harry had been by her bedside. Madame Pomfrey had been in and out checking on the pair of them, but Harry felt drawn to her. He had done this by his choice of stupidity. You know, staring at someone while guilty really isn't going to help. A voice pulled him out of his thoughts, and he turned to see Bellatrix laid out on the bed. How did you? Harry began, but then remembered what her animal form was. He nodded before she could comment on his words. How you holding up? Bella asked. Not good, Harry answered truthfully. He had not been allowed to see anyone except Madame Pomfrey and Lucy, but she was busy today and he could do with someone to talk to. What's wrong? She asked, looking concerned, and Harry looked up. I nearly killed everyone in this school, was the answer, and Bella smiled. Really, did you? I thought that was the monster inside you, she answered, and Harry wondered just how many of his secrets his friends had revealed to get him off the hook. Oh, we all know. Anyway, why do you feel bad? You didn't do it, Bella demanded, looking indignant. I did. I let it take over, and it's part of me. I felt good as it devoured them, Harry argued, wondering why she was talking about this to him. Surely she wouldn't understand. Harry, you'd be surprised what wrong things can make you feel good. Don't repeat that, but it's natural, I think. Dementors like souls, you're part one, you like souls, she told him with a click of her tongue as if he was being silly. You don't get it, Harry accused, sitting down on a chair. He did not like spending all day in bed and only got in when he was made to. Oh really? Harry, I've done things, terrible things, and were they my fault? Yes, she began, and Harry was slightly surprised by her open confession. I wasn't being forced to, and I still did them. I had intent back then, and you don't. You didn't want to, and you didn't do it. It's not your fault, she continued, and Harry knew what she had done. It was not a good time in her past, and he gathered she was still on the run. But I had a choice. Yeah, fight a powerful wizard with a lot of power and win, or fight him without power and lose. There it is. Honestly, you made the right call, Bella decided firmly, jumping up. How can you say that? Harry asked, looking at Cho. Because if you hadn't, Dumbledore would now be minister and thing would much worse. You saved a lot of people and you only hurt one. Only one? Harry scorned. Okay, one who matters a lot, but this is the thing. Our actions are our own, and taking responsibility for the actions of others is wrong. If you willingly tried to kill them, then we would be having this conversation, but thanks to Cho you got the chance to stop it and you took it, proving that it was not you doing it, Bella almost shouted, getting slightly irritated by this, and for a second Harry was at loss for words. She had a point, but it didn't stop him feeling guilty. Think it over, Bella began, but the sound of footsteps forced her to turn into a raven and fly away. 2 days later. Harry, Hermione's voice surprised him, and Harry looked up from the bed he was being made to lie in to see his bushy-haired friend pelting towards him. He had been worried about her. She had been Cho's best friend, but instead of anger or negative reactions, he was surprised to find her hug him deeply. I think that's Cho's job now. When she wakes up, Draco grinned, walking into the hospital wing, and nodded at Cho's sleeping form. Somehow he could cast light to almost any situation. Hilarious, Hermione commented, and for a moment it seemed like nothing had changed. Harry, Draco greeted, shaking his friend's hand, and was followed by Crabbe and Goyle before Luna pulled him into another hug. How you doing? Draco inquired. Fine, Harry answered. He was feeling slightly better after his conversation with Bella. Good to hear it. It took us far too long to see you. Apparently we would be a negative influence. I told Madame Pomfrey that he is part Dementor, so thrives of negative emotions, and she locked us out for another 2 days. Hermione finished looking at Draco, who sheepishly nodded. Details, was his argument. So not much has changed, Harry guessed. Well, other than you and Cho not being around, no, which is a big change if you think about it, Luna muttered in deep thought. Draco looked worried, as normally her thinking sessions ending in him being hurt in some way. So when they letting you out of here? Crabbe asked, changing the subject. No idea, when they want to, Harry answered, and for the last few days he had felt like there was another reason behind it. When they bloody decide, Goyle muttered, and he suddenly got a sharp look from Draco. What do you mean? Harry asked, knowing Draco did not act serious unless he had to. Well, there have been some people who want you arrested for what you've done. Luckily not many now, because our own Hermione Granger came up with the most ingenious story ever, Draco explained, and Hermione flushed a deep red. Really? Harry asked, feeling slightly proud. Well, Hermione tried to shake it off. Nonsense, she managed to exclude the bits about you working with, say, lethal monsters and include the hero bits. The downside is everyone knows you're part Dementor, but here we are, the minister is stopping people bringing charges against you, as is my father. Most are on your side because you saved their kids, and a few might not be, but again here we are, Draco explained, beaming at Hermione. And I told them about the woozles, Luna announced. Yes, Luna told the Daily Prophet the honey trade was controlled by woozles, and there is some consideration going on it, which is worrying, but the papers aren't known for their genius, Draco shrugged. They are doing a story on it, Luna confirmed, and Harry wondered how Hermione was keeping a straight face. So do we know when? Draco began suddenly after a moment of awkward silence. No idea, Harry sighed. Well, they better hurry up, everyone in the castle owes her their life, seeing as she key at you, which is weird enough, but she did it on something dark and menacing which was being taken over by a Dementor, Draco joked, and Hermione punched him on the arm. OWW, Draco sighed but did not joke further. Okay, shoo you lot, Madame Pomfrey decided, entering the room. Okay, Harry, by the way it's a week till Christmas, so see you at the manor, Draco shouted at him as they walked in, with the group doing a nod of respect to Cho. They left the room, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The next day, Harry was pacing up and down the hospital wing. He was bored and had been hoping for a visitor and spending a lot of time hoping Cho would wake up. Lucy had been to visit in the morning, but for now that was it. Then he saw Cho's hand flinch. Cho. Harry rushed to her bedside, wondering if there was a chance she would wake up. Harry, he heard her whisper ever so slightly, and with his heart in his throat he waited for something to happen. He wanted to tell her he was sorry, how thankful he was to her, but then she muttered something else slightly quieter. So he leaned closer, something that gave Cho enough time to jump up and key him. Cho. Harry gasped, wondering how long she had been awake but had not time to say anything as they embraced. Sorry had to do without the wake-up conversation, she whispered into his ear before pulling him into a passionate embrace. Thank you, Harry muttered, referring to a number of things at once. However, he got no reply, and the couple enjoyed the moment for a second, before they were joined by Madame Pomfrey, who quickly ushered them apart. Later. So when did you know? Harry asked Cho, who looked up from her dinner. She hadn't eaten in nearly 2 weeks, so she was justified in scoffing her food down. I don't know, I just did. I realized that we had been really close, not like best friends close like me and Hermione are, but we were always there for each other. Also, you don't make annoying comments, she smiled, and Harry chuckled with her. So what about you? What happened once I key at you? Cho asked. I felt a surge of emotion and beat my inner self down to size. You saved me, Harry told her solemnly. Wow, so the girl without the power beats the boy with the Dementor power. It says a lot about our relationship, doesn't it? She grinned cheekily. We have a relationship then. Harry smiled, and she clapped loudly 3 times in a sarcastic way, reminding Harry of Draco's attitude to life mostly. No, we just key. And then, and I saved you for no reason, and there's nothing between us at all. Of course we have one, she barked with some disbelief. Okay, Harry beamed, holding his hands up in mock surrender. See what I mean? Even with the power I'm the dominant one, she remarked with a knowing wink, and left Harry speechless for some time, mostly because she was laughing at his reaction for a while. Malfoy Manor. It had come out, People knew what he was, and this time there were more people a little bit unhappy with his presence at the party. Some were more than happy while others stayed silent. Harry, Fudge called him over. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Harry responded politely. Well, this year you couldn't get through a whole term without deposing Dumbledore, ending a conspiracy and telling the world about your Dementor powers. Fudge chuckled, and Harry wondered if his good mood was being fueled by the drinks Lucius had provided. I like to keep things fresh, Harry assured him, and the man laughed heartily. Indeed you do. Well, I just wanted to thank you on behalf of myself and many of the Wizengamot who nearly lost children to Dumbledore. Also pass my thanks on to your friends who played a huge role, no doubt. Also, just between me and you, these people who want to expel or imprison you aren't actually powerful enough to get things done, Fudge told him lowly, which was some relief to Harry. The trials of Molly and Arthur had led to people wanting Harry charged with attempted murder, and Dumbledore, who was imprisoned for life without a wand in a magic-proof cell just opposite James Potter, was telling people Harry was some kind of monster. Not that Harry ever went down there. Imprisoning me would be quite hard, Harry joked. Indeed, my boy. Now I dare say I have a party to attend, as do you. Talk to you soon. Fudge nodded once before leaving Harry, who had spotted his friends meeting up in the usual place. Hand. Cho half-offered, half-ordered, appearing behind him. You know, I'm pretty sure a relationship doesn't just mean I do what you say, Harry commented as Lucius walked behind him. You have much to learn, young man, the eldest Malfoy chortled before walking away. Lucius had seemed unmoved full stop by what had happened and had only been angry at Dumbledore. See, Cho grinned, taking his hand, and the two of them walked side by side. Oh, here they come, Draco announced, holding a bottle of butterbeer. Poison-free, he declared immediately before anyone could comment, and handed out glasses. Everyone did drip some on the grass to make sure it was free of smoke. A toast, Harry suggested, and Draco nodded. I'll start, to Hermione Granger for the most brilliant plan in the world, to including the chess pieces, he began, and Hermione carried it on. To Luna Lovegood, who opens our minds to new ideas every day and has caused a magical inspection of the honey trade, Hermione smiled. The news had come as a shock to all of them. To Vincent Crabbe for knocking Dumbledore out with a claw, something that needs to go down in history, Luna announced, holding up her glass. To Gregory Goyle for not eating Draco and also being a constant source of helpful knowledge. To Cho for managing to key Harry and save us all, Goyle continued, and Harry wondered if that was an insult in any way. To my boyfriend Harry for everything he's done, from the troll to here, she smiled before lightly pecking him on the cheek. Can I just toast everyone except them two for not doing that lovey-dovey stuff? Draco asked aloud and was ignored. To Draco Malfoy for being a constant source of entertainment and a way to vent anger for the last 3 years, Harry ended, holding up his glass. After they chinked their glasses together, each of the 7 took a long drink. And to the future, Draco muttered because he hadn't finished the bottle of drink, and as they all drank again, Harry smiled as he looked back on all they had accomplished. From defeating a Dark Lord to bringing down Dumbledore, they had done the impossible, and the ride in each member of the group had been nothing short of fantastic. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.